Test 1 2 test 1 2.
Will bowl first. So there's two lineups in for Middlesex will look like this. Steve Escalati, Nathan Fernandez, Max Holden, Elias Deploy, Ryan Higgins.
Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Guess, Jeff Davis,
1 2.
Zafar Gohar, Tony Roland Jones, Blake Cullen, and Henry Brooks. Head lineup with Ben Compton, Zach Crawley, Captain Daniel Bell drums, Tawanda Miyeyo, Jack Leaning, Joey Ellison, keeping wicket Harry Finch, Davey Fakashi Ali, Grant Stewart, Jazz Singh, and Nathan Gilchrist. Keith Fudge picked up a bit of a knock in training yesterday. He's undergoing further assessments, so that's why he's been placed in the side today. Keith Fudge picking up a bit of an injury in training yesterday. We stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in cricket whatsoever. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. We're dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness it, challenge it, and call it out. Here at Cricket, you can report an issue or concern by alerting the steward, or you can use the text reporting system on 88440.
Good, they look the same, right? Yeah, yeah.
Great to have you with us for the start of a brand new season here at the Spitfire Ground. Umpires on their way, Suri Shandugama and Jack Shantry. And Daniel Bell Jones leads out Kents. To open up Middlesex first innings, Steve Escalante.
Well, a very good morning to you here from a cloudless Canterbury. My name's Dan Whiting, and this is the clash here between Kent and Middlesex. I'm delighted to welcome to the Garden of England, Mr. Kevin Hand. How are you, Kevin?
All the better for seeing you, Dan. How are you, sir?
Oh, wonderful. Cricket is back here at Canterbury after the away game at Northamptonshire last week, and there's some bad news, Kent fans. Keith Dudgeon, having taken 7 for 36 on debut last week at Northampton, has sustained an injury yesterday in training and is being assessed about the severity of the injury. But he is sitting this one out. So good news for Middlesex, bad news for Kent. And Kashif Ali, the other overseas player, is going to come in. So he's going to make his debut for Kent. And Stephen Eskenazi opened the batting for Middlesex. Eskenazi coming in for Sam Robson, who is missing this game due to his wife about to give birth. And very best of luck with that, Sam, if you're listening in.
I thought you were going to say he's missing this game because he saw how much of a green top it is.
Well, he's a wise man, Sam. He's a wise man.
He's got good timing, that's all I'll say. As a batter. Morning, Sam.
Nathan Gilchrist is going to start us off from the Nackington Road end. Umpires today are Jack Shantry and Mr. Shanmugam, with the match referee being James Whitaker.
And right arm over to begin. And straight away on the spot. Solid start. For both, Eskenazi up at the top as well. Stephen Eskenazi taking the place of Sam Robson, as Dan mentioned. Missing out for this one, and best wishes to him and Mrs. Robson.
Benefit year as well for Sam this year?
He's benefited from missing this one.
I think it's going to be a run fest, Kev.
Here's Gilchrist in again, and Eskenazi leans into that one. That's a glorious shot. That'll feel good. That'll feel really good for the Middlesex opener. Through it goes in front of the point fielder for 4 through the covers, and Eskenazi is up and running for the season into the Middlesex Championship side. White ball captain, but he's had his battles in the Championship side the last few years.
Yeah, wide half volley, but you've still got to put them away. I know many an individual who would nick those to slip.
4 go down behind Eskenazi as Gilchrist bowls, and Eskenazi squared up by this one slightly. He was halfway forward to it. Nothing doing from the umpire.
Unfortunately, we haven't got any replays here. We've got the IPL on the TV, but I'm not sure that will do us much good.
Do we need to change the channel then?
Quite possibly.
There's a few listeners asking the same question right now. Gilchrist turning away, Nackington Road end here. A glorious sunshine at Canterbury's. Past the umpire, bowls. Lovely leave by Eskenazi. Bit of wobble on that one, just nipping back towards the off.
That's a good leave. That's a very, very good leave.
It's a test, this, isn't it? When everybody pitched up here this morning, it was a case of which one's the pitch. When they took the covers off, which one are we playing on?
Well, it is, but Canterbury's got a reputation for, being a run fest, and I think there's runs in this. I think they might do a little bit early on, but you've got to take advantage of the new ball.
Again goes Gilchrist, and that's left alone outside off. Good pace and bounce in this already is one thing you'd say. Those that have gone through, the carry looks good through to the keeper. That green top, he's a big injury blow to Kent on the eve of the match. Middlesex come into this on the back of quite probably the best bowling performance as a unit that they've displayed, I reckon, since they won the title. Which is obviously a big call by. I thought they bowled really well against Lancashire last week. Chris turns again, bowls, and that's left alone outside off.
That was a big game against Lancashire. It was the two sides who are probably the favourites to go up, and yeah, I thought it was a very, very good game of cricket. Actually, I thought all results were possible up until about half an hour before the end, and you could see why Lancashire, pulled out and went for it. It was a really good game of cricket because they were in with it with their openers. Their openers put on 90 odd for the stand, and
Yeah.
they were in it, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly that. It was a brilliant game of cricket. The fact that neither side capitulated all the way through, they both kept going at each other all the way to the end. Good sign for both of them, and that's what Kent will be up against. They want to get back up. Oh, here's a familiar name for Middlesex.
Grant Stewart. In he comes. Minimalist approach, and that's land of hope and glory delivery. Wider still and wider.
Good bounce though, good carry, taken up above his left shoulder by the keeper, away towards slip. Stewart's finest hour, still the day-night match against Middlesex, I think.
Well, doing my research, there have been some corkers in one-day cricket between these two sides, haven't there? Here's Stewart. In past umpire Shanmugam, and Fernandez just pushes that back down the pitch to him. Yeah, I think, well, firstly, the T20 final in 2009, was it, where Middlesex won it? That was an absolute humdinger. And the 1984 Nat West as well, where I think Middlesex won that off the last ball. And I think they were dead and buried, and Clive Radley thieved a 60-odd, as he often did. Stewart in, and that's a good leave there from Fernandez. Finch taking that. That's obviously moved back, because Finch has taken that actually down the leg side, even though the ball passed the off stump. 4 slips in place. Tawenda Miyeye, Jack Leaning, Daniel Bell Drummond, and it looks like Ben Colton, fourth. And then you've got a backward point. Zach Crawley at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Just worked into the onside there by Fernandez.
Just scrolling back to see the replay of that one on the stream, which you can pick up on the club's website, as well as tuning into the BBC commentary if you're out and about the road.
Well, a very good morning from a cloudless Canterbury as Grant Stewart is into the second over of the game, and there was almost a chance there. It's going to go away for 4 runs, but Fernandez playing with fire. Kent have won the toss this morning and they've elected to bowl, but the bad news for Kent fans is Keith Dudgeon, having taken 7 for 36 on debut last week, has pulled up injured in practice yesterday, and the club are assessing his injury. We don't know how long he's going to be out for. Kent have gone with Compton Crawley, Daniel Bell Drummond, Miyeye Leaning, Joey Everson, Harry Finch. Kashif Ali comes in on debut. He's got 1 test cap for Pakistan. Grant Stewart, Jazz Singh and Nathan Gilchrist. As that's just left alone there and goes into the gloves of Finch. 8 without loss. Eskenazi's got 4, Fernandez has got 4, and each bowler has conceded 4. What a lovely symmetrical scoreboard, Kevin.
A bit like our waistlines. What are they going to look like at the end of the season, Dan? I'm going to say mine's going down. Is yours going up or down?
I think if we spend a lot of time in this commentary box with the heat, I think we're going to lose a lot of weight.
I tell you what, we should have kept the window shut this morning, couldn't we? It wouldn't have been very pleasant for any visitors this afternoon.
No.
Like a sauna. Here at Canterbury, one of the hottest commentary boxes on the circuit here in Chelmsford. You have to get the windows wide open. We've got the fan blowing behind us. Not complaining though. Here's Gilchrist, he's in, starts his second over, and it's left alone by Eskenazi outside the off stump. Yeah, Fernandez had a little dabble at the end of the last over there, didn't he, while he was doing your updates? You filled in the listeners afterwards. He was really tested by Bailey at Lord's last week, Lancashire opener. Gave him some devilishly good deliveries. And Fernandez, Bailey was bowling from the pavilion end, right arm over, so Slope was falling away in front of the left-hander, who perhaps on reflection could have left alone, but that's experience. Here's Gilchrist to Eskenazi again. Another one, pace and bounce through to the keeper. I had a look at the other delivery of noting that over from Stewart on the stream. I'll show it back to you here. I think it was mostly seam movement. I was just trying to detect, couldn't quite slow it down enough to see if it was a little bit of late swing before pitching, but yeah, it was a corking delivery from Stewart.
Good bowler, Grant Stewart.
It seemed as though it was, if there was a little bit of late swing, but it certainly seems to be movement as Eskenazi drops onto the front foot and drops a single just in front of mid-off. No cover in place, which is where he found that 4 to get him off the mark. He moves to 5, Middlesex 9 without loss, and Fernandez onto strike for the first time against Gilchrist.
For those of you wondering who we are, this is Kevin Hand from BBC London.
I've been wondering for so long.
He's been a Middlesex correspondent for
too long.
Since the days of Plum Warner. And me, I'm Dan Whiting. I'm on loan at BBC Radio Kent. I'm the super sub as Ben Watts is on paternity leave. I'm like David Fairclough without the ginger hair.
3 slips and a gully for the left-handed Fernandez as Gilchrist bowls. That's gun barrel straight across the left-hander, who happily lifts the bat in the air. And well, he's going to have to watch that seam. The ball that was left by Eskenazi that seamed back in, that was happily left on length. The pace and the bounce are true here at the moment, it would appear. And I'd imagine the Middlesex bowlers are relishing the prospect of what they're seeing out there at the moment. It's got a little bit more dryness in this surface than perhaps Lords had last week.
3 slips. It's like a floating slip and a gully now.
Comes Gilchrist. He bowls right in behind that Fernandez. Quite seen that same movement just yet from Gilchrist as Stewart found down below us at the pavilion end. But yeah, it's quite the cordon, isn't it? There's 6 behind points, so backward point, as you mentioned, gully, like a little fly slip in there, fine gully, and then the 3 orthodox next to the keeper. Gilchrist hits the crease again, he bowls, that's a lovely ball, just full of a length. Now the length there was key, it goes past the edge of Fernandez, but he was drawn forward onto the front foot there was no leaving that one on length, and as soon as that ball it looked through the air as though, yeah, you've got to play it, it's got to play it, it pitches and holds its line across the left-hander safely in the end through to the keeper, but very much a moral victory there for Gilchrist. Middlesex 9 without loss after 3 overs. Eskenazi will have strike on 5, Fernandez has 4.
Yeah, this is very similar wicket to the one we saw at Northampton last week. It's got a little bit more grass left on it, and I thought that was a good cricket wicket at Northampton. A lot of people were asking, you know, what was wrong with the wicket, and there were some poor shots, there were a lot of leaves, and I thought it was a good cricket wicket, and it had pace and carry, and this one looks like it's got a bit of carry already. We've seen Finch take a few fingers pointing upwards, head high. Anyway, here's Grant Stewart in, and that's just pushed out to point there by Eskenazi.
Hope that's not our lunch, Dan.
Oh, something's going on, a bit of vandalism going on. The natives are restless. Here's Stewart. He probably just comes in off about maybe 11, 13 paces, something like that. As that's just pushed out to mid-on by Eskenazi. Looking forward to seeing Kashif Ali. No, not that one. The other one. He made his debut for Rawalpindi versus Sui Southern Gas Corporation, and then he later played for Sui Northern Gas Pipelines. And I'm wondering, Kevin, if the fans have a row about energy tariffs. Here's Stewart past Shanmugam, and that's a extravagant leave there from Eskenazi. Oh, it's a no ball. 2 to the total.
If a little helps.
Yeah, Kashif Ali played 1 test this winter for Pakistan against the West Indies, and he dismissed Mikhail Louis in his first over. He did ruin a completely symmetrical test with 1 test, 1 run, 1 wicket, because he dismissed Tevin Imlak, the West Indian wicketkeeper, to give him 2 test wickets. Stewart in, good leave there by Eskenazi, the away swinger, as Finch takes it in front of Tawenda Mayeye.
He's certainly getting more shape, isn't he?
Yeah.
Stewart than Gilchrist at the moment.
Yeah.
But immediately from the off, that ball's just doing something here for Stewart.
He tends to go away, 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 and not so much the inducker, but one that just holds its line. Here he comes. Canterbury looking gorgeous in the sun. They're Again, left alone by Eski. It's all about
Fuller,
playing
wasn't it? Yeah, Fuller.
It's
I mean, the
all about
length.
playing it, yeah.
The length straight away is on your mind there as a batter, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you say, Stewart's got the skill to bring it back into him. So green top, we've seen it seaming. Stewart will swing the ball naturally as well.
And as an opener, you know, green top, new ball, you want to try and leave as much as possible, don't you?
You're mostly thinking this is going to be off the surface today. Blue sky is up above us. Very green pitch.
Stewart bustling in. Eskenazi pushes that to mid-on.
Yeah, Stewart was ponderous there at the end, wasn't he, in his follow-through? He bent double, kind of looking quizzically at Eskenazi, looking at the line. Did you have that one? But I think Eskenazi will be happy there. It is a pitch where if you're on the stumps like that, unless it's a Jaffa, then batters, you know you're playing it. It's the corridor of uncertainty that's the real problem for you on this one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's. I think the trick is getting through the new ball as Eskenazi pushes that out to Zach Crawley, who's at either a wide mid-off or an extra cover. But he comes round and cuts it off and cuts off the single. That completes the fourth over the day. Middlesex 11 without loss. Eskenazi's got 5, Fernandez got 4, and there was an over.
As we were just saying, Stewart, you know, naturally if there's something through the air, he'll find it. But at the moment it's all off the surface, so one of those balls up there and on the stumps. There is that little bit of late swing that Eskenazi thinks going to be happy on the front foot, isn't he? So it's an interesting one for the bowlers to find their length. So you don't want to bowl a pretty length on this surface, which is constantly beating the bat on the back foot, but doing just that, beating the bat. You want to be challenging that top of off. As Gilchrist begins a new over, he's straight away there. Fernandez forward, playing defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. We talk about the corridor uncertainty for the bowler, for the batters, but this is a pitch where that margin for error, I reckon, for the bowlers similarly. The last 3 deliveries, actually, 2 from this end and that one, the batters are happily on the front foot. They will be very disappointed to be getting out to any one of those deliveries. So the bowler's got to find something magical really to happen on a full length if it's not going through the air, or look for a batting error. This is Gilchrist, bowls. There you go again. Lovely, lovely ball. Good lead from Fernandez. The batters already are feeling confident.
Yeah, just as you were saying there, Kevin.
So you've got to be hitting the top of off stump every ball.
Yeah.
But if you are, there's enough in this pitch to suggest that both edges could be in play.
Yeah.
Now, going back through the gate, all right, batters are going to be disappointed if you've seen one bat to them, but if you get one just to nip away and bring that outside edge in, well, we've got 3 slips and 2 gullies on the go, and that backward pointers. Gilchrist hits the crease, bowls again, just a little too wide at the moment. Where it's not through the air, the batters are setting themselves up early here. They're happy, aren't they? So the margin for error for the bowler is very, very minimal at the moment.
We saw a lot of people get bowled through the gate at Northampton last week. You know, some of the shots there weren't so much gate, more of portcullis.
Look, the lacquer might come off and it might start doing a bit through the air, but at the moment it's mostly off the surface. We haven't seen anything go out of the hand for sure. There's Gilchrist in again, bowls, and there you go, full. Defended by Fernandez into the offside, no run.
Often they do take 10 to 15 overs to start swinging, don't they, when the lacquer does come off. So it'll be interesting to see. But as you said, that is a spectacular cordon. Almost as wide as James Corden.
Glass houses, don't glass houses.
Indeed.
We're only 2 weeks into the season as well. Wait until the end of May. Gilchrist bowls a beaut. There you go. That's it. On that line and length, and it just nips away, beating Fernandez, leaves him sitting back in his crease, pondering it. There's not much you can do, but that's the opener's life, isn't it? And that's the difference between, you know, county and international level. This is a pitch that an international bowler will run in and just relentlessly hit the top of the off stump, give the batter nothing, leave it there on that spot. I reckon, like you said, there's runs to be had in this pitch for the batter. I reckon it's a good cricket wicket, this one. Gilchrist in, bowls, and bowls him! Off stumps out of the ground. The last ball in his mind, one nips away, the next one comes back in. Fernandez bowled top of off stump, it goes spiralling. He's drawn forward, looking to drive, and a ball wasn't there. But that last delivery, I fancy, was on the mind of Nathan Fernandez. Just followed it a little outside off stump, it nipped back in and went straight through the gate for the first wicket. Fernandez bowled Gilchrist for 4. Middlesex lose their first wicket. They're 11 for 1.
Well, we were talking about Gates a moment ago, and that was the size of the Brandenburg, wasn't it? It really was, and it was the ball before that did him. It went away, and Fernandez is playing away from the body, and that one's just bent back in and has rearranged his furniture. Off stump, goes cartwheeling out the ground.
Yeah, he went searching for that, didn't he, Fernandez?
Yeah.
It was a length wide outside the off stump where he's thinking, is that one nipping away from me again? Big game left on the front foot. He'll be disappointed, but that's a brilliant piece of bowling. It's classic bowling. One nips away, beats the outside edge, the next one nips back in, beats the inside edge. The previous balls on the batter's balls. Having looked relatively settled, one ball undoes a batter and the next one he's gone.
Yeah. Well, walking to the crease is a man who I understand played the best innings of his career last week.
Who'd you hear that from?
Luke Holman.
Oh, good, because that's what I was saying all week as well. I said I don't remember, and you know, memory can fail you, can't it? But I can't remember ever seeing Max Holden look as good as he did in the second innings last week. In terms of the pressure at 7 for 3 when he walked out, Middlesex still the best part of 100 runs behind, and a daddy ton later, and Middlesex are in the chance of winning a game where you're thinking that third morning this might not reach tea, let alone day 4. They were in big trouble when Holden came in. There was a wonder whether he'd be pushed up to open in this one with Robson to pass in, but when you've just scored those runs, you don't want to mess with the player, do you? You leave him where he is. That was the end of the over, 11 for 1.
Stewart in past umpire Shanmugam. Eskenazi just gets on top of that, plays defensive shot. Kent fans listening in as well. It's a new chapter for Kent. New coach in Adam Hollyoak, and I liked what I saw last week at Northampton. I thought that the boys were playing good cricket but with a smile on their face, and I think that they've turned a page from last season. Left alone there through to Finch. Last season they toiled, didn't pick up many wickets, and I think Adam Hollyoak has given them, along with Simon Cook and Robbie Joseph as well, has given them just a little bit of relaxation, and they're enjoying it. They're playing with a bit of fun, and I thought it was a wonderful result last week at Northamptonshire. Here's Stewart. That goes through to the gloves again of Finch, and they've started this off in the same vein. I mean, we saw last year with Kent, sides would just rattle up 500 and it was just de rigueur, wasn't it? And now they look like they've got a bit of potency in their attack. Keith Dudgeon was the protagonist last week, but I thought they all bowled well. I thought they hunted in packs very well. Jazz Singh, career best. Stewart bowled well. So that's just nurdled into the onside there by Eskenazi. I thought Gilchrist bowled well. No one bowled badly at all. So, yeah, I thought they had a little bit about them last week, Ken. I thought they showed a little bit of ticker. Stewart working the ball. Quite a healthy crowd in here, actually. In he comes. That's just tickled down the leg side, and that's going to run away down to the Nackington Road end for 4 runs. Got that very fine. Stewart just looking for the away swinger, and that one didn't swing, and it just strayed onto the hip of Eskenazi, who put it away with effortless stroke. Just helped it on its way. 15 for 1. Fernandez the man out. Bowled Gilchrist in spectacular fashion. Ken will probably want at least 3 before lunch, though, having won the toss and inserted Middlesex. That's a really good leave there from Eskenazi. He left that on length.
Exactly, and I think, as long as a batter can do that on this pitch, we were talking about length, weren't we, where Eskenazi was happy enough on the front foot in that previous Stewart over. But you've got to be tight on the top of the off, and that's why the stump went cartwheeling to dismiss Fernandez, that was the last delivery by Stewart, so he will now bowl his first since the wicket, and the first received by Max Holden, who takes guard now.
Would you say that's fair? Kent will want 3 by lunch, do you think?
Oh yes, yeah. You put aside in, it's 4, isn't it? You want really
4.
Well, you want 4. You settle for 3, but you want 4. 3 slips and 2 gullies go down as this ball's on a length, but starting too straight. And Holden waiting on it, tickles a single to deep backward square. Long leg coming around is Stewart. So Holden just to that single, so he's off the mark first ball. Holden and Eskenazi, the former T20 openers for Middlesex, but very much with a different task on their hands here.
Both have been around a long time now, haven't they?
And both these are 2 that I always give as a great example of the modern batter. They both came through nailed on first-class cricketers when you saw them. Broke into the first team. You thought they're going to struggle to get into the T20 side, though. As here's Gilchrist into Eskenazi down the leg side to the right-hander, maybe just the left-handed right-handed combination messing with him there. But they've both gone on to have stellar T20 careers. They had to, I'm not going to say modify their game, but they had to take their game to another level. And whether their white ball form, their first-class form, suffered as a result of the heights that they both hit in white ball, who knows? But it's just the slight musing that the pair of them, very similar careers to this stage. As Gilchrist's in, Eskenazi, good leave outside off.
I believe Holden came through Cambridge Granta Cricket Club. Is that right? Yeah, where I think they produced 3. We saw Rafi Weatherall last week, who came through Chesham Cricket Club, and they produced 3 to 3 different counties. And Cambridge Granta have also produced 3 to 3 different counties in Michael Pepper at Essex and Zaman Akhtar at Gloucestershire.
Gilchrist bowls, leg side, he's clipped away, square of the wicket, races across the square indeed from the bat of Eskenazi. That's 4 more for the right-hander, who moves to 17, or is this? No, it's a very quick score, but he moves to 13, 20 for 1 Middlesex, just straying in line a little bit with the look at Eskenazi that he's now having, Gilchrist.
Yeah, runs away down that hill quickly, doesn't it? There's a hill there, isn't it? It's not a trick of the light.
Gilchrist turns again. All the way through his run up, he bowls now, and Eskenazi forward, defending into the offside, no run. 26th ball for Eskenazi, 20 for 1 Middlesex put in here, but yeah, you put a side in, particularly early season, and you look for 4. Angus Fraser was discussing it a couple of years back on the commentary, saying it's interesting how in Championship cricket you put a side in and you want them all out with an hour to go on the first day, whereas in Test cricket you used to put a side in and you want them 7 down overnight and you'd come back and rattle through the last 3 the next morning. As Gilchrist's in, bowls, and Eskenazi, thick inside edge, runs away down to deep third, across the front of the pad, hands on heads. Out in the middle, but that's the game at the moment. On the front foot, the batter will really fancy that on that fuller length. Boy, it's going to have to seam some to beat the inside edge, or seam some to take the outside edge. You're going to hope good position from where the ball's landed on the front foot. You've got every chance that you're going to get a thick enough chunk on either side of the bat if it is missing the middle. End of the over, 21 for 1.
I interviewed Matthew Maynard a few years ago, and they said they were his favourite runs, the thick inside edge that ran back with a square for the single. So. Kevin, I said it was a cloudless sky here at Canterbury, and unfortunately I've lied, because there does seem to be a little wispy one over Thanet over there in the distance, so I do apologise. Stewart here, past Shanmugam, and that is left alone by Eskenazi. Been in the Big Bash. Eskenazi, been in the 100. I remember him getting 100 in a T20 game at Lords a few years ago, which Essex won off the last ball. I think Jimmy Neesham hit one over third man when he was aiming towards mid-wicket, and it ran away for 4. Anyway, here's Stewart. Ooh, that's bowled in. That's a corker. Eskenazi pitching middle, taking the top of off, where every quick bowler wants to be. Middlesex 21 for 2.
That's what he talked about, wasn't it? The Jaffa. Can they get a Jaffa to beat them on the front foot? And that's what they've done. And Eskenazi replays it as he walks off. No batter likes being bowled, but equally on the front foot. He's looked pretty good so far this morning on a ball, on a pitch that's moving. Manages to take top of off. As you say, that looked almost unplayable. We'll get a look at it again on the stream in a moment, but it looked as though that pitch middle took the top of off. And, well, sometimes as a batter, particularly an opener, when the ball's doing a bit, you just have to shrug your shoulders.
You don't want too many of those. You really don't. You really don't. I mean, so sometimes as a batter you get yourself out. There the bowler has got Eskenazi in. You know, Eskenazi's done nothing wrong there at all. Maybe he's gone slightly down the wrong line, but he's done nothing wrong.
It's not quite easy without slowing it down, but as that ball pitches, as you say, around middle and off, and the margins, as that goes past the outside edge, you can only just see the faintest amount of the off stump as that beats the outside edge of Eskenazi, but that's enough. Looking at it on the stream, top of off is taken, and Middlesex lose their second wicket. It's the life of an opener, isn't it? And we said that if you're going to take wickets as a seamer on this surface, it's got to be top or off, and that's exactly where they've struck with the two deliveries to remove the two openers.
Here he comes, Leah's deploy, the Budapest Bradman. South African on a Hungarian passport. Arrived at Derbyshire back in 2019 and then was made captain, replacing an old Middlesex man, Billy Godleman. You average 47 in first-class cricket. You've got something about you. Here he is, deploy, facing Stewart, and just works him into the onside. And that's Jazz Singh there doing the fielding.
Two left-handers now.
Yeah.
And the right-handed, left-handed to break it up. But we have seen that ball take an edge of it. Fernandez already this morning before he departed.
Stewart to deploy. And he just hangs on the back foot a little there. Just trying not to get too far forward. Just playing it late, which a lot of good players do. Middlesex have recruited very well in the last couple of years, I think, and he's one of them. Ben Geddes, who's probably coming in next, he's another. Henry Brooks, decent player. Zafar Gohar from Gloucestershire. Got through 50 overs last week, I believe. Stewart to deploy. Played back to the bowler. One ball left in the over.
Yeah, it was Zafar Gohar that they threw the ball to at the end and just basically said, go on then, see if you can get through them. He very nearly did. Very, very nearly did.
He's a funny man, Zafar. Obviously, I know him from my time at Gloucestershire. And here's Stewart coming in to deploy. He drives pleasantly, but can't beat Zach Crawley at mid-off. And that completes the over. Wicket maiden there, 21 for 2. Yeah, as Gloucestershire, the fans used to sing about Zafar Gohar, just sold my car to Zafar Gohar. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, he's a very amusing man.
Probably came from the bottom of a very liquid lunch one day at Bristol.
Bit of cider, yeah.
It's Gilchrist beginning the new over. He's right arm over, bowls, and on a length that's defended by Holt. Back on the track it goes. Seven, 21 for 2. Middlesex. Briefly heard a little bit of a news bulletin in my ear. 20 minutes to get through the Dartford Tunnel. It's about standard, isn't it? Take that.
Yeah, went over the bridge, no problem at all. I was more than happy.
Gilchrist in, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Holden. I've lost the feed though, so you're going to have to give me a kick to be quiet when they come back to us. The good people of BBC Radio Kent joining us on the BBC Sport website and app here.
Well, what a day to watch the cricket, and what a start from Kent here, as Grant Stewart and Nathan Gilchrist have dismissed both Middlesex openers, both clean bowled. Fernandez was first to go, having his furniture rearranged by Nathan Gilchrist in spectacular style, the off stump going cartwheeling, and then just a few balls later, Stephen Eskenazi was bowled by Grant Stewart, a really good delivery, pitching middle stump and taking the top of off. Middlesex are currently 21 for 2, two new batters at the crease. Liz Deploy yet to score, Max Holden's got 1, Gilchrist 1 for 11, Stewart 1 for 10.
Gilchrist in again, lifting ball outside off. Holden just sways inside that one, leaning backwards, allowed it to pass through. I worried for a moment it didn't quite drop the hands, that the bat was tailing behind him as he swayed one way and the bat swayed up the other, but safely through it goes.
That's better. We don't want a bit of Brian Adams in our headphones, do we, Kev?
I can't hear a thing. Like I say, it briefly cut in there to tell me that there was trouble at the Dartford crossing. As Gilchrist is in. Moves in now, bowls outside the off stump. That one seems away. Really nips away from quite a wide length. And through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. I think there's a connection, a wire loose here somewhere. Don't worry, Dan. You'll just, like I say, if I'm talking and they're about to come to you, you'll just have to give us a kick under the table.
You sound wonderful, Kev. You sound marvellous.
We can give you a kick over the table. There's no comms cam here. It's the safe. There'll be no witness.
There's a healthy crowd here, I tell you.
Gilchrist bowls just full of length. Holden's forward, dabs this one into the offside, and there's no run. Beautifully played. He was in position early for that. Just strokes the ball back. Good over from Gilchrist, though, and you can hear from the applause. 1, how good an over it was and how much they appreciated it. 2, how good a crowd it is, as you were mentioning. A maiden for Gilchrist. His second in 5 overs. He has 1 for 11. And Middlesex at 21 for 2.
You know, coming down here and speaking to the fans, one thing that sort of resonates and shines through is that they're really passionate about their cricket down here in Kent. I mean, they've had some wonderful cricketers over the years, and they've provided some wonderful cricketers to England over the years as well. But the fans just love the game. They love talking about the game, and they're my sort of people, Kev. They'll just talk cricket over a beer. That's the sort of people I like. Grant Stewart. He's making the ball talk at the moment. Kashif Ali is warming up at mid-off. Sweat banded up. Stewart. Oh, is that just fallen short of Miyeye? He's quite deep there. That was actually well played by Deploy, because he played it with soft hands, and that's why the ball, he didn't push at the ball, he's just played it defensively, and that's why it hasn't carried right through to Wenda Miyeye. Kent's catching last week in the slips was outstanding, Jack Leaning especially. Stewart. Oh, Deploy creams that one through the covers. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. 25 for 2. They are quick on the scoreboard, aren't they, Kev? They're a bit lively on that.
Yep.
We like that.
Trust it. That's what you want. Scoreboards you can trust.
Yeah.
It's the great one. Local listeners will know over the years when you go around the local radio stations, and just before they come to the sports update, they go to the travel you can trust. Because you can't trust the other lot.
No.
Don't tune into them.
No.
But we do like scoreboards you can trust. I'll have that.
Grant Stewart here. Down the leg side. Deploys a little fiddle at that, but doesn't make any contact. You're listening to Dan Whiting, BBC Radio Kent, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, here for this wonderful game of cricket between Kent and Middlesex. Two sides who I'm expecting to be at the top of the table, or towards the top of the table, come the end of the year.
Well, yeah, it's one of the sides coming down. Kent will really hope to be in the weeks with Lancashire and Middlesex will be gunning for those top 2 positions.
Stewart. It's just a bit of an inside edge there. Goes through to Jazz Singh. Bit of a wild throw into Finch, but he's a good keeper and tidies it up, makes it look easy. Came from Sussex a few years ago. I think he came on loan actually, Harry Finch. One of the Eastbourne College lads, along with Tawenda Mayeye. Sussex Heartland down there. They used to play down there, didn't they, at the Saffrons? Do you ever work there?
No.
No.
Tell me more.
Lovely ground. Had a very nice clock, actually. That's just worked into the onside. They've employed a deep square. I'm a big fan of Daniel Bell-Drummond's captaincy. I like it. I think it's innovative. I think it's creative, and I think he makes things happen. And I thought he was outstanding last week at Northampton. Big fan.
Just looking back at that one for slip, as to whether it carried or not. If it didn't, it's only just died in front of him.
Yeah. No, I don't think. Yeah, I think he's taken it cleanly.
You don't think it has dropped short? You think it's carried?
No, I think it dropped short. Let's just drop down into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. 27 for 2. Deploys up 5. Holden 2. And we're 40 minutes in nearly, with 10 overs bowled. And what time's lunch, Kev?
Not soon enough. I think I've, there you go. I think I've nearly frozen at the point it's just about to pitch before hitting the gloves, hitting the hands.
Yeah.
Hands, ground and ball all coming together at once. Yeah, just short. Well, tight though. Here's Gilchrist in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. A fair play to Kent. They didn't question it at all in terms of it carrying. They didn't. It was tight. It was really tight. I was just seeing if there was a fumble in there at all that we'd missed, but there wasn't. So good cricket all round. But so far, yeah, the bounce and pace of this surface has been pretty true, hasn't it? So.
And it's got good carry to it as well. I mean, that one didn't carry, but generally we've seen Finch taking the ball head high.
Lovely ball from Gilchrist, angled across Holden, playing defensively on the line of off. He didn't follow it, to the credit of the left-hander.
This is a very good spell from Nathan Gilchrist. Ex-Somerset, born in Zimbabwe, grew up in South Africa. He got a pair in 2022 against Yorkshire, which gave him 6 successive ducks. It's a record.
Not a welcome one.
No. I believe it's called an Audi if you get 5. No, Olympic rings if you get 5, and 4 is an Audi.
Or 6.
A Gilchrist.
Gilchrist is in, bowls. Holden playing the line of off.
Other brands of German automobile are available, of course, on the BBC.
Are they the rising stocks at the moment or the plummeting ones? They're going up, aren't they? No.
I don't know. I don't know what's what at the moment. Buy gold, that's what you buy.
Gilchrist.
Or hide it in a biscuit tin under your bed. That's the best place.
Gilchrist in, bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing away into the offside. Oh, fumble at mid-off. And they've come through for a single. Just bounce back off the fielder.
Valley.
Just trying to see what there was, a little bobble in it, or either way, misfielded it is and a single taken. Gilchrist turning again. Deploy taking guard as he prepares to face Gilchrist for the first time, bowling from the Nackington Road end here at Canterbury. 6th over, 1 for 12. He's bowled 4 of them already in this over. 2 to come as he runs in, bowls, and Deploy ducks underneath a bouncer. Through it goes.
So the scores this morning: Eskenazi, he departed for 14. Fernandez went for 4. Deploy's got 5. Holden's got 3. And there was a no ball where umpire Shanmugan put a tariff on Grant Stewart for overstepping the mark. It wasn't 125% though.
He comes. Oh, Gilchrist, and that's a glorious drive down the ground by Deploy. Goodness me. That was 4 as soon as it left the bat. Only just marginally straight over wide enough mid-off. But boy, oh boy, full bat face. And full reward for Deploy with a glorious connection and an economy of effort.
That's not even a half volley. He's actually just lent into that. It's not a half volley. It's not an over-pitched ball. It's not a bad ball from Gilchrist. But Deploy has just nailed it.
I think that's one of the shots from Deploy, as that's ended the over. 32 for 2. Deploy ticking along to 9. Holden will have strike on 3. I think that's one of the shots from Deploy when you just see. They talk about what a good player he is in the Middlesex dressing room. You know that he's a real cut above. He came in and in the net, so like, wow, what's this?
Stewart to Holden. Been quite circumspect this morning. He's got 3 or 14 balls.
A little bit of loop on that, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Not many times we detected it, but through the air, that one just seemed to loop into him and just dipping into the block hole.
Just being watchful, and it's the right thing to do. Often when you're in really good form after a big score, you think, oh, it's easy just to go out and carry on. And it's a funny game, cricket. It can bite you on the derriere at times, can't it? Stewart in, and that's fallen short of Daniel Bell Drummond at third slip. Again, he played that well with soft hands, Max Holden, but Stewart is making this ball dance around on this Canterbury surface. Unfortunately, we've still got the IPL on our television screen. We'll have to try and sort that out. It's Stewart. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's genuinely beat Holden there.
Well, there you go. It was almost like the one that did for Fernandez. Fernandez had a ball seam away from him. Then the next one nipped back in and took the off stump. That one for Holden, he's had one swing back in. And then this ball holding its line across him. It was the Fernandez, but in reverse. Gilchrist doing for Fernandez. Stewart here testing out Holden, and interestingly, just mentioned that little bit of swing coming back in. They've moved the fourth catcher over to short mid wicket.
Compton goes into short mid wicket. As Holden covers up and pushes the ball back to the bowler.
Nothing on that one, was a gun barrel straight, and perhaps that was the bluff from Stewart.
But you can see why, because he's naturally is an in-swinger to the left-hander. So it's going to be bending back onto his pads, and Compton's there for that one that doesn't quite get on top of. We go on top of that one, played it to the fielder, who hurls the ball into the gloves of Harry Finch. The latest in a long line of very good wicket keepers to have come from this county. From the days of Leslie Ames and Godfrey Evans, to Alan Knock, Paul Downton, Geroin Jones. I'm sure I've missed about 800 off there, but there's been some wonderful wicket keepers here in Kent. Oh, that's a good delivery. Again, just holding its line there. Stewart made an over there to Max Holden and just varying his swing. He's bowled in good areas and he's just varying his swing. Some hoop back in and others are just holding the line, and Holden at the moment doesn't really know whether to stick or twist, but he's playing in with soft hands, which is all you can do at this stage.
Yeah, that little bit of movement through the air now has just been a game changer, hasn't it, for Kent in the last few overs. And Holden, for sure, there was just wary of that ball swinging back into him. Short mid-wicket was moved across. Well, it's virtually dug out of the block hole, the biggest swinger of the day so far that we've seen coming back into Holden earlier in the over. So here's the change.
Yeah, on debut. Welcome to Kent, Cashy Valley.
He's got 3 slips and a gully. He'll be right arm over from the Nackington Road end. It's Deploy on strike. He's into bowl now, onto the legs of Deploy, pitching outside the line of leg. It just trickles backward a square on the leg side. The umpire will tap his knee to signal the leg by.
Quite a long run, isn't he? Almost started his run up in Broadstairs.
You were mentioning nice grounds, of course, when you're on one side of the city, you're directed towards Sandwich as you leave the city centre here in Canterbury. That's regarded as, I think, the best club pitch. But one time, I remember when I was a kid, it was regarded as you won't see a better club pitch than this. Sandwich in Kent.
Jordan Cox's home ground.
And again, oh, that nips away off the seam. Cashy Valley just veers away from the left-handed Holden, who's left searching for a little on the back foot. Deploy comes down to tend to some gardening and I think offer a word or two to his colleague as well. And yeah, he's come back for a second spot that isn't there. He's just looked up and there's a whisper to Holden.
Yeah, Keith Dudgeon would have liked a bowl on this morning, I think. What I saw of him last week. There might be Invicta, the horse on the Kent badge, but Keith Dudgeon, he's an absolute thoroughbred.
Round the wicket. Cashy Valley now from the Nackington Road end. Still 3 slips in the gully. The left-handed Holden awaits. Glorious sunshine still here in Canterbury as bowler's midway through his run-up now. He bowls and forward goes Holden, beaten again. A ball angling towards the off, drawing him forward and then beating him. Brilliant and beautiful bowling.
Hello.
It's coming to life now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, like I say, what's changed is probably that lacquer's come off, and I thought they bowled well from the off. I thought they were on the spot. We saw the seam movement. There was good pace. There was good bounce. But it feels like there's just a little bit more movement in it out there now. Whether they're hitting a more consistent line and length, maybe, but perhaps a little skiddier as well, Cashy Valley, than Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end. Long run up, as you mentioned, Dan. He's in now. Real sprint to the crease. Goes wide on the crease and forward goes Holden defending to mid-off.
This is fascinating cricket though, isn't it? You know, you've got 2 very good batters here. Deploy, you know, he averages what, 48. Max Holden off the back of a, what do you get, 180? You know, they're good players and they're battling hard. They're fighting for their lives here. And you've got bowlers moving it around in bowler-friendly conditions, may I add. But you know, that's the way it rolls this time of year, isn't it? But this is good, fascinating county championship cricket.
Cashy Valley in again, bowls tentatively forward Holden, that squirts just in front of point. Thick outside part of the bat brings him a single, swaps the strike around. That's the other thing for them to try and do. It may not be right-handed, left-handed, but it's for as much as themselves as well to keep positive, keep active. And Holden now comes down and talks about the shape. You can see the hand signal from Holden to Deploy just in terms of what Cashy Valley is doing from around the wicket to a left-hander.
You can see Holden worried there about the swing because he scissored across that one a little bit.
That's the message he just delivered to Deploy. They have the Middlesex number 4 out there already, Kent, as Cashy Valley bowls and forward goes Deploy defending, and there's no run. And that is the end of an impressive first over, just a single off it. Which squirted away in front of point. That was the leg by early on. The first ball, but 34 for 2. Deploy has 9. Holden will have strike on 4. And you know, there are a few mutterings this morning. What do you think they'll do, whoever wins the toss? And I fancy, look, it's second week of April. I think they'll stick them in here if it's a bit of a green top. Then fresh pitch, bit of seam movement. All right, you might not get as much swing without the cloud cover, but the lacquer's coming off and there's just a little bit of movement through the air now.
We're going to have a change at the pavilion end as well. Is Jazz Singh, fresh from a career best last week, got 4 for 35 at Northampton, and he's going to replace Grant Stewart. I like the look of Cashy Valley. I think there's two very good bits of recruitment being done by Kent here on the bowling front before Wes Agar comes back, as Jazz Singh comes back. He was on the money virtually every ball. Jazz Singh spent the winter in Adelaide. I believe was playing, I don't think he was at the same club as Luke Holman, who's 12th man in this game, but I believe Luke Holman's been out in Adelaide over the winter as well. So, yeah.
I think we're the only ones that haven't been down under this winter, Dan.
I know. BBC budget would be lucky to get a Margate curve. Singh from Bexley Cricket Club. As Holden just turns that to mid-wicket, where Compton is lurking. Yeah, I think Cashy Valley, if he carries on like that, along with Keith Dudgeon, I think from Dartford to Deal and from Broadstairs to Beckenham, Kent fans will have a couple of new heroes. Here's Singh. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pitched on the stumps and moved away from Max Holden. Actually, I'll give Holden a bit of credit there. I think he played inside the line. I'll give him a little bit of credit. It was a good delivery. The Middlesex bat deep. Got Geddes. Ryan Higgins averaged 70 with the bat last year. Singh comes in and Holden gets up onto his toes, pushes it out to Zach Crawley. It's not bad for your number 7 to be averaging 70. I think Middlesex last year, I mean, the averages tell a story. They say there's lies, damn lies and statistics, but the averages do tell a story here in the fact that they scored a lot of runs and they also leaked quite a lot of runs as well. Driven handsomely there by Holden, but only to pick out Zach Crawley at mid-off. So if you look at the batting, you've got Higgins with 70, Robson with 58, Deploy with 50, Holden with 49, and then Stoneman, De Caires, Eskenazi, Fernandez, Davis, Helm, all around the sort of 25 to 35 mark. But the bowling, Roland Jones with 52 wickets at 22, as Singh comes in. Oh, that's moved late, and Holden plays that late.
Oh, welcome back. Just a slight technical here at Canterbury. If you lost us for a few moments, Dan Whiting and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. Cashy Valley bowling beautifully at the moment from the Nackington Road end. 35 for 2 Middlesex, having lost their openers, Stephen Eskenazi and Nathan Fernandez. Deploy and Holden together as Cashy Valley around the wicket bowls. Holden with his distinctive shuffle forward and across defends into the onside. Good length ball, 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg is the 6-3 field for this one. welcome back on the BBC Sport website and app if you just lost us for a few moments. Here's full ball, which takes the edge. Goodness me, he was virtually digging that out, Holden. Around the wicket, Kashifali and Holden forward over the top of it. Ball squirts up a thick edge all along the floor to third slip. Turned around by it. Mr. Ploy comes to have a word, and I mentioned you put aside him. Kashifali turning again with an Atkinson Road end. Shadow cast in front of him as he runs into bowl, and full straight Holden defends. Fielded at mid-on. 35 for 2. 15th over here. Middlesex be desperate to get to lunch. 2 down, but even 3 I think they take. It's batting side. Ball's been doing a bit this morning too. Pearls, peaches of deliveries to remove their 2 openers, and their in form number 3. 50 in the first innings against Lancashire, big century in the second. And their gun batter, Leas Deploy, in at 4. And comes Bowler once more. Kashifali, it squirts off a thick edge along the floor to backward point. Holden again just slightly squared up by that one. You can just tell by the batters and the conversation that's going on between them as well at the moment. There's plenty happening out there now for Kent. Middlesex will hope to try and get through this morning session. Start to rack up the runs in the afternoon, take control of the match from the off. The old adage of think about bowling, think about bowling, think about bowling and bat. I think that's gone nowadays. I don't think you can particularly go back to those days anymore, as Kashifali bowls down the leg side. Taken, well, a tumbling stop. No ball called as well. Was there a little bit of bat involved? No, it was a good tumbling stop. Was it just pad? Was it bat on pad? Was it an inside edge onto the ball? No ball called though. The ooh and the ah rather than the huge cry of how's that, and then the disappointment suggests that the fielders did think the noise wasn't bat on ball.
Yeah, just a sort of a polite ooh and an ah, isn't it?
Kashifali setting off, last ball of his second over. He bowls. Holden leaves alone. Length ball seams away outside the off stump. Comfortable take for the keeper, heading towards slip. Comfortable leave for Holden. Happily looking behind him, having nothing to do with that one at the end of the over. He has 5. Deploy will have strike on 9. Middlesex a 37 for 2 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Dan Whiting. We're live on the streams as well, which you can pick up from the club's websites. If you're out and about in the car, stay tuned to the BBC Sport website and app.
What a fascinating first hour we've had. Been really good cricket. I thought it was a really good game last week at Northampton. It was a quick game, but a quick game's a good game, Kev. But I think this has been really good cricket. We've seen the bowlers on top, but you've got 2 batters here who are gutsing it out, and it's good, hard, attritional championship cricket. Sing. No. Go on, Kev. Do you know, I mean, I did a podcast in the week with Luke Holmes on there, and Ethan Bamber was from a choral background, and Joe Cracknell was sung for the Pope.
Yeah.
Do you know, I believed you there until you got to the Cracknell part. I'm not having that.
No, honestly, he's sung for the Pope.
Crackers.
He has, yeah. Sing. Ooh, that stayed a little low, and that's well watched there by Deploy, who turns the wrists and works it into the onside, but Stewart's round quickly.
I mean, I can see Ethan Bamber, you know, in the choir. Max Holden, you can see in the... I'm not having crackers.
You're not having it, no? Not having it.
He's the scallywag at the back, isn't he? Up to no good.
Well, apparently it's true. It's true. Here's Jazz Singh. Oh, that's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous from Max Holden there. Just lent on that, and once it's past the field, it runs away over the practice strips, and you're never going to catch that.
Well, they say Crackers sung for the Pope. I'm assuming it was a choir. It may not have been. It could have been a bit blues, a bit country. Was he belting out a bit of Willie Nelson, was he, Crackers?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
Opera?
Possibly.
The Ness and Dormer?
Possibly, yeah. That was a gorgeous shot though, wasn't it? Hey? That was lovely. If you know of any strange, obscure facts of county cricketers, if they've sung or if they've ever performed in front of anybody famous apart from on the cricket, as Singh bowls that one as just goes through to the gloves, then drop us a line on bbckentcricket@gmail.com and give us the more obscure the better. We want to know if you've seen Zach Crawley in Guys and Dolls. We want to know if Joe Cracknell really has sung for the Pope. Seeing as Holden, there's nothing to do with that one. He's been there nearly 40 balls for his 9, but he's still there.
There's a second string for your bow there, Dan. If a county cricketer was a musical.
Yeah.
I was wondering which one you were going to go for. Guys and Dolls for Zach Crawley. Any particular reason?
Let us know. Let us know. If a county cricketer was a musical, drop us a line, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Singh bustling in. Oh, that's good leave there from Holden.
We all know which county Les Miserables is.
Is it where the M1 ends?
No, that's just the commentator.
Well, it's been a fascinating morning's cricket in front of a healthy crowd in glorious sunshine here at Canterbury. Middlesex are 42 for 2, having been 21 for 2, so they're staging a bit of recovery. But Kent are on top here, and the batters are fighting hard. Lewis Deploy, he's got 10. Max Holden's got 9. Nick Gilchrist and Grant Stewart with the wickets. Kashif Ali looks a very good bowler on debut.
Was a little bit of a chip into the offside there from Deploy. Just used his feet trying to get to the pitch. Didn't quite get there, and as the ball left him, he was searching for it outside of the off stump. Shoving it into a gap, though, in between mid-off and cover. Or mid-off and point, I should say, for a single. The cry catch went up. Kashif Ali again into his third over, second ball of it. Remains around the wicket. Bowls and good leave by Holden back onto strike. 9 from 40 now. 11 from 16 from Deploy. He's a positive cricketer. There were one or two that criticised one of his shots last week at Lords, cutting earlier in his innings, but it's his way. He goes out there and he plays positively from the off. Looks to get on top of the attack early.
Yeah, he looks a nice bowler, Kashif Ali. Tidy.
Wide on the crease again as he delivers. Angling a length ball towards the off stump. It nips away. Holden leaves alone on length. Raced through the first hour and 5 minutes this morning. Can they get 3 or 4 down at lunch, Kent? As I say, you put a side in, generally you're looking for 4. If side gets in 2 down, then it's their session. 3 down, it's even Stevens. Kashif Ali turning again. Nackington Road end. Bowls now, and a length ball left alone by Holden. Through it goes. Good leave that one. Just a late leave. Got the excitement from behind the stumps. Just withdrew the bat. They're just trying to get in the batter's head at the moment, though. Keep this pressure on. Keep the temperature up. Fortunately, for all of those that have attended the grounds, there's no concerns about the temperature at all. It's a cracking day in Canterbury, and a bit nippier yesterday. Temperatures dropped slightly. Wind cold, but today it's a belter again. Forecast maybe for some showers on Monday. Let's hope not. Kashif Ali hits the crease, bowls, and Holden with a late leave once more, but this time a little more assured as he withdrew the bat on that one. 43 for 2. 1 ball to cover the over. That game against Lancashire for Middlesex last week, it was a draw. Lancashire 2 wickets standing as they held on to share the spoils. In NW8s, not a ball was lost of the match. I doubt there was a ball lost anywhere throughout the country last week. An over lost. But yeah, they needed the full 4 days at Lords, and Middlesex were just 2 wickets shy of victory in the end. Victory, which was set up by this man Holden. He's got a different job on his hands this morning. Well, it's not too dissimilar, I suppose, from the off as Kashif Ali's in, bowls full straight, watchfully pushed to mid on by Holden. Got an ooh from the bowler, not much from any of the others. End of another good over from Kashif Ali. I think the locals have enjoyed watching him bowl here. 3 overs, none for 4. 43 for 2, just the single off that one, which nearly brought the mistake from deployers. He nearly chipped on, or he did chip on into the offside, but it wasn't to hand. Drinks run out. Noah Cornwall, I think that is. He's coming out. He's got a big hoodie kind of thing on, puffer jacket. He must be hot. You won't be running off in that.
Yeah, from Radlett Cricket Club, Noah Cornwall. I've got 3 cricketers, if they were musicals.
You're starting the charge, are you?
I am starting the charge.
You've got to give the listeners a chance, Dan. He can't steal all the good stuff.
All right.
Oh, go on, give us one of them then.
All right, okay. I've got Joe and Jaden Denley with Joseph and his amazing Technicolor Dream Bat. And I've also got the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is about a bloke who takes a pedalo out in the West Indies after 10 pints.
Thought he was going to say if Mark Stoneman gets a pair. Down at Southampton now, is he?
Sing, yes, 4th County. Oh, that's just nipped back. A little bit of bat pad there. But Deploy's playing it late, playing it with soft hands.
Nearly had as many counties as you, Dan, old Rocky.
I've got the loyalty of a stray tomcat, mate, me. I can't even remember the email address now. It's difficult, isn't it? bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Singh, is that out? No, it's like a polite inquiry, perhaps.
Yeah, rapping on the pads. Must have just pitched outside the line of leg. Just looking to see the start position of Deploy. Taps away at the surface.
Yeah, keep them coming. We want to hear from you. Here he is, Jazz Singh. Oh, he's not getting much luck out there, is he, Jazz Singh?
I mean, you beat Lewis Deploy on that length, angling across the left-hander. That's a beautiful ball. Brings him forward. Keeps going across him. Some test this early season for the Middlesex pair out in the middle.
Adam Hollyoak was very impressed with him at Northamptonshire last week, and he didn't have the greatest of years last year. He had a solitary wicket, but he's gone out to Australia. He's worked hard at his game, and I think he's got a little bit about him, Jazz Singh. Tall, rangy bowler. Oh, again, 3 out of 3. Jazz Singh, I think he's walked under a ladder and smashed a mirror over a black cat. He's not having much luck out there, is he? Middlesex 53 for 2. Here he is. in from Bexley. Oh, big appeal for LBW. I think there might have been some bat involved there. I think I heard 2 sounds in my earphones. Kevin wouldn't because his aren't working, but I did. And I think there might have been a little bit of bat involved there because it looked fairly adjacent if there wasn't.
Yeah, funnily enough, even without the effects mic, as I say, I reckon there was 2 sounds there. Dull thud of bat on, or ball on pad for sure, but just that secondary sound, which it felt like was in there first. They settled down in their appeal quickly as well, probably knowingly.
Here's Singh as that's come through into the gloves of Finch. That's a cracking over there from Jazz Singh. And the patrons here giving him a warm round of applause. They appreciate good cricket here at Canterbury. Right, we've got some more. We've got The Void. Who's The Void? We don't know The Void.
Oh, we do.
Oh, we do know The Void, do we?
Middlesex long-term listener, The Void. And a man often seen at Bristol, actually, County Ground at Bristol.
Oh, okay.
Man of those parts, but Middlesex fan. Good to hear from you, The Void. Hope you are.
He said, the Ahmeds are surely blood brothers. Is Kashi Valley the greatest showman? Yeah, very good. Oh, and the stream's gone down again.
Well, let's hope that's an old one, because it looks like we're connected okay. How long ago was that? Here comes Kashi Valley, beginning the new over. Bowls. This is tickled away through mid-wicket by Holden, looking for a couple here. Stewart retreats from mid-wicket to hold them to just that. All looks okay from our end at the moment here, Dan, so hopefully an anomaly, but do let us know if you can't hear us.
12.
Still on the stream from the website, we assume as well. They'd be
12,
rushing in at the back of the box, wouldn't they?
Matt Cole getting involved. He's going
Steady.
for Leg Side Story starring Douglas Jardine and Harold Larwood. Very good, Matthew, very good. One for the kids there, Matt says.
Very good, Matt. Good to hear from you. Over the wicket now comes Kashi Valley to Holden. He gets in behind it, defending. Lots of joy around the wicket, but just couldn't get that edge, could he?
Adam Borland's been in touch. Hello from the shores of Lake Erie in Pennsylvania. I might be one of only a few American Kent fans. Been a big fan for over a decade. Someday it's my dream to see a county championship match.
Kashi Valley in bowls. Holden turns him through square leg. Stewart comes around at mid-wicket, just a single.
He said, anyway, sad to see Dudgeon hurt for this match. He's a big fan already. We're all big fans of Keith Dudgeon. I'm a big fan of his slippers, mate, I tell you. Also, Mrs. Sam Northeastern, Darren Stevens. I think a lot of Kent fans are with you on that one, Adam. But we're loving these emails. Keep them coming.
Kashi Valley over the wicket. He bowls. Forward goes to Ploy. Full face of the bat on that one as he looks to push into the offside once more. Fielded at mid-off. No
Yeah,
run.
good stop from Crawley. I noticed this last week. Crawley throwing himself about. It's an accusation that maybe a number of players, when they come and play for their county from England, don't always do. And Zach Crawley last week, he threw himself around the boundary just to stop one run late on in the game when it looked like Kent were going to win, but that's the sort of attitude that Adam Hollyoake wants. And there again, throwing himself about. It's good to see.
Kashi Valley bowls full straight and driven by Deploy. Just a gentle offering of the bat on that one. I'm not sure he's got all of it. Mid-off is Crawley, gives chase, but it beats him at the Nasty Road end. It is going to be 4 more. It wasn't quite that full-blooded punch down the ground that we saw earlier from Deploy, but timing good again. Mid-off just a little bit wider than usual. Nobody else all the way around to backward point, so Deploy lapping up the chance on that. He moves to 25, 60 for 2.
This outfield's rapid, isn't it, for April? What in the name of jumping Jehoshaphat is going on out there, Kev? Marcus Pell listening in Lincolnshire. He says, really enjoying listening to the commentary last week from Northampton.
Around the wicket comes Kashif, wide on the crease, bowls to deploy. That's a lovely drive to mid-on again. Just the angle there, a tumbling stop from mid-on, and deploy just leaning into it. He was watchful on that though, not to fall over it.
Yeah, it's good. I think that's Joey Everson there. Really good. He said he really enjoyed listening to commentary last week from Northampton. He's hoping for another Kent victory over the next few days. He's enjoying a spot of gardening, listening to you all here in Cubbit, near Spalding. It's spelt Cowbit, but pronounced Cubbit. I've been a lifelong Kent fan from the days of not Underwood, Elam, etc.
Down the track comes, oh, deploy, and he's gone after him and he's nicked it. Looked to be positive, looked to be aggressive. Kashif has his wicket at last. A charge from deploy, looking to drive. We've seen him use the feet on a few occasions just to negate the movement out there, and looking to err on the side of positivity. The Middlesex number 4 slaps the bat against the pad, you might have just heard on the effects mic as he walks off. Finch takes the catch. Kashif has the wicket. The attempted drive is deploy's downfall as he goes for 25, and Middlesex has 62 for 3.
Why, oh why, has he just played that? He's gone running down the pitch, backing away, and feathered one through to Finch. Half hour to lunch. Middlesex 62 for 2. They're just about, you know, sort of getting parity, and now this brings in a new batter to the crease for what could possibly be an awkward half an hour before lunch. I thought, you know, I think Lewis Deploy will be disappointed with his choice of shot there.
Ryan Higgins comes out at 5, so they've got 3. They've got 34 minutes to try and find a 4th before lunch. And if you put a side in generally in county cricket, I mean, again, early season conditions, sometimes you're thinking 5, aren't you? But it's glorious here at Canterbury. It's been a wonderful spring in England, and it's ushered in a new season in a spectacular way.
The sports editor of BBC Radio Kent.
Now, you had to vet those emails from Matt. You can't just read those trustingly.
Well, you might want to vet it, but I'm quite happy to read it out here. He said, always lovely to hear from Kev Hand as well. Good to know Grant Stewart's expertise with the pink ball was still living rent-free in his head.
Oh, what a few days that was. That was the end of the Middlesex coach, wasn't it? Richard Scott lost his job on that game. Morning to you, Scotty, if you tuned in. Title-winning coach in 2016, went down 2017, and then, yeah, mid-2018 was that pink ball match.
Oh, Jazz Singh just aborts his run-up as Max Holden pulls away. Ryan Higgins started off at Middlesex. I think he's Zimbabwean, grew up in Zimbabwe, didn't he? Here you go. And then went to Gloucestershire. As Singh comes in to Holden, leading edge. Turns him a little there. Singh's bowling really well here, just nibbling it about. Not a lot, not as sort of prodigiously as Stewart was earlier, but just enough to cause problems, cause havoc.
Well, I think it's been a really good morning's cricket. I mean, the 2 balls that got the openers bowled top of off stump. They'd look good otherwise, hadn't they, the 2 openers? They were playing it nicely. Fernandez had just chased at one that he'd edged.
Singh just erring onto the hip there, and Holden's got that nice and fine and runs away for 4 runs. Simon Whiteside's back in touch. Well, we did call him Neil Diamond last week, but he's been in touch here. The Jazz Singer. Yeah, there we go. .66 for 3. Just over half an hour to lunch. Oh, and there's a little bit of movement here.
Is it you, Dan? Sit down.
No, it's not
no,
me.
it's not.
No, it's not me. I think it's the stand over to our right.
I think the reflection in our windows angled open probably wouldn't be able to see us through them. I'd imagine it's. You could almost imagine at some point being asked to shut the windows. Oh, here we go. Who's on the way? Is it us? Who's down there? Is that Crawley's come say hello to someone?
Oh, Zach Crawley's.
Oh. I think they're asleep. We've got a sleeper down there. Have we? Ah, there we go. Zach's got his message through now. Has he? Somebody.
Zach.
They're
Zach the
actually
enforcer.
Yeah, they're sat behind the sight screen down below us, aren't they?
Right,
but
okay.
Liz could obviously see them underneath the sight. They'd snuck across. Very polite from Zach Crawley, though, wasn't it?
He was very polite. Oh, that's a good delivery from Singh.
He's a nice fella, isn't he, Zach Crawley?
He is a nice bloke, yeah.
You can imagine
Yeah, lovely guy.
You can imagine a lot of counties would have been scrambling for the mute button on the effects mic there, can we? Oi! Sling your hook.
That's the version without getting Ofcom onto us there from Kevin Hand. So well, you join us just as Liz Deploy has given Kashi Fally his first wicket for Kent on debut. He feathered one through to the gloves of Harry Finch and departed for 25. Middlesex were just rebuilding nicely, and Ali struck with half an hour through to lunch. To add to Nathan Fernandez, he was bowled by Gilchrist for 4 earlier, and Stevie Eskenazi, he was bowled by Grant Stewart for 14. At the moment, Middlesex 66 for 3. There's half an hour to lunch. Singh into Crawley, the very polite Zach Crawley. A polite 11 in my book, Kevin. And the gentleman from Middlesex is definitely in there. Ethan Bamber, possibly one of the politest county cricketers. Singh bustles in, just onto the pads there of Holden. Worked for one.
I was going to say, who's the quietest, calmest cricketer that you can think of? Ethan Bamber must be up there. He'd be the leader of Much Ado About Nothing, wouldn't he?
He would be, yeah. He would be.
What's all the fuss about? Much Ado About Nothing.
Yep.
I saw that recently. I saw it twice in 3 nights.
Did
It was
you?
that good, yeah. Tom Hiddleston, Loki himself. What was he, the god of mischief in the Avengers, in Marvel?
Where did you see it?
It was on Theatre Royal on Drury Lane.
Oh,
My favourite theatre in the world.
is it?
It's amazing. Adorned with room ceiling height paintings of Shakespeare's plays,
Okay.
including Much Ado About Nothing.
I'm,
It was honestly so good I had to go again 2 nights later. It was that good.
I'm a big fan of Regent's Park Open Air Theatre.
It's edged away by Holden. 4 runs down to the deep third. Start of the new over from Kashi Fally. Round the wicket once more. He'd come over the wicket at the end of the last over, maybe mainly to deploy, but this one played with soft hands, angled back on the back foot. He wasn't pushing at it too hard, was he? He did let it come on to him, Holden. 71 for 3 as he tickles into the 20s onto 21.
I was going to say, Higgins been in there 10 minutes, hasn't faced the ball yet.
Four slips for Holden. We did mention, could they have heard a little bit more on the side of positivity in terms of their aggression with the field placing, as here's Kashi Fally in, bowls, and Holden on the back foot defends once more. It's almost a short mid-off.
You're a
Quite
fan
an
of
advanced
Regent's
mid-off.
Park?
Yeah,
little,
lovely.
Little walk from Lords as well, late summer.
Lovely.
I think it's one of those you have to go to late summer when it's a little bit warmer
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
evenings.
Hyde Park puts on a few as well, doesn't it? But yeah, it was outstanding. It's finished now. It finished last week. Otherwise, I'd be telling everybody, go and book it. It was one of the best things I've ever seen, that. Tom Hiddleston, Haley Atwell in it as well. Played opposite Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
There's a length ball outside the off stump from Kashi Fally to Holden. It's left alone through to the keeper and no run.
The Void's been back in touch. Mary Popping Crease. Love it, love it.
Very good.
The Banton of the Opera. Love it, the Void. Love it, mate. And Professor Ryan Higgins in My Fair Lady's Pavilion at New Road. I've got to love the ladies' pavilion in New Road, haven't you?
They'd have to dismantle it brick by brick and rebuild it if they ever did leave. Cashifali's lost his run up. They've sent back a deep point for Holden now. It's an interesting move. Deep point and deep square are back for Holden with 4 slips. This is an interesting field. 6-3 field. There's a mid-off. Mid-on and long leg completing the onside as Cashifali is around the wicket. He bowls into the ribs of Holden, who just rides the bounce down to long leg. Single taken. 2 to come of the over.
Daniel's a thinker. I really like his captaincy. It's not boring. You know, he tries things. He's innovative, and I like him. I think he's got a lot to be admired about his captaincy. John Maxted just told me that Don Bradman apparently was a very good piano player. Oh. Yeah, but is he as good as Elton John? Kevin Hannon, Dan Whiting still standing here at Canterbury.
Higgins' first ball, he might not be standing for much longer. That's a beaut, just full of a length. It didn't look right, although it was very worthy of an appeal. Possibly hitting outside the line of offer at a slight angle here. Height also. It felt like it had a lot to do, that one, and not out's the call. There's a backward short leg in position. He's almost an advanced leg gully, as well as 3 slips, and Bell Drummond's on the move, orchestrating that field now. Well, he's going to leg slip.
I disagree with you, Kev. I think to the naked eye, and we are 2 strips over, so we're not directly behind the batter, but I thought the umpire's finger was going to be up in the air there.
Ooh. Felt as though he'd gone a long way across. He was almost falling across in the end, wasn't he, Higgins? I wondered, was that what saved him? We'll have a look at the replay in a moment, as here comes a much straighter ball. A much straighter ball. Wraps. Well, he's stretching out his back leg above the knees, just suggesting that it hit up there, beat the inside edge to hit on the back leg, that one. 72 for 3. We'll have a look at the replay as Higgins survives his first couple of deliveries. Holden 22 will have the strike.
What a great morning's cricket this has been. Really, 2 sides going at each other properly here, and Middlesex, to their credit, fought hard. Kent have been excellent with the ball, but Middlesex have also come back with a few shots of their own. Some of the drives from Deploy and Holden have been a pleasure to watch, and this is really good cricket. Matt Parkinson being left out for this one. He was on 12th as duties at Northampton last week. Here's Stewart coming in, replacing Jazz Singh, as that's just pushed back to the bowler. Yeah, Parkinson, well, he'll know all about being 12th because he did it God knows how many times for England, didn't he? In fact, he was so adept at being 12th man, he could knock you up a Harvey Wallbanger if you wanted one, Kev.
Not before lunchtime.
Just tickled off the hip there out to deep square, where Singh is patrolling. 73 for 3. Higgins yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 2 balls, although one rather large shout for LBW on his first ball. And Max Holden has been a sea of calm out there. He's got 23 off 65. Cambridge lad. Stewart in away, swinger. Finch, that one went and went and went, and Finch ended up taking that in front of Jack Leaning at second slip. So you've got 3 slips in place. You've got Tuenda Mayeye at first, you've got Jack Leaning at second, Daniel Bell Drummond at third, Cashifali is at backward point, and you've got Jazz Singh at extra cover, and Joey Everson is at mid-off. Zach Crawley's at mid-on, Compton at mid-wicket. Oh, that's an absolute peach from Stewart. Angled in, away swing, and Higgins did pretty well not to get about on that. And I can't see who that is down at fine leg because it's way too far for a man of my age to be looking.
Oh, we said about having them 4 down at lunch. They've picked up the pair of openers, the number 4, Higgins, belting batter last season. If they could get him before the interval, either of these, Holden or Higgins.
Stewart in, and Higgins just angles that to Kashif Ali at backward point. I don't know who that is actually. Person at fine leg down in front of the Cowdrey Pavilion. Is it Gilchrist? It must be Gilchrist. Again, angled in. They drop the backward point, so Kashif Ali runs in from the boundary, and they amble through for the most languid of singles. 74 for 3. Higgins off the mark there. Holden's got 23, and we've got just under 20 minutes to lunch. Adam Borland back in touch. If they ever end up playing a county championship match in another country someday, I have to say that Merion Cricket Club in Haverford, Pennsylvania is stunningly beautiful. Kevin Hand is on a flight. He's booking a flight now.
Another beaut to start from Kashif Ali. Through it goes to the gloves of Finch, and Higgins beaten. Down the track comes Holden. This field's well set, isn't it? 2 slips. Leg gully, short leg, and another fielder comes across to the onside now. Interesting field placements here by Bell Drummond.
This is definitely recommend looking up to see it. This is Merion Cricket Club in Haverford. I'm not just saying this because I'm from the area. The great Bart King even played there. I'm not sure. Do you know Bart? No.
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 Short mid wickets, that second fielder coming across now. Close catching on the onside as Higgins is nearly falling over this one to the offside again. It just squirts away through the vacant point for a single.
See what I mean about Daniel's captaincy though? He's trying things all the time. He's trying to work a batter over, getting into their heads, and I really like it. Really like it. Keep them coming. BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. Ask us any question you want. Just
Steady.
Just the hard ones will be answered by Kevin Hand, and I'll say the easy ones.
Kashif Ali's around the wicket to hold and eases this one into the offside. Single taken to deep point. He moves to 24. 76 for 3.
Who would you say is happier with their morning's work? I think it's even Darren Stevens.
Yeah, I think so. I think often the side might be 120 for 2 at lunch, but you come out after the interval and bang bang, they're 120 for 4, and it's a very different game. So who are the happier? I think Kent will be confident with their position, but they're going to have to back it up in the afternoon session, aren't they? 76 for 3 as Kashif Ali runs in. 4 crouch down around the bat. This is leg side, and it is worked down to fine leg. A long chase on for Grant Stewart, which he won't win. It was taken from a very straight line, which was the exasperated cry that you heard from the field, and Maybury from my colleague alongside as well. He has nudged that off a very straight line to pick up 4 fine of the wicket.
Yeah, you know when you can see a captain trying stuff there, and it nearly came to plan, and that was just out of the reach of Daniel Bell Drummond. But he's employed himself there at leg slip. He's got a short leg, he's got a mid-wicket, and he's obviously seen something in Ryan Higgins. Maybe he gets quite a long way across his stumps. That maybe he has a little flick of those down the leg side.
Kashif Ali again, he's midway through his run-up. Bowls, it's just full of length, and it's chipped through the onside. The cry of catch went up. He may well have met that on the full. Again, it felt like head was going across to the offside and worked up. They've got those close catches, the short leg, the short mid-wicket. It was in front of short mid-wicket, wide of mid-on, and they've come back for 3 as Higgins plays a more forceful, powerful clip into the onside. But yeah, whether it just pitched and then chipped up, or whether it was low on the bat and he scooped it rather into the onside. He's replaying the shot a few times now, but clearly a little bit going on out there. And yeah, to expand that answer to your question, Dan, you know, Middlesex are 2 wickets away from deep trouble here, aren't they? So who will be the happier? I think Middlesex will be pretty content that with what's happened so far in terms of the alarm bells, there's only been 3, and those 3 have been the wickets. As Kashif Ali comes in, he bowls, and Holden is drawn outside the off stump. 4 slips in place, and that, you know, in some ways you could argue, well, hold on a minute, 4 alarm bells, look at that ball. Well, yes, but Middlesex are 3 down, so they're going to be happy that there are only 3 down at this stage, because this could have been a 5-wicket morning, and it may still well be. But the reason why Kent will perhaps be the happiest is because there are only 2 deliveries away, be it in the next 13 minutes before lunch or in the first 13 minutes after lunch. They're not far away from ripping through the heart of Middlesex here early on the first day. It's a seam-friendly surface here. There's a little bit of swing, and there's been some very good, accurate and testing bowling from Kent. Middlesex are 83 for 3.
No, they're not. But how often in County Championship, we saw it in the Warwickshire v Sussex game last week, where Ethan Bamber took 3 early wickets, and then it turns into a run fest. And yeah, I think it was Clark and Simpson got 150 and 180 respectively, as Stewart comes in and left alone by Higgins. So Middlesex have got the foundations with 83 runs in the board, but as you said, you know, they're a couple of quick wickets away from being 100 for 5, which could go horribly wrong. Or, you know, if these 2 bat sensibly, they could be 200 for 3 and put the pressure back on Kent, especially as Kent have won the toss and elected to bowl. Stewart, that's defended there by Higgins. He does go across a long way. It looks like he's batting on off stump there, as a seagull or a gull floats around over the top of us. Sea's about 10 miles that way, mate. Stewart's bowled beautifully, I think. I think they've all bowled well. All of them have bowled well. In he comes. That's left alone. But we saw this with Robbie Joseph. I saw this at Gloucestershire. Robbie Joseph came in at Gloucestershire, initially on a temporary basis. The very first year Gloucestershire were in Division 1, so 2022. And immediately all the bowlers looked threatening all of a sudden. And then, you know, you saw Tom Price, he got 8 for 29. And I think he's a really good bowling coach, Robbie Joseph. Stewart. Higgins opens the face, and he's going to get a couple here at least. They'll settle for 2 because Bill Drummond's quickly out the slips and retrieves that one and hurls it into the gloves of Finch. Higgins moves into double figures. Stewart 1 for 20 off 7.4. Kashif Ali 1 for 28 off 7. Holden's on 24. Middlesex 85 for 3. Ground looks an absolute picture here, doesn't it? It does go across a very long way.
Oh, we're getting a good idea here, aren't we, of how Higgins is approaching this and why that leg side field. It's perhaps the angle that we're at is perfect when the bowling's from the pavilion end right arm over to Higgins. When it was right arm over from the Nackington Road end, the angle wasn't quite there to see. There was that early LBW, which, you know, I felt was he just getting across a long way outside the line of off, and that's what he's doing to the right arm seamer from this end as well, isn't he?
Yeah, if you look at his setup, Higgins, there he is. He's actually batting. His bat comes down outside of off stump there, and he goes right across, exposing leg stump. That's the end of the over. 85 for 3. 10 minutes to lunch, so we'll probably get 3 in.
Yeah, I think they'd hope
3
at
in.
least.
Yeah.
Will there be an over of spin thrown in there as well? I mean, the ball's on a piece of string at the moment. Often you'll throw well, there's 2 reasons. One, it's try and break the concentration, you know, see if the batters just are undone by something. 2, it's to make them play at every single ball in that final over before lunch. But at the moment, they're having to play at everything. The bowlers have had it on a piece of string all morning long, and that's why Middlesex, you know, if they're 3 down at lunch, again, it suggests an even Stevens morning. I think the fear for Middlesex, they'll know they have to be very, very careful about the afternoon session, even if they get in 3 down at lunch, because too early in the afternoon, and this bowling attack's been right on the spot all morning. 4 slips go down as Kashif Ali starts the new over. Right arm around, goes past the edge of Holden, squared up by that one again. Exactly what we've been saying, right on the spot, ball on a piece of string. Middlesex hanging in there on the first morning at Canterbury.
A coat of varnish. That missed by. I really like the look of him. Are you impressed with him, Kev? Kashif Ali?
Absolutely.
Yeah. He looks a handful, doesn't he?
He's in again. Right arm seamer. Oh, that nips in and takes somewhere up towards the hip guard of Holden. He was squared up by it, so I'm hesitating as I describe exactly where it struck, but he's not rubbing anything at the moment. There was a moment of pain. There wasn't that immediate jerk of the whole body just wincing in pain, but it was almost that resigned, oh, as it lurched into some side of the part of the body. But hopefully a thick bit of guarding. It does look as though it may have been the hip. He's not particularly perturbed by it, Holden.
Well, every club cricketer will know when you get hit in the box, sometimes you get away with it and sometimes you don't. And you have that.
I don't ever remember getting away with it. Kashif Ali around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's dabbed away to, just find a mid-wicket. He didn't pick up cleanly. If he did, it would have been interesting.
Well, it was a risky
Was it
single,
Stewart in
wasn't
there? I
it?
don't think it was. No, it's
Jazz
Singh.
Yeah, 8 minutes before lunch. Interesting.
You can always remember the grounds where it hurt the most as well, can't you? Honor Oak. I passed through it on the way here to Canterbury yesterday, actually, and drove past the station. I couldn't remember. I'd only been about 16, 17, but you just remember that ground, Honor Oak. Oh, it was like a corrugated iron roof it was. There was some debate as to whether the match was going to go ahead. And on we played, and I really wish they didn't. I just remember, you can still vision it in your mind as that ball seams back in off a length. And
Yeah, it's the inside edge. It's the nip backer, isn't it?
Kashif Ali is in, bowls. This is driven just wide of mid-off. An attempted slide from Zach Crawley, and there he slides. Doesn't quite get to it. It was just out of reach, and they're going to pick up a gentle 2 as Higgins moves quietly along here to 13.
But when it doesn't hurt, you feel like you've won at life. You feel like you've cheated the system.
That's not a feeling I'm familiar with.
But there is that millisecond where you think, oh, I've got away with this, and then on comes the most undescribable pain known to mankind.
It's a full ball from Kashif Ali. It's clipped into the onside by Higgins. A single taken to an orthodox mid-wicket. We've still got that short mid-wicket, the short leg, and the leg slip, the wide leg slip in there with the onside field as Higgins makes that distinctive, pronounced step across to try and negate the movement out there. Single take.
Good bit of fielding from Jazz Singh there. Got down well for a big man.
Just over 5 minutes to the interval on this first day. Fascinating encounter so far. Kashif Ali, one of the key players. He's in, bowls outside the off stump. That nips away. That really has moved. It's just done far too much, and he holds out his hands at either side. Completely bewildered. What more do I need to do? He says, well, he's got one for 32, and that was Deploy who gave him the charge to negate that movement. You'd asked at the time, we never really had a chance to touch on it, but reflecting on the session now, why did Deploy do it? He does. From ball one, he goes at the ball, he goes at the bowlers, he looks to play it at his tempo, and he looks to dictate terms. Even if the bowler's nipping it around, moving it around, he backs himself, his hand-eye coordination. sees the ball very early, and they tell me few hit the ball harder than Lewis Deploy. So, you know, he's a very positive cricketer. But obviously when it doesn't then come off, and you kind of question, like one or two did at Lords, the cut, for me it was fine, but a couple were questioning the cut at Lords last week.
Stewart, or big boomerang. And
I mean, that's done as much as any ball this morning to beat the edge of Higgins, hasn't it?
Higgins follows it a little bit.
Don't think he had a choice, did he? I mean, again, out of the hand, as that's released, as a batter, you're thinking, right, okay, Stewart loves bowling to Middlesex, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We mentioned that pink ball game, well, Matt did, because Matt's Matt. But in general, Stewart, he always seems to do well against Middlesex. You kind of get your tail up, don't you, against certain counties?
Yeah, you do. And then you have a horror show against others as well. Here he comes, past Shamugan. Oh, little fiddle again by Higgins, and then plays the shot that he should have played.
Well, he plays the fierce cut in reply, having followed it and doubled it, and that perhaps in two deliveries there answers why Lewis Deploy did what he did. You know, again, we back in the days that there's a ball with your name on it, there was the answer that some former players would look and say, the modern day players, you know, it's just rolling out an excuse to say there's a ball with your name on it.
Stewart. Oh, he's all over Higgins here. He's all over Higgins.
That was, you know, that was the first real length ball of the over, wasn't it? We had full, beat the edge, short, beat the cut, or beat the flay on the back foot. That one, he's left in no man's land, Higgins, by the length on it. Where do you go? What do you do with that? You've just got to hang on in there. So, yeah, going back to the old days of just hang on in there, grind it out, grit it out, get in behind. You might have to wear a few. You've just got to slam that bat down as best you can.
Oh, again he's beaten him outside off stump, 4 out of 4. This is unplayable stuff here from Grant Stewart.
Well, it is. I mean, you're bowling to Ryan Higgins here at the moment, who many feel, as best as somebody put it to me, I can't remember who it was, were Higgins not a bowler as well, he'd have to be knocking on the England door. But because he's perceived as an all-rounder, he's an all-rounder who's not good enough for England. But his batting alone, though, is stats.
Well, last year, 1133 runs at 70.81. It's not bad for your number 7. He's left that one alone.
And the year before, Middlesex went down, and you know they were a little unlucky that they went down. Kent, with a team, of course, that stayed up here with the draw against Lancashire in the final round. Middlesex were away at Nottinghamshire. But as much as, you know, Middlesex kind of slid that year to relegation, and they had a reasonable start, and it slipped away at the end. Then had a tough run of fixtures where they were placed as well. But I do remember noting that equally, where would Middlesex have been that year without Ryan Higgins, bat and ball?
Stewart left alone again by Higgins. It's interesting, isn't it, shadow batting? I was on a train platform a couple of years ago, and a dark morning in January, and I saw a gentleman shadow batting on the platform, playing an imaginary leave to an imaginary ball. It's a curious thing.
We all do it. It's just where we get caught doing it.
Yeah. Golf swing? You play golf swing? Shadow golf?
Do you know, I just about managed to get myself out on a golf course just before COVID hit, and I haven't been back on a golf course since. I'd only got to a level where it's like, oh, here we go, let's get out. And
Joey Everson's going to come in.
So not
last
spin.
over before lunch.
This is an interesting one. You think of throwing it to the spinner, force them to play, break the mindset, but a bit of medium pace. Am I doing a disservice saying medium?
No. He's a
Skiddy?
batting all-rounder.
Yeah, he's got a lengthy enough run-up.
Yeah, I mean, his bowling's decent enough, but he's a batting all-rounder. 2
slips, crouched down behind Max Holden, who's on 25. Right arm over, Everson swings big down the leg side. Whoa, that really goes. Wow, look at it out there. There's that greenness on the grass, which usually affects the seam, doesn't it? But for some reason, equally when there is as green as this, you fancy through the air, it's just going to do a little bit also. There's a clear blue sky up above us. A couple of trails from planes. The only thing disturbing the sea of blue. I think you mentioned you saw a fluffy cloud in the distance somewhere. That seems to have departed. Everson now is going to have a leg slip after that ball hooped down the leg side to the left-handed Holden. 2 slips still in place. Everson past the umpire, he bowls, and leg side, he just about got the bat out of the way and not strangling it down the leg side. Holden, he started to play at it and then left alone, just kind of jerked his hip and his body inside it.
I was impressed with Finch's keeping at Northampton, and I've been impressed with it again this morning. Very tidy. Everything sticks, and sticks cleanly.
Everson past the umpire, bowls. Another big one down the leg side. And this is equally the problem why I was almost saying, well, don't break it up at the moment, because you've got bowlers who are in a rhythm, and Everson's getting this ball to do a lot out there, but he, as much as anything, sometimes it can do too much, and equally when it is doing a lot, you as a bowler, you've got to find the control of it. You've got to find your length, you've got to find your line, find your rhythm, and this is swinging too much down the leg side at the moment for Everson.
You only need to move it half a bat width.
Well, equally, you know, if you're Holden, you're saying to yourself, watch for the good one, as Everson's in, bowls, and there you go, big inside edge, huge inside edge. We can see it from here. Perfect line to see the deflection from right arm over to the left hand, a thick inside edge onto the pads, but for a moment you just thought, is it going to squirt through that gap? But Holden had been saying to himself, watch for the good one, watch for the good one. That one, and equally watch for the one that holds its line. If Everson puts the one on the same spot, next ball, Holden's got to play for it, swinging back in as that one did. If it holds its line, then first and second should be rubbing their hands together, warming up. 89 for 3, 2 balls to go the over. Everson's in and it goes past the edge. Beats him on the front foot.
That's the one that holds its line.
Just died on its way through as well, to Finch slightly that one. It did carry. But that is the game, and well done, Everson, because what's it taken? Ball 4 and ball 5 of the over. He's just got control of it now. It's just ticked to 1 minute past 1. So here's the final delivery of the morning session here, and it's been a gripping one at Canterbury. Middlesex, and in particular this man Holden, have been hanging in there as Everson is in. Last ball before lunch, he bowls, swings it back in, and Holden gets right in behind that one, pushes back into the onside, takes a big deep inhalation, looks away towards the scoreboard here at the pavilion end, I think, and a long look over his shoulder. He knew that was the last ball before lunch. I think there was just a moment of calm, a moment of breath there for Holden to say, and relax. 77th ball for him. He has 25. Higgins has 14 from 24. Middlesex have been digging in as best they can, starting with the openers this morning. They were both bowled by Chaffers. Mr. Floyd tried to counter. He was the third wicket to go. But Kent, having put Middlesex in, they'll be really happy with their performance. Tinged slightly with the fact that they might have thought, actually, do you know what, that could have been 4 or 5, but they couldn't have done much more themselves. They beat the edge, ball after ball. And the times that the edge was found, it didn't go to hand other than...
Yeah, I think Middlesex have battled hard out here. Kent bowled really well, but Middlesex have actually shown a lot of bottle out there, I think, and they deserve a lot of credit. I think it's been a wonderful morning's credit, and the crowd here, who always appreciate good cricket, giving them a warm round of applause, giving both sets of players a warm round of applause. A couple of scores in the County Championship. Durham in their game against Warwickshire at Chestler Street, they are 104 for 2 off 31 overs. Notts in a spot of bother at Trent Bridge, 78 for 5 against Essex. I think Mr. Porter or Mr. Cooks probably had quite a decent morning. Surrey playing Hampshire at the Oval, where Hampshire got a dreadful record. Surrey 122 for 4, so good morning for Hampshire, on top of a win last week as well. Sussex 122 for 1 against Somerset. Yorkshire 103 for 1 against Worcestershire. Northampton 89 for 2. Leicestershire 138 for 2 against Derby. Gloucestershire 100 for 1 against Glamorgan. And I'll just give you the bowling figures here for Kent, where Grant Stewart, he's been the pick of the bowlers. 1 for 20 off 9. Nathan Gilchrist 1 for 16 off 6. Cassie Valley 1 for 32 off 8. And Jazz Singh none for 20 off 5.
across all Sheffield and Spitfire.
Well, it's been an absolutely fascinating morning's cricket. One side's in the ascendancy and then the other side goes back at them, and it's been really good attritional county championship hard cricket. Middlesex are 89 for 3, but that doesn't tell the full story. Kent have been absolutely superb with the ball. Remember, it's a new chapter under Adam Hollyoake, and I think they've been absolutely brilliant. The bowlers hunted in packs at Northamptonshire last week. They've hunted in packs today, but Middlesex have put up far more resistance. If Kent can nip out a couple after lunch, Middlesex will be in deep trouble. We'll see you after lunch.
During this luncheon tour, you are welcome onto the outfield. Please stay off the square. But you are welcome onto the outfield during this luncheon tour.
Anyway, we're going to take a break. Kevin Han and I are going to go and get some lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:40.
Max Holden and Ryan Higgins.
Well, welcome back to Canterbury for what promises to be an intriguing afternoon session after what we saw this morning, which was good, hard, attritional cricket. Kent bowlers at times all over the Middlesex batting, but Middlesex gutsing it out. It was really, really good cricket to watch. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm here with Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, live on the Kent stream and on the BBC Sport app. Kevin, nice lunch in the Garden of England.
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? What a start to the season.
Oh, lovely, isn't it?
4 days at Lord's was barely a cloud in the sky, and the same here on the first morning.
Yep.
I think Middlesex pretty relieved there's no clouds in the sky at the moment, because that ball was doing plenty as it was. The comment at lunch, I think, from everybody reflected it was a 5-wicket morning. So, I go back to your question just before the interval, who's the happier? It's hard for Middlesex to say you're happy at 89 for 3, because again, just two deliveries now, and the scene changes completely. And Kent will know that. I mean, Middlesex haven't gone anywhere yet, and it's a long way, you'd imagine, before Middlesex will start to go anywhere. But there's probably more pressure on the first hour after lunch on Kent to take these wickets now.
Here's Jazz Singh looking to do exactly that, as Higgins leaves a lone one to the anguished cries from the slip corner. We were having a conversation before lunch about cricketers who have musicals written about them, and Greg Mackett has been in touch and said that I'd make a very good Fagin.
You would?
Yeah.
Picking a pocket or two?
Well, yeah, and also my nickname up at the cricket club was the Puppet Master.
Ooh.
Sing in. Higgins goes a long way across his stumps again there.
Dare I ask? Pulling the strings?
Well, I think it was, if there was any hijinks around or whatever, it would probably be an older gentleman like me coercing the younger lads into doing something stupid. Sing. Coming in past umpire Shanmugam. Oh, big swing there from Higgins. Just the hint of away movement. And Finch takes it in front of Miyeye. Perilously close to Ryan Higgins' outside edge. Apparently Higgins is a real competitor. Sing in. Higgins gets behind that one. So keep them coming. Keep all your emails coming through to us at bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We've got Liam Knight coming on soon, the club's media and communications manager. And Liam will be telling us some news which is just about breaking now, which is quite big news for Kent women. Jazz Singh left alone by Higgins. Yeah, he's a real competitor, Higgins. He's one of those guys who hates losing at tiddlywinks, you know.
You'd want him in your side at all times.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got to know him quite well when I worked at Gloucestershire, and he's a lovely guy. He's the antithesis of what he's like as a cricketer. He's a really mild-mannered, quiet guy, and yet put a cricket bat in his hand and he turns into this. That beats him again outside the off stump. Put a cricket bat in his hand and he turns into this sort of belligerent, sort of hooligan. Who'll smash the ball to all parts. But off the pitch, he's a lovely, lovely guy. In the over, maiden for Jazz Singh. 89 for 3, Higgins on 14, Max Holden on 25. And are we going to see... No, we're not going to see Joey Everson. He bowled a solitary one before lunch. But Nathan Gilchrist
who I thought bowled very well this morning. He's 1 for 16 off 6.
He'll take us away from the Nackington Road end, and Kevin Hand will talk you through it.
Yeah, they bowled well this morning, didn't they? They got top of off stump was not back, as we said. That was pretty much for the seamers first thing this morning. Before that lacquer came off and it started to do a bit through the air as well. Initially, when it looked like a good pace, good bounce, seam surface, batters were trying to get forward and be strong on that front foot, but Gilchrist produced one of those peaches to get rid of Fernandez. He's right arm over, bowls, and this is lifting down the leg side to Holden, who rather snapped his head backwards, snatched at it slightly as it went through.
He gets some wheels on it, doesn't he, Gilchrist? He hits the pitch hard. He's a tall guy, and even with a ball that's in its 31st over, and it's still going through at head height through to Harry Finch.
Gilchrist again to Holden, a little tickle to long leg, a single. Gets Holden going. He's on to 26, Higgins on to strike on 14, 90 for 3. Middlesex. This is Ben Geddes to come next. Jack Davies, the wicket-keeper, had a good second innings at Lords against Lancashire. Geddes went well in that match, got a bit of a rough decision in the second innings.
I saw it.
Yeah, I think even Lancashire was surprised.
You could drive a bus through the gap between his outside edge and the ball.
Gilchrist to Higgins, squared up, and he's gone. Now I think Higgins feels it was bat on pads as he got squared up. He has a long look back at the umpire. He got fully squared up by that. Kent went up in absolute conviction that they had their man, and then the finger went up from the umpire as well. Higgins didn't really make too much of it. He just took his time to go as he looked at the decision. There was no shake of the head, but he took a moment, and I wonder, as he got squared up, was that the inside edge onto the pad rather than the outside edge, because Higgins didn't look convinced himself. Kent were convinced, crucially, so was the umpire. And immediately after lunch, Gilchrist strikes, Finch with the catch, Higgins has gone for 14, Middlesex a 90 for 4.
Or has the ball flicked the pad there? And if so, does that make it LBW? Because he was back on his stump. I mean, it would probably be quite high, but I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? All we know is the umpire's lifted his finger, and as we say in club cricket, you can tell you're still walking. Here's Ben Geddes. Wonderful signing from Surrey over the winter. Originally from Guildford, plays his club cricket at Ashstead, which is sort of down towards Leatherhead round there. But he's a fine player, this guy. I think Surrey's issue over the next sort of couple of years will be keeping those fringe players happy. And one of them there, you see Geddes, he's departed. You know, you wonder if sort of the likes of...
Is the first ball for Geddes, left alone outside the off stump. Gilchrist solid line and length, just asking the question there in the corridor of uncertainty, but starting wide enough for the right-hander to leave.
There are a number of very good cricketers on the fringes at Surrey. You know, people like Tom Laws, James Taylor, you know, those sorts of players. And the trick for Gareth Batty there is keeping them all happy if they're not getting regular cricket.
Gilchrist turning at the Nackington Road end. Past the umpire now, he bowls and Geddes on the back foot, drops the single. Nicely in behind that, wasn't he? Solidly in behind that. It's been a nervy morning for the batters, tentative for all. Nobody has particularly looked settled beyond, indeed, Eskenazi and Fernandez right at the top. You know, the first few overs, they played it pretty well. Yes, the ball was beating the bat and there was questions asked, but again, that was before the ball just started to come to life a little. 8 or so overs in, Lacquer clearly came off one side, is our best guesstimate of what happened. And Kent, since then, have rarely looked back as Gilchrist in, goes past the edge. Oh, we were perfectly in line for that, from release through to the gloves of the keeper. And the bat of Holden coming down, but beaten just outside off. Spectacular over that from Gilchrist. 2 for 18 he has from 7 now. And he removes Higgins, Middlesex's number 5 and one of their real danger men. But Holden's still there on 26. Geddes with him now on 1, and Middlesex are 91 for 4.
Yeah, Kent are creating theatre here. And Nathan Gilchrist, the star act. Middlesex could do with a period of consolidation, I think. Here's Jazz Singh bowling to Benedict Brodie Albert Geddes. Oh, that's a good leave. Singh in that little stutter just before he gets to the crease there. So that's pushed into the offside, and Grant Stewart onto it quickly. Singh's been very impressive both games. The Northampton away and here. Best thing to come out of Bexley since Ted Heath was MP for them. Here he is, coming in past umpire Shanmugam. 4 and get his drives. I need to pick out Kashif Ali. Kashif Ali was there, his wife and his child. There in his Kent top, very proud to be playing for this county, this famous county. Lovely to see. Fantastic. And what a start he had this morning as well. Singh in. Oh, that's a good delivery. Goes through Geddes. Into the gloves of Finch. Geddes just feeling for that one a little bit. Decent crowd here as well. I'll let Liam give you, I don't know if we got the exact numbers. He was going to find it. It's over 1,100, which the opening day of County Championship Cricket, Division 2, I think that's pretty decent going. Pushed out to mid-off.
Middlesex on day 1 against Lancashire had their highest championship attendance since the final day of the 2016 season when Rowan Jones took that hat-trick.
I was there.
You were one of the 10,000 plus at Lords for that final day. 4,257 off the top of my head. It was certainly began with a 4 and a 2, and it wasn't 420.
Singh into Geddes, who pushes that, gets late on it actually and defends, and it dribbles out to Daniel Beltran. That's a good over from Singh, and Maiden keeps Geddes on us. Yeah, I was also one of the 250 who was drinking far too much in the tavern that evening.
To be fair, that's most days for you at Lordstown.
Well, naturally, yeah, naturally. I'm just trying to keep the local economy going, Kev.
Is that why they brought you down to BBC Radio Kent?
Doing my bit, yeah.
Here goes Gilchrist. He's got 4 slips crouching down behind the left-handed Holden. Right arm over, he bowls, that's a beaut. On that off stump again, just asking the question. Holden forward, getting in behind it, pushing to mid-off. But again, that's that line that, even if it just holds its line, the outside of the bat is in play.
The only thing down here is you have to pick your own hops to actually get your beer.
Careful, Dennis, on your first day.
Well, third actually. I did Northampton last week.
That'll be your first day down here.
Yeah.
Gilchrist, there you go. That one nips away. That's exactly what we're talking about, that last ball. And for those who weren't with us this morning, those last two deliveries, if you turn those the other way around, the nipper away and then the nip back in, that's how Gilchrist picked up Nathan Fernandez this morning. When one nipped away outside off and he was just reaching slightly for it. The next one came back, crashing through the gate and into the top of off stump.
There's a bit of singing at a county championship game.
The Dan Whiting fan club's in. Bumper gets away from everybody. That might be close to being a wide as well. By signals, he's led him away with it on high. I mean, it would have been top corner, wouldn't it? For the limits, it was pretty wide. It swung away down the leg side, and that probably made it look wider. In fairness to the bowler, height would have been the first thought for the wide, and then the second one, with the amount of swing, no chance for Finch to block that one off. But 4 more useful runs for Middlesex, 91 for 4.
I think the only time I've ever heard singing at a county championship game was at Gloucestershire. They played Yorkshire, and a group of gentlemen from Froster Cricket Club in Gloucestershire were there on a stag weekend.
Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end brings it back in, and this is left alone by Holden, leaving it on length. It only just beats the off stump, swinging back in, nipping back in, and it's a piece of string stuff still here after lunch on day 1 at Canterbury.
And these gentlemen, they turned up, 11 guys in white, an umpire and a duck. And they were getting on so famously with Jordan Thompson of Yorkshire, they actually invited him to the wedding.
Gilchrist, 2 balls left to his 8th over. He lifts one down the leg side, Cryer catch it, and he's gone. A little feather from Holden. Takes a scratch of the crease with his head dipped before he walks off. He's hung in there for 85 deliveries, Holden, for his 26. Big runs last week. Aggregate well over 200 at Lords. It's 26 on day 1 at Canterbury. And the 5th wicket does come just after lunch. We said it could have been a 5-wicket morning. Middlesex were hanging in there as best they could. Bit of loop down the leg side, taking the edge. Holden departs, and Middlesex 91 for 5 and tails up Kent, especially Gilchrist, who has 3 for 18.
Well, you said Kevin put a couple of wickets on that score at lunch, which was, what, 89 for 3. They've added 2 runs and lost 2 wickets. And now Middlesex are looking down the barrel a little bit, but I think huge credit must go to Daniel Bell-Drummond there. I think Kent are bowled for that. I don't think that's a delivery. I think they've employed the leg slip at times, and they've worked Holden deliberately around his rib cage. They haven't given him room to play his shot through the offside. They've worked him around the body area, and he's feathered one down the leg side. I think Kent are bowled for that. Credit Daniel Bell-Drummond there.
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit of that this morning, haven't we? Higgins down the leg side as well. They looked at Holden. I remember last year had a little feather to a leg gully. Just a little clip off his legs, indeed. And sometimes these videos go around, don't they? And all of a sudden, sides are having a look to see.
Yeah, well, they've all got analysts now, haven't they? And, you know. What's this?
It was a bat check, sorry. The bat. It was the first time I'd noted it this season, actually. Maybe he'd done it to all the batters that went out, but the umpire just had a look at Jack Davis's bat, sent it. You know, those little handcuffs to check the ball, don't you? And they've also got the bat measurer as well.
I think Feroz Kushi came here. Was he on loan here last year?
Oh.
Yeah. The chap who
had
the oversized bat when he was at Essex.
4 slips, nearly 5, 4 in a gully. You'd almost say it was 5. Backward point as well, and in comes Gilchrist. He sends a full one down the leg side, and you just wondered, was it going to be a carbon copy of the dismissal of Holden? They all were starting to go up, but there was no tickle on that one. That's the end of the over. Holden departs. Gilchrist a wicket maiden. He has 3 for 18 from his 8. It's been an outstanding spell of bowling from him. Warm to the task, really, because again, a few during the lunch interval were saying that the openers didn't do so well, but as I say, I think that was the lacquer coming off. It's off now, and Kent are right in this game, and they're right in amongst Middlesex. End of the over. It's 95 for 5. End of me as well for a little while.
Yeah, we're gonna. Kev's had a hard morning bowling uphill into the wind, so we're going to replace him with Liam Knight from the Nackington Road end. Anyway, here's Jazz Singh in, as that's whipped by Geddes with a plomb. That's a glorious shot. There's nothing wrong with that delivery at all, and he's just given it some bottom hand there and worked it through square leg, and the ball's gone racing away up the hill at a fair old rate of knots. So Geddes moves on to 5. Middlesex are 99 for 5. Gilchrist has now got 3 for 18 off 8. And I'll come on to it after this ball. Here's Singh into Geddes, who plays that out to mid-on where Zach Crawley's patrolling. And a warm welcome to the commentary box for Liam Knight, the Media and Communications Manager here at Kent. How are you, Liam?
Hello, Dan. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm a big fan of these lip mics. I know that's not good TV for everyone listening, but I feel like John Motson at the minute.
You look a bit like John Motson, actually. I don't know if anyone's ever told you. Oh, dear old Motty. Here's Singh into Geddes, who drives gorgeously through the covers. That could run away. That could go all the way. Yes, it has done, despite the best efforts of Kashif Ali. That's just pure timing from Ben Geddes. And that brings up the Middlesex 100 in the 34th over. That's a gorgeous shot. That's the shot of the day so far. So, Liam, there's been a bit of breaking news over lunch, I believe.
Yes, Megan Sturge, who played for Kent Women for about 4 years before signing pro deals with Hampshire, has been made available to play for Kent Women again this summer around her Hampshire commitments.
So she's had enough of it down there. She wants to come back.
She can definitely play for both teams.
Singh into Geddes, who again whips that one. He's going to get 4 more here. Geddes looks imperious here. He looks in fine fettle. He got 70 the other day, and he looks in really good touch. So she can play for both counties. Is that how it works? What's the deal?
Yeah, I'll try not to talk over the deliveries here, but Megan is a Tier 1 player, and
okay.
We are in Tier 2.
Okay, as Singh comes in to Geddes. What's he got in reply? Geddes has to defend this one. Dot ball.
So Tier 1 players can be released to play for Tier 2 teams if they aren't selected.
Okay.
So we're lucky enough to have Megan back whenever she's not required by Hampshire, who of course signed Elise Perry yesterday. So she is now a teammate of Elise Perry, which is great.
Not a bad sign.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're very proud of our history of producing women's players, so it's great to have them come back if and when they're able to.
And I'll come on to it after this ball from Singh. Final ballie over, and Geddes pushes it up to Crawley at mid-on, and that completes the over. Middlesex 107 for 5. Geddes 13 off 14 balls. Davis yet to score. I believe we could even have a Kent women's player coming to join us tomorrow as well. Possibly.
Potentially. I'm working with the agent now. We'll see how we go.
Well, fantastic. Thank you. Well, it's been a marvellous start for lunch. I don't know what they've had for lunch, but whatever they've had has worked, because Nathan Gilchrist has dismissed both players who were here at lunch for Middlesex. Max Holden, fresh from 180 last week, he was caught down the leg side by Harry Finch off his bowling for 26. And Ryan Higgins was also out in the same mode of dismissal, caught behind for 14. Ben Geddes has just crashed Jazz Singh for 3 fours in the over, so Middlesex are 107 for 5, but Kent are really in the ascendancy here. Yeah, so you're working with the agent of the player, and you know, the BBC fee of 8p will be heading their way, will it?
That'll be 8p more than we expected, so every little helps. Other supermarkets available.
Gilchrist in, that's just nurdled. Backward square by Davis, who scampers through for a second. He's got to be quick, and throw comes in from Jazz Singh. But they get through for 2. Middlesex looking now to put their foot on the accelerator, a little bit of counter-attacking. This game ebbs and flows and oscillates, and it's been a really good morning's cricket, don't you think, Liam?
I've been really impressed by our fielding. You saw it at Northants as well. They're just so energetic this year under Hollyoak.
Gilchrist in, bouncer, good one. Davis ducks it. Now, you're in charge of the social media for the club. That's your...
Partly, yeah.
Partly.
There's a team of 2 of us. Nick is probably listening now, and he's updating the Wet Kent pages for us as well.
Well, I think he's one of the better ones around the counties. And we've got a player here, signed last week, who's a real character, and is going to be a social media star, I think, as Gilchrist comes in. That's a good seed. Keith Dudgeon is the name.
Yes, a
And
lovely man.
Yeah, what a lovely pair of slippers he had as well.
I think the sales of those slippers have skyrocketed in the Kent area since you shared that photo on Twitter, Dan.
Yep. The Margate moccasin. The Sittingbourne slipper. Here's Gilchrist. Oh, again, Davis deliberately plays inside that. That's the end of the over. 109 for 5. Gilchrist 3 for 20. Off 9. Bowled beautifully, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great player, is Nathan Gilchrist. Tall, gets a bit of bounce off the wicket as well. The pitch might be helping him a little bit today, but as we've seen last week as well, they're hitting their lines, hitting their lengths. I think the energy in the field is keeping them sort of in the game every ball. And I think the bowlers, all of them, wickets have been shared around through the whole team, both games. So it looks like we've once more got a bit of a lethal attack in the championship, which is great.
Yeah, and I also think that it's a new chapter in Kent cricket. You know, with Adam Hollyoak coming in. Singh remains on. Geddes, where's that gone? It's gone straight up in the air. He's going to be out. He's gone. He's looking to pull that leg side. He's got a leading edge. And is that Compton with a catch, I think? And Singh strikes, and the dangerous Geddes has gone. I said Middlesex were looking to counter-attack, but 109 for 6 now. They're banging trouble.
I think that might have been Joey Everson, but this just shows that they've built the pressure up. He's forced an aggressive shot from the batter, and they've got their deserved wicket.
All the Middlesex players, apart from Fernandez, getting starts. Eskenazi 14, Holden 26, Deploy 25, Higgins 14, Geddes 13. And Middlesex need to do something here. But as I was saying about Kent, I obviously am new to the county. Yeah, it's a new chapter here. And Adam Hollyoak last week, and I thought it was so refreshing to see Kent play with a smile on their faces. I thought the boys were really in good spirits, and that comes through with, look at the crowd here today. I think the Kent public know that this is the start of something fresh, something new, and something that they can get behind. And we've got nearly 1,200 people here.
Yeah, I think you can't take much away from Matt Walker. He gave us a big platform, won us 2 trophies in successive years, and I think Adam coming in, he's giving us new ideas, building on all the foundations that have been made over the last few seasons, and he's really made a mark. I mean, this is our first home game of the county championship, and you can see the difference from last year already.
So the crease comes Zafar Gohar, who will probably be backing away somewhere towards that lime tree and trying to carve it through the offside. That seems to be his staple shot. Knows Zaffa well from Gloucestershire. Signed over the winter. Interestingly, he was an overseas player at Gloucestershire, but UK registered one for Middlesex. Here's Singh to Zafar. Oh, he's got him first ball. No, he hasn't. The umpire says no. Shanmugam keeps his finger in his pocket. Kent fancied that one.
That's just another thing that you've noticed. The appeals, everyone's up, everyone's excited, and I think Jazz Singh especially showed last week. He's so good at what he does now. He's changed his run up slightly, and he's starting to be in the game more with the ball.
As I said at Northampton, there's theatre being created.
Definitely.
Yeah, and it's wonderful. I think this is a new era for Kent cricket. I really do. Zafar works that one to square legs. Stewart wings it back into Finch. Yeah, I think what you've got here as well. I mean, Adams deadly serious, but says it with a smile, and there's a lot to be said for that.
I mean, would you want to face him in one of his MMA fights
No.
Back in his fighting career?
Absolutely
Exactly.
not. He terrifies me, shoving a microphone under his nose. No, he's great. He's fantastic. Singh in that little stutter. Zaffa plays inside that one. 109 for 6. Kent in the ascendancy here. But I think also Simon Cook and Robbie Joseph play a huge part as well. The bowlers here remind me when Robbie was at Gloucestershire, what he did. All of a sudden they've gone from playing on quite flat wickets to actually looking like a unit. And with Kent, it's not just one bowler who's doing the business. I know Dudge got all the plaudits last week, but all of them are bowling well. They're hunting in packs. Ooh, that's just hit Zaffa. Somewhere that's hurt him. We won't mention it. Yeah, so I think. Do you think the Kent public think something's happening here?
Certainly hope so.
Yeah.
We've had really strong sales for tickets for our T20s and the Championship as well, so people are definitely getting behind us.
Oh, that's got to be close. Again, there's something happening virtually every ball.
Slightly woody there, but
Yeah.
you can hear the applause for Jazz there. People are really getting behind him at the minute. It's great to see. His tyres are pumped up, he's raring to go, and he's still young, he's still 22.
Yeah.
People forget that. He's going to mature. As the old adage says, his bones are going to harden as a bowler. So I think he's only just going to get better for the next few seasons.
He's a nice guy as well, isn't he? He's very mature for 22. But then I'm very immature for 54, Liam, so, But, I interviewed him after his career best last week at Northampton, where he got 4 for 35. Gilchrist, the man of the moment, bowling to Davis. Ooh, Davis plays and misses. 4 slips with a 5th floating there, waiting for that nick, like vultures circling the ailing wildebeest. Waiting to pick off the prey. Oh, I'm not sure if Davis is actually playing inside this deliberately. I don't know.
He could well be.
Yeah.
These are very.
I think he's just playing the line, just playing down the line and praying, hoping, pleading that he doesn't get an outside edge.
No, I think Nathan's another player that's really pushed on this year as well. I'll talk more about him after this ball.
In he comes, bustling in past umpire Jack Chantry. Goes
So
into gloves of Finch.
That he could have again played through the line there, but Gilly's again tall, quick, still young as well. He's taken the new ball, he's taken the old ball. He did really well in the Blast last year. So these players are now kicking on with they've made their debuts, they've got into the first team, and now's the time for them to really improve, especially under Robbie Joseph, like you said.
Yeah, Robbie's goes about his business in a quiet fashion as Gilchrist comes in, and again Davis plays down the line. It's a lovely story about Jack Shantry umpiring at the Nackington Road end there, who brother Adam played. Also, was he here? He was at Northants for a bit. Warwickshire, Glamorgan. Jack Shantry obviously played for Worcestershire. Had a wonderful game at the Oval where I think he got about 16 wickets in the game. That's left alone by Davis. And I think he got a 90 odd to win the game for them. But their father, Brian Shantry, was also a first-class cricketer at Gloucestershire and was known as a parsimonious individual. He didn't like spending money if he could help it. A bit like our colleague Martin Emerson up at BBC Newcastle. And having 2 young boys, his wife told him to go and take them to the local Lido. That's just tickle round the corner. He's going to get 4 for that. Got it nice and fine, and Davis moves on to 6 there. Gilchrist 3 for 24 now. So Brian Shantry's taken Jack and Adam, who were both about 6 and 4, to the local to the swimming pool. Instead he's walked past the swimming pool, saving himself about £1.50 back then, and taken them to the local canal. Chucked them in with the cry of "watch out for the barges." And that's where they learned to swim. True story. Singh to Zafar. Left alone. That's a good lead from Zafar Gahar. Yeah, so Adam Shantry then, I believe, swam the channel for possibly for the Tom Maynard Trust. I can't remember who it was for.
Good practice in the canals then.
You got great practice in the canal, yeah. Bits of driftwood in there, the lot, you know. No jellyfish, I don't think, in the, Shropshire canals, or the Bristol canals. But meanwhile, back here, 113 for 6. Singh into Zafar. That's down the leg side. Zafar has a little flick at that. No run. So Liam, the crowd here today, I mean, I'm sort of thought there'd be about 400, 500.
Yeah.
Easter holidays has got something to do with it, hasn't it?
This amazing
The
sunshine
weather,
as well, yeah.
The weather. But also, I think there's a little bit of, they saw that win at Northamptonshire last week. Zafar just weaves that one, lets it go through to the gloves of Finch. I think they saw the win against Northamptonshire and thought, oh, there's something going on down here.
Like you said, it's definitely a new chapter. It's a new chapter for the men, new chapter for the women. They'll be playing here at the Spitfire Ground and at Beckenham this year. Their first game's on the 26th of April. It's the first time that they'll be playing at our main in inverted commas grounds, and yeah, it's basically two new sides really.
Singh. Zafar crunches that one through extra cover. Lovely shot, 117 for 6. So people have to go on the Kent Cricket website to get tickets, is that right?
They can.
Yeah.
The women's matches you can buy on the gate as well, and it'll be the same price. But for men's matches, we always say buy in advance because the T20s may sell out. We've had strong sales for our Surrey match, the first one of the year.
Yeah.
And you also save a bit of money if you buy them in advance as well. So that can always help.
And that's kentcricket.co.uk.
kentcricket.co.uk.
Singh. Oh, that's an absolute peach. He's been very impressive. good club cricket in Kent, and Bexley Cricket Club have been one of those clubs who are always there or thereabouts, aren't they?
Yeah, they've done well the last few years actually. Jazz has played for a bit as well. The men's players always try and get some club games in through the year, but selection or coming back from injury, so it's great to have that network as well.
Just seeing, that's played through the offside, and a great stop there by Everson. Was that Everson with the catch, by the way?
It was.
Yeah. I'm just going to have a look at the Kent Premier Cricket League standings 2024, and we'll see that who won the league. Blackheath won the league with Minster.
Minster Sheppey, you always have to say that.
Yeah, it's open brackets Sheppey close brackets. Hayes open brackets close bracket Kent close brackets, not to be confused with Hayes in Middlesex over by Heathrow. They came fourth. St Lawrence and Highland Court as Gilchrist comes in. That's a bit wide. Davis has nothing to do with that whatsoever. St Lawrence and Highland Court were third.
They're very local to here as well.
Are they? They're Canterbury.
They are, yeah.
Yeah. Tunbridge Wells fifth. Lordswood, that's sort of Gravesend area, isn't it? Around there. Bexley, seventh.
Definitely in Kent, by the way, Bexley. It's not in London.
No. No. Oh, good bumper. Sandwich Town. Said about Jordan Cox, he was known as the Sandwich Man. That's because he's from the town. It's not a little side project he's got going on the side, you know, alongside his professional cricket career.
Tammy Beaumont also played for those as well.
Okay, yeah. Bickley Park, that's sort of like Bromley, Beckenham way, isn't it?
Also in Kent, yeah.
Yeah. And Canterbury finished bottom. Just having a look here at the bowlers. Just played back to the bowler. The game just having one of those moments where Kent are going hard at Middlesex. Middlesex fighting back. I thought Middlesex, I mean, it's a good toss to win. Well, I think they've shown a lot of heart here, and they've got 117 on the board already. That's an attempted drive there by Davis, but cloths it somewhat out to mid-on.
It's definitely a green top.
Yeah.
The grass is a little bit longer, but this sun is going to bake that pitch, so it may change in characteristic as we go through the game.
Possibly a bit of rain around tomorrow in the evening.
I think Sunday is overcast, but I don't think there's much rain forecast.
Just defended into the offside.
I must of course say that you can buy your tickets with confidence. There's a wet weather policy. You get a refund if there's less than 16 overs in the day.
There you go. There you go.
I could tick that one off the list.
It's like the Kent Del boy, isn't he? No, he's fantastic. It's going to be overcast on Sunday.
I don't think it's going to be a typical April overcast, but it won't be. Well, I mean, I'm looking out the window now, and there's no cloud at all.
Defended by Davis, pushed out into the covers. Crawley picks it up. Well, I expect better actually, Liam, especially from someone like you. I mean, I come down here hot picking on my holidays, and you know, I expect far better weather down in Kent than overcast on Sundays.
I've just casted my mind back to the start of the season last few years. There was one match, it may have been during the COVID season, we played Yorkshire here. It must have been the COVID season because we weren't allowed indoors. We had to sit in the stands, and I had 2 layers, a hoodie, a big coat, and I was still absolutely freezing. and that was this time of year. So this is much nicer.
Well, I covered the game against Surrey here last year, and it was 3 degrees. At one point, the moon was out. Well, I think it was the Saturday. It was rain affected, and I think we finished about 7:20, and the moon was out. Alex Hode, my colleague from BBC Radio Kent, he took a photo. Here is Grant Stewart. A little bit of wobble first up. Yeah, so he put a photo on social media with an arrow and the sign, the actual moon. 117 for 6, Zaffa's on 4, Davis on 6. Stewart back into the attack, 1 for 20 off 9.1. Gilchrist at the other end, 3 for 24 off 11. Stewart, Zaffa opens the face deliberately and runs that backward a point for 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, he's done that deliberately. I've seen him do that. He's so strong through the offside. When he really gets going, he starts dancing away and playing balls on leg stump over the top of extra cover. He's a fantastic signing. He really is.
Oh, the ice cream van's here. Just on the southern bank.
Just left alone there by Zaffa.
Well, after Burgergate at Beckenham last year, Kev.
What happened with Burgergate then?
We live streamed from Beckenham against Middlesex.
Yeah.
My colleague to my left was there, and we were able to follow him with a drone as he went to buy a burger at the concession stand. It was riveting viewing.
Well, he has been photographed with 2 ice creams in his hand in the past. As Zaffa plays that out to mid-off. Not only 2 ice creams, both with flakes and sprinkles.
You gotta have sprinkles.
And sauce. Are you a sauce man, Liam? Are you sauce?
Bit of a purist, really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a flake could do me, but sprinkles adds that extra bit of jazz, doesn't it?
Minimalism is the way forward. Here's Grant Stewart from the pavilion end, bowling to Zaffa Gahar. Oh, Zaffa works a straight one there through square leg.
He's definitely trying to score runs here. The other batters have been a bit more patient, but he's definitely trying to play every ball.
He doesn't mess around. But the thing is, Kent bowl so straight that they haven't been able to leave much. Stewart, 121 for 6. Zaffa defends back to the bowler. That completes the 40th over. There's 56 remaining in the day. Middlesex 121 for 6. Zaffa's got 8. Davis has got 6. And I'm going to take a little break and hand over to Kevin Hand.
Thanks, Sam. You went lightly on me there, I think, on the Burger Van story, Liam.
I mean, Middlesex was scoring buckets of runs, so it was a nice bit of comic relief, I think.
I do remember trying to dodge the trying to lose the drone underneath a tent. Here comes Gilchrist. Right arm over from the Nackington Road end. He bowls just full of length. Davies leans forward into that one and defends to mid-off. 1-2-1 for 6. We really couldn't have dreamt of a better start to the summer for the weather, could we? It's been... it's not a stretch to say this is as good as I can remember. These first... I mean, for this to be the 5th day of the championship season, it was glorious at Lord's last week, and what a wonderful day it is today. Gilchrist again. 4 slips go down behind Davies. A little step from leg to off, and then he leaves alone outside off stump, but high up in the air.
Yeah, the pitch is still doing quite a bit. That was very straight, but it sort of nipped off. So there may be a bit of life in this still. I say that, we've taken 6 wickets, so there's definitely life in it.
It's a funny one, because there's just been so much in it, hasn't there? So again, it's the whole thing. Until both sides are batted, you can't really judge. But Kent, I think, have bowled beautifully. As Gilchrist bumps Davies, ducks underneath it, and through it passes. Middlesex, I said to Dan, their bowling performance last week at Lords against Lancashire in the first innings in particular was the best bowling performance as a bowling unit that I've seen since 2016. They were all right on the spot. 359, I think it was, that was racked up by Lancashire in that first innings. If you saw the scorecard from afar, that'd make no sense at all. But they'd hope very much that they could carry that form here to Canterbury. Gilchrist goes past the edge with another beaut. Length delivery leaves Davies on its way through to the keeper, who takes it in front of slip.
Yeah, Gilchrist got quite a front-on action, hasn't he? He's gonna straighten up a few batters when he can. He's bowled well this morning and this afternoon as well, of course. And there's bowlers here waiting in the wings. I'm sure a few of them will be trying to get Deeves' attention, trying to warm up for a little bit.
It's a little tickle. Got a square on the leg side. Uzanar's feeling it came from a straight line. In fact, he's got it all the way. Long leg doesn't get around, just disappears out of view for us. But nice clip from Davies. 1, 2, 5, 4, 6. Davies on 10. Zafar on 8. Had a glorious cover drive, didn't he? But yeah, I was going to say about the bowling as a unit. Kent today, they've been irresistible. I mean, they could have had 5 or 6 before lunch, but Middlesex really stuck at the task well. They did everything to hang on in there. Deploy tried the counter. No matter what any of them tried, it was hard work as forward goes Davies, defending a ball, nipping back in from Gilchrist. 3 for 28 from 12 now, Gilchrist. 4 maidens in there. Middlesex 125 for 6. Zafar has 8. Davies has 10. Middlesex have their work cut out here. They'll want to... I mean, it's a long, long way, but Middlesex will want to double their score from here somehow with these final 4 wickets. Have clearly got 2 very good bats out in the middle right now. Roland Jones still to come as well. So there's a fair bit.
Yeah, I think these two are getting themselves in. There's been less chances, as it were. A few have gone past the edge, but these two look steadier. And like you say, yeah, double your score, you'll be happy on this.
Ooh, just in a headline on the BBC website. As opening up with an awesome Yorker there. How he's kept that out, Zafar, I don't know. Stewart loops that into the block hole. Zafar Gohar gets the bat down on it, and he picks up 2 back on a square on the leg side. It's paused for a moment because Stewart's head actually obscured where the bat met the ball and the toe was coming out of the way, and then the ball squirted down to deep backward square. But yeah, again, you thought Stewart was going to get through. He had one of those early on. I think it was to Elias Deploy, left-hander as well, then pushed on across him. In he comes now, bowls, and there goes the one across. Go. It was coming back in slightly. It didn't go all the way. It started wide, but left alone by the left-hander. 127 for 6. As much as Middlesex will be trying to think 250 here still, with the wickets that they have and the batting that they have, the calibre of it, Kents will think 2 more here and nowhere near 200. Yeah,
I think so. I think we've bowled really well. We just need to stick it in these tough areas, really.
Stewart again bowls. Davies defends as far as mid-off. 2 to come of the over. But yeah, I've been very, very impressed with the bowling performance today by Kent. Obviously, these 2 sides were scrapping in Division 1 2 seasons ago. It's Middlesex that went down, Kent following last year, and now these 2, along with Lancashire, also relegated last year, will be the hot tips to go back up. So it's a crucial encounter early season here. Middlesex very pleased with their performance against Lancashire last week. Stewart's in, bowls. Zafar Gohar gets in behind this one, and middle dropped single into the offside. Moves him to 11. Yes, it does, to 11. And Middlesex 128 for 6. So quite the start for Middlesex to face the 2 relegated sides.
Yeah, tough test, really. I think Division 2 is Division 2, but at the same time, this is the division that everyone wants to win matches in. I think less teams are going to be playing for draws. I think you'll get some results pitches, as we saw last week for us at Northampton. But everyone wants to win every game in this division. It's not about staying up anymore. It's about going up.
The mid-wicket crouch down as Davies awaits and Stuart bowls down the leg side. Top ball and one to come of the over. I was going to tell you that headline on the BBC website. UK could see hottest day of the year as sunshine continues, so could hit temperatures of 24 in south and southeastern England today.
How about tomorrow?
Doesn't extend that far.
I'm sure it'll be just as warm and...
Well, I'm sure it won't be far off, yeah.
Everyone,
here we go.
Everyone should be here.
Length ball dies outside the off stump. Doesn't go off the straight at all, but nor does it get up. Bounces on the way through to the keeper. First one of the day we've seen do that. 1, 2, 8 for 6. Fortunately for Jack Davies, it started a long way wide of the off stump, so a comfortable leave. Zafar Gohar will have strike on 11. Davies has 10. Saturday, in answer to your question, according to the BBC Sport website, brings the prospect of rain. Oh dear, I wish you hadn't asked him.
Oh no.
But there will still be lots of warm sunshine, with temperatures in the east and southeast of England potentially reaching 22 or 23.
There we go.
Well, I wonder, is that then the prospect of rain is in other parts of the country? Is it then identifies the warm sunshine in the south and southeast?
Yeah, I think tomorrow's forecast is pretty much like this.
Oh, look at that! They've got a picture of the Oval. Groundkeepers at the Oval. Cricket Ground in London preparing the pitch on the BBC Sport website, on the BBC News website just below. Isn't that nice? Oh, they should have got Canterbury though, shouldn't they? Here is Kashif Ali, right arm around the wicket and straight back past the edge of the left-hander, beating Zafar Gohar. No balls called, overstepping. Middlesex will take all and any runs that they can find at the moment, or indeed be offered.
I mean, going back to the Oval, I'd definitely rather be here than there.
Steady. As an employee of BBC Radio London, no comment. You may or may not be employed by the Oval at times.
This is a long run up, isn't it, from Kashif Ali?
Yeah, he's almost halfway along the advertising mat as he sets off. As he's in now, bowls outside the off stump, beating Davies again a long way outside the off stump and thinking about underarming back at the stumps as the keeper. I'm just thinking that advertising matting there, the start of it's got to be 30 yards, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it is within what would be a 30-yard circle. But usually they're outside of, aren't they? So
yeah, they're
maybe not
outside the ring.
Are we in a little bit further than usual at the far end? I'm not sure we are, looking at the seating actually in the far side. Ever so slightly, if anything.
We are quite far across. My usual spot in our media room, I can't quite see
a long way off
the keeper, so it is far off.
Round the wicket comes Kashif Ali, defended by Zafar Gohar. It's fielded at mid-off, no run. A few of the flats have 1 or 2 appearing on them this afternoon. Sun traps up there. I've got the what do you call them? The
awnings.
Awnings, that's the word, thank you. Pull down on the top tier. A welcome bit of shade. Would have been nice and warm, a little breeze up there. Kashif Ali from the Nackington Road end, bowls in, Zafar's gone, off stump out of the grounds. That's been the story of the day for the Kent seam attack, relentlessly targeting the top of the off stump, and how many times have we seen it push back? It's been a brilliant display. And Kashif Ali now has Zafar Gohar for 11. Forward defence beaten. And Middlesex lose another one just after lunch. It's been relentless from the seam attack of the hosts. Winning the toss, putting in Middlesex today and reaping their rewards. 2 for 32 for Kashif Ali. And Zafar makes his way back. Bat tucked under his arm. It was an attempted defensive shot. Studious one at that, but it wasn't enough to keep out one of these Kent bowlers with their tails up, as they have been pretty much all morning and all day so far. 43rd over of the innings here. We've just about hit an hour after lunch. As Zafar Gohar crosses the ropes to be replaced by Toby Rowland-Jones. And Middlesex 130 for 7. Well, I said they'd have some aspirations to double their score to 250 with the batting to come. That wicket, though, I think revises that massively. Anything they could get beginning with a 2 now would be a bonus.
And how exciting is this from a Kent perspective? We've had Keith Dudgeon drop out with an injury yesterday, and Kashif Ali has come in to make his debut, and he's taken 2 fantastic wickets. Yes, he's gone for a few more runs than a few of the other bowlers, but how many chances did he have just at the back end of that morning session as well? If one bowler doesn't get you, the other one might do at this point for Kent.
Yeah, it's been a doctor and dentist job. If the doctor doesn't get you, the dentist will. You're at Canterbury. Helmet being run out for Roland Jones, which is interesting. Or not being run out for Roland Jones, being run out for... It's Joey Everson, isn't it? I think that's going under the cap there.
It may well be Ben Compton.
Ah.
He's fielded there a few times in his Kent career.
Also blonde of locks. And it is going to be a short leg, as well as a leg slip. He's a wide leg slip, Bell Drummond. So the suggestion to Roland Jones there is it's going to be pretty straight, nipping back in and targeting the stumps against the Middlesex skipper, who's known to target the ropes. Here is his first ball. Kashi Fali is right arm over from the Nackington Road end. He bowls, and Roland Jones forward dabs into the onside. A dot ball, which will not end the over. The square leg umpire is looking into the sun now for Roland Jones, the right-hander, so he's decided enough of that, and he's off to point. Wise decision, Mr. Umpire. 130 for 7 it is. 2 to come of the 43rd over. And Roland Jones will know the value of every single run, but even another 50 or 60 here with the last 3 wickets. Bear in mind they've got Davies at the other end still. Be oh so valuable. Kashi Fali bowls, that's whipped away off his legs. That'll be 4 for Roland Jones, I think. Stewart's giving chase from long leg, but he won't get there. Deep backward square leg boundary is breached. And Roland Jones off the mark with a boundary, 134 for 7.
I think Middlesex have now just said to themselves, let's get as many runs as we can, like you said. If their total does begin with a 2, happy days. But as we all keep saying, you can't really judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it.
I think over the years it's fair to say Roland Jones' best has come when he's batting with freedom. They've dropped back mid-wicket now to deep square to protect. I mean, again, they're going to continue to target the stumps here for Roland Jones. So to protect against that whip as Kashi Fali is in. Bowls! Oh, goodness me! Over the top of middle stump it flies. It's nipped back in off a length, beating Roland Jones on the back foot. Again, we had the perfect angle for it. The ball seamed heavily back into Roland Jones there, over the top of middle and leg, really. And for all the world, you'd have thought one of those bails was about to go flying, and perhaps one of the stumps with it. A fine over again from Kashi Fali. There'll be a little bit of Roland Jones that won't mind that at all, and we'll look forward to getting out there with a seam attack that themselves bowled so well last week at Lords, and looking to get stuck in. But right now they've got to think about runs, Middlesex. 134 for 7. 200's a long way away. And just before that wicket fell, I said Kent will be pretty keen to keep them below that. They'd be pretty optimistic that they do so now.
He's a very tall man to cut in half, isn't he, Toby Roland Jones? That was a lovely delivery. Like you said, they did set the field for that sort of ball, stopped him whipping it away off his legs. And now I'm sure there'll be a completely different plan for Davies. Short legs out.
Stewart has 3 slips as he bowls. First ball of the over, onto the legs. It's tucked away for 4. He'll be disappointed with himself there. It's a nice little steer from Davies, though. Getting over the top of it, rolling on the hands, rolling the wrists. Just turning it fine of that long leg fielder. He moves to 14. Middlesex are 138 for 7.
And we have spoken about Jazz and Nathan Grant as well. He's taken the new ball in the championship this year. He hasn't really done that before. And he's got wickets. He's got wickets last week. I think he probably looked like one of our best bowlers in that first innings at Northampton, and he's bowling quite well again here. Economy under 3. You can't ask much else, really.
3 slips go down still as Stewart angles one back in to the left-handed Davies. He turns a single fine of mid-wicket, and Roland Jones comes on to strike for the first time against Stewart. We've had some battles over the years. Bat and ball, couple of all-rounders.
The pink ball game, as we like to call it.
Stop it. Already have Matt from BBC Radio Kent tuned in this morning, emailing about that one.
I was a member then, and I don't think any of us could see that ball under the floodlights.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
Good job he scored 100 as well then.
Stewart to Roland Jones. First ball for the right-hander from Stewart, who swings that away outside the off stump. It's left alone. That looked pretty straight for as comfortable a leave as it was from Roland Jones.
I would have definitely played at that, and that's why I don't play professional cricket.
It was a very good leave from the Middlesex captain. Comes Stewart. His 12th over, 1 for 32. He bowls to the skipper of Middlesex, who punches off the back foot. Didn't quite get hold of it. I think Cubber got fingertips to it as well. Mid-off goes around to collect, and they have just a single. Wasn't quite the cleanest of clonks off the middle of the bat, as we heard on the effects mic.
I think that the plans are starting to change. There's a few conversations in the field. Changing obviously for the left-hander, but we might see some different tactics coming into play very shortly.
Stewart in bowls and on the back foot. Davies defends, but I think that's taken body rather than bat. I think it's taken up towards the left hip. He's hung his head backwards and walked away in pain, and then he's dragged himself back the other way now. But not touching. There you go, just an adjustment somewhere around lower hip. He's not bent double though. It's a crucial piece of information. He must have just either beaten the inside edge or the outside edge to collect the hip and fall pretty much with a thud into the offside, so it took a fair bit of him. Stewart's in once more, bowls just full of a length, doesn't perturb Davies, who falls onto the front foot and eases the ball into the offside. 140 for 7. Roland Jones has 5, Davies has 15. And Kent have their tails up. Middlesex have their work cut out here on the first afternoon to try and get somewhere around 200. Can't really overdo it for either side at this stage, other than saying Kent have bowled very, very well. And Middlesex have tried their best. They try as they might. They haven't been able to keep Middlesex at bay. It's been mostly a dogged affair from the batters.
I've just been looking as well, and one of the reasons we might be on this strip, this quite far across, is the slope. Now, we had a debate in the media room during our pre-season matches whether the slope here was more pronounced than at Lords, because obviously at Lords everyone knows about the slope at Lords.
Kashi Valley bowls and looks to cut Roland Jones in half again with that one. He just stayed leg side of it and punches through point for 4. It's a lovely shot. Now, you'd have heard that off the bat. It was a very different sound to the one in the last over, and the boundary for the Middlesex skipper, who moves to 9, which indeed is the height of the slope in feet at Lords, 9 feet.
It's almost like I set that up, but I didn't. Now, we didn't trust the internet's answer to the slope here, so one of our media stalwarts, Fred Atkins, actually walked it on Strava, and we reckon that the slope here is more pronounced than at Lords, which I found quite hard to believe.
Kashi Valley is in, bowls, and Roland Jones defends into the offside, and there's no run. Paint the picture for me. Where's the height of the slope and where's the lowest point as we look out from the pavilion end?
So as we look at it to our right, the southern bank is the top of the slope, and then towards the Kennedy Gates and Sainsbury's and the flats, that is the lowest point. But I think it gets steeper as you get halfway down, so maybe we've chosen this deck to not give Middlesex an advantage, in inverted commas, of playing on a slope.
.146 for 7. Kashi Valley bowls to Roland Jones. He turns it short leg. Strikes short leg, but not on the full, I don't think. I don't think that was a chance.
I think it was a half bounce, but that's still going to hurt, I think. Ben Compton looks at the ball, rubs it a little bit, tries not to show anything. He's now shaking his arm. Yeah, a little touch of the shin there.
Sam Robson, who is undoubtedly tuned in at the moment, had the biggest shin guards I think I've ever seen on for the match at Lords last week. As Kashifali's in and he's thumped back over his head. That was swinging back into Roland Jones, but it swung into the slot. And it's swung down the grounds. 150 up for Middlesex. The skipper does it with a boundary, emphatically so over the bowler's head. Now, I don't think he'll be reckless here, but I think Roland Jones, again, at his best, he plays with a little bit of freedom. See ball, hit ball. And that probably will be his and Middlesex's best bet of getting somewhere around that 200 here.
I think he definitely meant that shot. I know that sounds a bit strange, but the delivery merited it, and lovely to watch.
And again, here's Kashifali, sends that one sailing down the leg side. Finch takes. Yeah, we saw the one that cut him in half on a shorter length in the previous over. That one on a fuller length, and it was more through the air than off the surface, that one. I think Roland Jones just decided, well, I'm not going to stand there and try and block it on that length. It's going to go.
Got behind it perfectly as well, didn't he?
They've taken out the leg gully and moved into mid-wicket, Bell Drummond himself. Just for that clip of Roland Jones. Kashifali in, bowls, oh, and that does go to hand at short leg. It was sharp, it was low, Compton stayed down, hands, ball and ground, pretty much all meeting at once, but I'd suggest it probably was just ball to hand before the ground became involved.
It was very close. This opens up the debate, the half volley debate in football. Is a volley if it doesn't bounce? And then what's a half volley? Is a half volley bounce just before the striker hits it, or any bounce will do?
Kashifali in, bowls, and bowls Roland Jones. He brings one back in. Not too dissimilar to the ball that Roland Jones thumped back over the bowler's head earlier in the over. This one he tries to block out, and he'll probably wish that he went with the same tactic of earlier in the piece. Roland Jones is bowled for 13. Middlesex lose their 8th wicket. Kashifali has his 3rd. And Kent's position in this match on the opening day strengthens again. We must remind ourselves, it is only the opening day. We haven't seen both sides bat yet, but this has been a fabulous bowling performance by the home side here at Canterbury, having won the toss and fully backed up their decision to bowl first. And bowl Middlesex out they are. Bowled has featured more predominantly in this innings than I think you'll see on many a county championship scorecard, particularly in a first innings when sides are playing straight and batting the long game. But they have breached the defences once more. 150 for 8.
I finally get to use this. We've wanted to use it ever since Kashif's joined us, but Cash was on the money there. Lovely few deliveries, and he's got his wickets as well.
Yeah, well, he'll say right now, whatever they're paying him, it's not enough. 3 for 48, and as you say, his economy might not look as good as the others, but his threat has been huge throughout. Every ball's an event, isn't it, with Kashifali, as here comes Blake Cullen out to bat at number 10 for Middlesex. 150 for 8. And the revisions come down again for Middlesex. We said, could they scramble somehow to something beginning with a 2? Kent will be looking to keep them well short of that. At the moment, even 180 I think Middlesex would take. But Cullen can bat, so can Brooks. Certainly Jack Davies, 31 deliveries he's faced for his 15, and he's on strikes. That was the last ball of Kashifali's 10th over. 3 for 48. Over to Stewart, 1 for 33 from 12.
We've had 45 overs here, and we're 1 wicket away from full bowling points. That just shows how well we've bowled and how different it is to last year.
Stewart bowls, and that is left alone by Davies. Bat high in the air, a step from leg to off, but keeper Finch steps from slip towards what would be leg slip to take that ball, and the suggestion is that that was not far from the top of the off stump, which was obscured by Davis at our angle, so we couldn't see quite how close. But I must say, again, I was waiting to see a bail fly in the background there. Leg slip's going to go in now.
Jack Leaning looks absolutely devastated that that didn't catch anything.
5-4 fields with a leg slip, long leg, deep mid wicket and mid on. There's 3 slips crouch down, deep point set back and a mid off. And it's Stewart in to bowl to Davies, who will squirt a single into the vacant covers, which brings Cullen on strike for the first time. He's a good bat, Cullen. He'll dig in here to support Davies, I'm sure, but equally as capable of the long handle, as is Brooks, who is still to come. But it is the 10 and 11 now, and from Middlesex's perspective, at any stage do you think about pressing the gamble button with 2 wickets left? Because this could all be done in 2 deliveries, and Davies there on 16 from 33. When you're 151 for 8, a little cameo for 30 or 40 all of a sudden would be very useful for the away side here at Canterbury, as Stewart's in and bowls a Jaffa. Oh goodness me, how on earth has that beaten the outside edge with where it's pitched and the length it's pitched? It's virtually a leg break from Stewart.
Yeah, I think from a Middlesex point of view, without saying the word that begins with B and ends in Asball, you want to get some runs here, don't you? You're not batting for time anymore. You just want to get as many runs on the board as you can, and then you've got something to bowl at. And it is still only the first innings as well.
Stewart to Cullen, and that one starts a fraction wider and goes a long way wider, but it still has Cullen following it as he gets the feel of this. The fact that there's so much movement still. One of the things at lunch, Middlesex were only 3 down at lunch. It was a fine achievement to reach lunch 3 down. They'd have known full well, and Dan and I commented on that, 2 after lunch straight away, and you're 5 down with not many on the board. Kent will be looking to rip through the middle, which is exactly what they've done. So here's Stewart moving in. Cullen makes a pronounced move from leg to off just before the ball's released, and then defends into the covers. From a Middlesex perspective, sun belting down all day, potentially hottest day of the year. Might burn off a bit of that grass, solidified the surface a little bit more. Not that it is in any way damp, because it's been obviously a very dry spring so far. Dry year indeed.
I mean, it was a good toss to win for us. We've got 1 spinner in the side in Jack Leaning. Tawanda Mieye can throw some off spin down there, but you wanted to bowl first on this, especially with the weather forecast. It's slightly longer grass on there, and we've just seen how destructive Kent can be now. 4
slips for Cullen as Stewart bowls, and Cullen drives him down the grounds. And that's a really good shot. Out of the textbook, or watching it on a replay, you might not say that was your quintessential on drive, but what he was doing was smothering the ball down the grounds. It almost came down not quite at the perfect angle, did it? The bat, it was just about getting in behind it, pushing that ball back down the ground, making sure basically that the outside edge wasn't in play. Liam, you're going to make way. Thanks so much for your time on the mic with us today. Dan Whiting will be in to replace us alongside. To replace you indeed, not us. I'm not going to go and leave him on his own. But yes, it's been a fair old performance by Kent, and from their media man Liam as well. Just to be given his dues. .155 for 8, and it's going to be Kashif Ali to move into bowl. He is the right arm around the wicket to Davies, who has a little dabble outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. A dot ball into the scorebook once more. 155 for 8, but so welcome back, Dan Whiting. It's been emphatic this afternoon. It was the morning that Middlesex could have suffered. They're suffering it this afternoon, but it's everything that we said just before lunch, though. Kent will be happy because they'll know they're close to getting through, because there's enough happening out there. As Kashif Ali turns to bowl again. 3 slips in the gully go down behind the left-handed Davies. Gets in behind this one and defends into the offside for length.
Davies is a fighter, isn't he? He's a grafter. He's shown a lot of application there. I think he's like a Berkshire lad, isn't he, Davies?
Yes, he is.
Same as Martin Anderson was from that neck of the woods.
Oh, well, I'll tell listeners in a moment, as this is Cache Valley in bowls, and it's dug out by Davies into the offside, and there's no run. The wind has just picked up and blown one of Dan's meticulously prepared note sheets out of the window.
Well, there you go, that was that. Luckily, there's nothing too disparaging about anyone on my notes. Cache Valley, what a good signing he looks.
Comes smoothly into the crease now. Bowls outside the off stump. He gives a little bit of width to Davies, who goes after it, but he doesn't time it. He'll get two. Wide of mid-off and in front of deep square. Davies moves to 18, 157 for 8. So,
I mean, it's a little bit... I don't think it's a bad week, but I think there's a little bit of movement there. Fancy facing Toby Rowland Jones on this, Kev?
Or Cullen or Brooks or Higgins.
Yeah.
If they bowl as well as they did in the first innings against Lancashire last week on this surface, if they can be as consistent on this surface as they were at Lord's last week, then you'd imagine that the Kent batters are going to face just as difficult a time as Cache Valley comes in, bowls, and Davies goes searching for the drive on this one rather than bottom hand. It was almost bottom hand coming off, top hand drive, and to deep point it goes for a single. 158 for 8. One to come of the over as the right-handed Cullen comes on to strike.
Well, there goes my notes anyway. Out the window.
Not the worst thing I've ever seen fall out the window here at Canterbury.
Go on, what's the worst?
Bottle of red wine.
Ooh.
Full.
Ooh.
Only just been uncorked as well. It had nothing to do with me, I should add. I was in the commentary box next door. I can't name and shame who was drinking on air.
Of course you can.
Alright, it was Matt and Ben. Two of their predecessors, shall we say. Here's Cache Valley is in. Bowls, rapping on the pad, Cullen. It's going to be close. Umpire decides that Cullen batting already on probably middle and leg. He's taken a step two off. We've just got outside the line of that one. He's a little lucky to get away with that, I'd suggest. So, for all the world, we all thought the finger was going to go up. But that said, the appeal wasn't that convincing. It died down very quickly and it wasn't unanimous. 158 for 8. Cullen has 4. Davies has 19. And Stuart has the ball in hand again.
Yeah. Talking of Stuart's, it was Alex Stewart's birthday in the week. Now, if only there was a way of remembering when Alex Stewart's birthday is. Do you not know this?
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's his average, his test total, isn't it?
Test total. That's off the pads there. Goes through to Finch, who passes the ball to leg slip. Robbie Book is listening in from the Club Cricket Charity. Does some great work getting defibrillators into cricket clubs. And that's just defended back to the bowler. Sorry, in the afternoon here, Kevin, I have to keep one eye on the Sussex scores. So it's shared stations, so...
Oh, is that what you're up to? Oh, I haven't got anything in my ear again. You're going to have to give me...
If you hear me rambling on about Sussex, don't think I've, gone completely mad. Just a little mad. Stewart in. Punched pleasantly by Davis. Bancroft, Gloucestershire captain, was closing in on 100 for them. Just flew in this week, flew in on Thursday. Well, Kent are really in the ascendancy here. They've got Middlesex 162 for 8. As Davis drives a very pleasant looking boundary there. He moves on to 23, Cullen on 4. New signing Cache Valley, he's done the business. He's 3 for 51 off 11. Grant Stewart's bowl well, but Nathan Gilchrist as well. He's 3 for 32. Really, what's up? Right. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have a look. Here's Stewart in, and that's just defended back to the bowler.
One 6 2 for 8. The score here as Davies has 23, Cullen has 4. 2 slips crouched down behind Davies. Shortish mid-wicket, he's just got a little bit of walk in as this ball is turned straight to that fielder by Davies. Very much the inside of the bat, which got the ooh and the ah from the fields. 1 6 2 for 8 it is. Listening to BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London with Dan Whiting and myself, Kevin Hand, in position for this one. So it's going to be a change of bowling. Kashif Ali has done 3 for 51 from 11. Or is it? Has he just donned a headband that I hadn't noticed before? He had, so it's not a change. I'm sure he didn't have that headband on a moment ago. He's in now, bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket by Cullen, and a single's taken. Cullen moves to 5. 1 6 3 for 8. Toby Rowland-Jones, so it's only worth 13, but again scrambling somewhere towards 180 now for Middlesex. Not something of an escape, but it's something on the board at least. As round the wicket comes Kashif Ali in his 12th over. He bowls, and the left-handed Davies in behind this one defends to point. Gully comes around.
Yeah. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll dial in again, and then.
So 1 6 3 4 8. Davies has 23, Cullen has 5, and Kent having a day of it here on the first day, but well, we've only just passed the halfway point. This is the 49th over now, so 47 remain after this. There are 4 balls to go the over, and Davies awaits. As forward goes the left-hander to Kashif Ali, who's an ahs as he picks up a single with an angled bat, and the ball deflects to deep backward point. 3 to go the over as Cullen comes back onto strike. Two slips and a short leg, and a vociferous crowd here at Canterbury. Friday, a sunny Friday afternoon. Said to be the hottest day of the year so far. 1 6 4 for 8. Kashif Ali gets the build up from the crowd, and he gets the treatment from Cullen, who clips him beautifully wide of mid-on. 4 more for Middlesex. Cullen moves to 9. Middlesex 1 6 8 for 8. It's quite the clip. Raced away off the bat. Sam Robson would have been proud of that one. Scoring shots wide on drive like that, just clipping away. Kashif Ali again, 2 balls left of his 12th over, the 49th of the innings. He's past the umpire, bowls, and Cullen gets in behind this one. So until tea, 15 overs. So if they were to go bang bang, actually Middlesex would probably quite enjoy a little dash at Kent just before the interval. And then an evening at them on this fresh first day pitch here in Canterbury. As dark a green as it is, it's hard to see the sun burning off too much grass by the second day, for the second day to be the best day to bat as Cashy Valley bowls, and Cullen's in behind this one, defending into the offside. Cullen has 9, Davies has 24, Middlesex 168 for 8.
Sorry about that, 1 or 2 technical problems. We hope that hasn't ruined your enjoyment too much as Joey Everson comes into the attack. Bowled a solitary over just before lunch, and that first ball is clipped into short mid-wicket by Davis, who's moved on to a battling 24.
There's 2 slips in place as Everson, right arm over, bowls to Davies. This ball swings back in, the left-hander's in behind it. It's pushing back up the track and there's no run. Single more turn back with a square on the leg side. This ball turns back with a square on the leg side, so 169 for 8 it is. It's the effects mic, it's the mic itself. Oh, it's been flicked to phantom power.
It's been flicked to phantom power. I've sorted it. It's been
169 for 8. As that ball's eased away into the offside. Everson about to turn and bowl again, and 2 slips and a gully in place as this ball's full outside the off stump and given the treatment by Cullen. Lovely drive through the covers. 173 for 8. Cullen's on 13, Davies is on 25, and Middlesex are just nudging towards that 180 now. Apologies for those couple of technicals that we just had in the background there. Hopefully didn't distract everybody at home too much, but all's well that ends well. Here's a full delivery driven by Cullen as far as mid-off, and there is no run. Good clump at the bat found by Cullen there, but only as far as mid-off. So dot ball ends the over, 173 for 8. We have 14 overs to tea on the first afternoon. And we have 2 wickets left of this first innings as Middlesex under the cosh here from the Kent bowlers. But at 173 for 8, if they could just nudge their way to 200, Middlesex will very much feel that they'll be able to come out and affect the game in the same way in terms of what they get out of the pitch. They'll hope they carry that consistency of last week with them into this match. How will the Kent batters be able to see the way through this innings against that Middlesex attack? All will be revealed in a couple of wickets' time, as here's Kashif Ali. He's right arm around bowls, and in behind this Davies defends into the offside. It's fielded at mid-on, 173 for 8. Mid-off, going through some stretches, warming up out in front of us. It's left alone by Davies outside the off stump. And dot ball it is. 173 for 8. Kashif Ali hits the crease, bowls, and that one's flashed away outside the off stump by Davies. It's going to be fielded at deep point by Grant Stewart. .74 for 8 as Kashif Ali is in. Bowls, and this is clipped away out to deep mid-wicket. Oohs and ahs as it goes between the short leg and the shortish mid-wicket.
Okay. All right, great. Thanks, man. Cheers. Thanks. Bye.
A single more, and it's 175 for 8. So here's that. Change of field for the left-hander. They're going to go with 2 slips and 3 slips. Bell Drummond will settle in at the third of those, leaning there at second. Yeah, slip crouches down. Kashif Ali is in around the wicket. Davies up on his toes, defends. Straight back to the bowler. A few deck chairs sprinkled at the far side of the ground, in front of the car park over there. In the seats by the same stand, pretty packed in between the sight screen and those hospitality boxes away at the far end underneath the scoreboard. Nice viewing spot there, almost in line. You can tuck in next to that sight screen there. You've got a pretty good line with the bowling's right arm over. He's around the wicket at the moment though, Kashif Ali, and he's driven back into his shin by Davies. Now, how much of his hand did he get on it to protect his leg? He's rolled over mid-wicket. Kashif Ali, he's picked himself up now onto one leg. He's not rubbing anything at the moment. Maybe he did just get his hand onto it rather than his shin, but it looked as though it was straight. Yeah, I think he's leaning down. There you go. He's lifting up his trouser leg now, so have a little look. Ouch. 176 for 8. Cullen 14, Davies 27, 51 overs bowled, 45 remain of the day, so 13 to tea. Good innings this from Davies, 27 to his name. He's holding the middle and lower order together. It's going to be Everson to turn and bowl. Dot ball tickled into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, no run. So here comes Everson again. He's in, bowls. Leading edge all along the floor to cover, and there's no run. Just fielded in the covers there. Everson in bowls, and that's clipped up to mid-on. Watchfully done. I thought he was going to get the leading edge again and whip it too much to the onside, Davies.
I'm back, Kev.
1-7-6 for 8.
I'm back in the house, as the kids say.
And we think we've got everything working again now.
Yeah, we do apologise if you've had any interference through the one of our microphones here. Hopefully we're back and you can enjoy the cricket. If you're a Kent fan, I think you'll be enjoying it even more at the moment.
Everson slipping a short mid-wicket now for Davies. He whips it off his legs down to long leg and a single's taken. Middlesex are 1-7-7 for 8. This partnership just be frustrating, Kent, now. It's worth 27 for the 9th wicket. Cullen on to strike. 14 to take a bat. Batting well at the moment. How did Kent winkle out the last two, having done so well to blast through the top 8?
Big hello to Sam, listening down in Devon, tuning in, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the cricket. Just had a hair done, Kevin, as well.
Forward goes Cullen. 2 slips behind him now. He defends back up the track. You have, or Sam?
Sam has. Sam has, yeah. No, I haven't.
Short back and sides?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not.
Everson bowls, and Roland Jones punches to cover. He's a deep cover now. Sorry, Roland Jones. Cullen punches to cover.
Cullen can bat. He's no fool with the bat, is he?
As can Brooks, yeah, he's a decent number 11, and how they go about it is the interesting part now, isn't it, for Middlesex?
They all can now, can't they? Long gone are the days of, you know, Kevin Jarvis being here, you know, or Jim Griffiths at Northamptonshire. Mark Robinson was no great shakes at number 11. Keep your emails coming in to us. BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. We haven't changed bowling yet. Nathan Gilchrist, I think. Well, look at it. Yes, we are. He's 3 for 28 off 12.
Try to get this finished off.
You listen to me, Dan Whiting, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. As Gilchrist comes in and greets Cullen with a bouncer. Yeah, you're listening to us on, maybe you're watching on YouTube, or maybe you're listening to us on the BBC app, or even through a smart speaker now. What do you say, Kevin?
Speaker's only as smart as its user.
I think you say, dear smart speaker, please play day 1 of Middlesex, or Kent versus Middlesex. As Cullen defends that. You don't say as Cullen defends that on the end of it, do you?
Well, I was pondering this last year, that if we say it loud enough and somebody's listening, let's say through their TV, and we explain as we're told to do, say to your smart speaker, please play day 1 of Kent versus Middlesex. Does that mean all the devices around the house now are going off if you're already listening on something else?
Let's try it. Dear smart speaker, please turn on all the lights in the house. See what happens. Let us know what happens. The waves of immaturity are flowing over us here. But it's been good cricket, this. Been intensive cricket. Gilchrist hunting that 5 far as Cullen goes across his stumps and whips it through the offside, or through the onside. I think that's Jaden Denley on as a sub fielder.
Bless you.
Sorry about that.
Well done. You managed to get it away from the mic. We've just about survived that hay fever today, haven't we?
Oh, it's dreadful. I'm just having a look here, and I'm trying to see. That's left alone there. I'm trying to work out who that is out there, because it's a sub fielder. And we will let listeners know as soon as possible, because I'm sure they're intrigued who the sub fielder is. There's a lovely sort of afternoon hum, that hot weather hum. Yeah, so that's left alone there. But you know, there's that sort of summer, sort of just haze this time of the day, and it's beautiful. There might be a haze of a few of the gentlemen over to our right who was singing earlier, as that's just defended into the offside, and that sub-fielder, whose name I am going to find out for you, fields, and that's the end of the over. 181 for 8, Cullen's got 16, Davis got 28, Gilchrist, he's 3 for 31, and it's Middlesex can come out of this with 220. Do you think they'll be alright with that?
Yes.
Yeah. It could have been a lot worse.
Well, at 125 for 6, I remember them saying they'd really like to try. Roland Jones still there at that point, was he?
130 for 7.
Yeah. Could they... 130 for... Yeah, it was 125 for 7, wasn't it? Here's Everson, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Cullen pushing back to mid-on. 130 for 7. Was it 130 for 7? Yeah, and then 150 for 8, wasn't it? But I was saying that at 125 on the board, they'd really like still, as the ball gets a little bit softer now, just to try some way to get towards 250. That went flying out the window at 150 for 8. But at 181 for 8, did you say 220 maybe? Kent will be keen for that not to happen though, but drives like that will help as Cullen leans forward and punches through the offside for a single.
Right, I've worked out who it is. It's Ekanch Singh. 2 Singhs on the pitch. This is Ekanch.
Just full of a length this one to Davies from Everson, defended to mid-wicket.
19-year-old from Dartford Cricket Club, although he was born in Orpington. He's on a rookie deal here. On signing his rookie deal with the club, Singh said, "I'm over the moon to be given the opportunity to develop as a Kent cricketer during the Metro Bank One Day Cup." Wow. Yeah, Kent, good luck.
Everson to Davies, tickle fine, long leg won't get there, it's going to be 4 more. This is frustrating now for Kent. 186 for 8. Davies moves to 32. And a lot more than a cameo this from Davies. It's a fine innings. Ooh, news from the mark. England's record wicket taker Anderson's been knighted for his services to cricket. Sir Jimmy, as we've known him for many a year already.
Sir Jimmy of Burnley. Burnley.
Scott Reed will be pleased. He'll be thinking he's in line now. Burnley's finest. In comes Everson, he bowls, and that's driven nicely by Davies. Only a single deep point set back. He was a little inside out with it, but he still squirted it away nicely enough. He was looking more this side of cover rather than between cover and points. Single nonetheless. 187 for 8, even at 150 or so, and 180 that Middlesex will be keen at least to get to that.
Gavi Lowinger has sent us an email. Good to hear from you, Gavi.
Cullen awaits. As Everson bowls, and this is eased off the back foot for 4. I'm not quite sure he intended it to be just that fine. Rushed a little bit of movement. 4 more. Middlesex into the 190s. End of the over. 54 bowl. 10 to tee on the opening day. Middlesex put in by the hosts here. Kent at Canterbury are 191 for 8.
Yeah, so Gavi said, "My name's Gavi and I'm 16 years old. I'm sitting revising for my GCSEs while listening to a nice day of cricket, although I am a Middlesex fan. Well, things are starting to get a little bit better for you, Gavi. So my advice is put the books away. Don't worry about your GCSEs. You just concentrate on Middlesex County Cricket Club, like Kevin Hand did back in the day. If it all goes wrong, you can always go into commentary later in life." Oh, that's nearly sneaked through there. Davies just getting the very bottom of the bat there, and it going into the ground and going through to Leaning, who throws it up in the air to give a crowd catch. Crowd have just gone a little quiet here. It's what Middlesex needed to do. Bouncer from Gilchrist. Davies ducks it. Davies batted very well, actually, I think there's an accusation that these Middlesex players, there's a number of them have got starts but not gone on. Here's Gilchrist around the wicket. Davies getting up on his toes, defending that into the offside. We were speaking about Sam Robson earlier, and Sam's missing this game because he's got a baby due. So good luck to Sam and your wife with all that. And he's got benefit as well. And I think Middlesex fans should get behind it. As Davies gets behind that one. If you want to have a look at what's going on, it's RobsonTestimonial25.com, and there's a wonderful prize on there. Kevin Hand will be all over this, I tell you. It's the main prize in his grand raffle is business class to Australia, 5-star hotel, and that's down the leg side. Finch going diving across. And tickets to all 5 days of the Sydney Test in corporate.
That's in Sam Robson's testimonial year as one of the prizes.
That's in Sam
Stop
Robson.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, Robbo. All those nice things I've said about you over the years.
don't believe it, Robbo.
Put a word in with whoever's picking that raffle.
When you've nicked off Kevin Hand. No, I'm joking. Gilchrist from Nackington Road, and just bending that one back into Davis. 191 for 8. That's a maiden over there from Gilchrist. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 31. He's been parsimonious, like our colleague Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle when he's at the bar.
Everson at the pavilion end. He's going to run in and bowl with 2 slips. On 9-1 for 8. 1 slip now they've settled on. Slip and a mid-wicket. Everson bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Cullen. No run. He's on 21. Davies is on 33. Partnership's worth 41 for the 9th wicket now. Really will be frustrating, Kent, this. 3 down at lunch, 5 wickets going in the afternoon session. There were 2 down against Lancashire at lunch on the opening day, having been put in at Lord's last week, then 8 down at tea, wrapped up just after the interval. 260 they managed in that day. That's clipped nicely through mid-wicket, watchfully done by Cullen. He didn't go too hard at it, and mid-wicket low to his right gets a hand on it. That's Compton in there. 191 for 8. And yeah, 260 might not be on their mind, but certainly if they could get another 30 here, 220, it's just something in the game. Everson in his 5th over, none for 17, right arm over again. He bowls, that's clipped to square leg this time by Cullen. That was a little bit more ambitious, showed a little bit more intent on that one, but very much the inside of the bat as the ball trickles away. Similarly looking more towards mid-wicket, but going at it that little bit harder. Closed the bat face that little sooner and got far less of the ball. Low-flying aircraft, light aircraft, buzzes overhead somewhere. Here's an edge fine of gully, and that's going to be 4 more. Cullen standing up to that one, didn't quite get across or over the top of it. Everson just short of a length outside off. And another boundary down to deep 3rd. Middlesex are 195 for 8. Remember, batting points begin at 250 nowadays, not 200, as it had been up to a couple of years ago. So a long, long way away from that. Kent are but 1 wicket away from maximum bowling points, as we're in the 56th over of the day.
Yeah, it's got a little flat here.
Slipping a short leg crouching down. And Everson goes fuller and straighter, and he's clipped through square leg, where the fielder had just come around a little bit more to mid-wicket, and that is going to be 4 more. And Middlesex move to 199 for 8. Cullen's moved to 29. He's but 4 away from Davies. He's 33 at the other end.
This outfield is like glass. It's really quick already. Last week, Northamptonshire. They're 9, 10 and 11. Got 3 in the first innings, and in the second innings they got 0.
This ball just full of length, driven back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. That's denied him at least a couple there. Mid-off and mid-on were converging. Ready to chase down the ground. Fortunately for Davies, the bowler didn't get anything on it. Whether he was... Not sure whether Davies would have been back in his ground or not, though. But end of the over. Cullen 29, Davies 33, Middlesex 199 for 8. The partnership for the 9th wicket is now worth 49. Dan Whiting alongside myself, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, here for the BBC Sport website and app. I was pondering that.
Yeah, a little bit leaning perhaps, just to change it up a little bit. 8 till tea. As Gilchrist comes in. Where's that gone? Thinking side edge, runs away, and that's the 50 partnership and the 200 up Middlesex. Got back fantastic. Jack Davies, Blake Cullen. A couple of homegrown youngsters showed a bit of heart, a bit of spirit. And are threatening to get themselves up to a total competitive return. I said this morning, I saw this wicket, I thought it was a little bit like the wicket in Northampton last week. Well, Kent got 231 now. That's Gilchrist comes in. Late on that, but gets enough in. Bowled Northamptonshire out for 143 and responded with 171 for bowling Northamptonshire at 140. So it goes to show you can win games of cricket when you get 220, 230 if you bowl well. Gilchrist, short, pulled. And Ekant Singh does really well out there. Great work by the youngster. Fantastic, gets a warm round of applause as well. Across that, picking up so much ground there. Crossing the practice wickets. Like I crossed the bridge of this home club at Dartford earlier today. It's Gilchrist, good bouncer. Cullen wins it. Cullen's just putting in the memory bank there to return the favour when he's got the ball in his hand. Cricketers all think alike. They all think alike. Flat, so it's what, 57 overs, well, one more shy of 57 overs, so it's 80, isn't it? Yeah, so 23. Fielded though, now in the covers by
I'm going Everson for that one. Is that Compton? I was going to say, well, no, because you'll keep the ball in the hand if it is, but it's going to be a change of bowling. It's going to be Singh down below us at the pavilion end. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Everson. I think that's Compton up at the other end having a natter.
Dennis Olberg has been thanks to the live stream. I'm always enjoying
Thanks, Mum.
Back to bowl at the pavilion end, Jazz Singh.
Oh, beautiful.
Thanks for your email, Dennis. Glad you're enjoying it.
Thank you, Dennis.
And the void.
He's just notified me that my mic's gone silent.
These dodgy headsets aren't helping either. We've had a day of it with the technicals here, haven't we?
We've had a little bit of a, trying day with batteries failing us. And
He's seeing right arm over, he bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Davies. Duo do for 8 it is. Davies on 34, Cullen's on 31. Singh is past the umpire, he bowls, and that's onto the pads of Davies. He tickles it fine, and he did get Bassett. I just hesitated for a moment because it was a lifting ball. I wondered what did it clip on the way, but it was bat. Davies moves to 38. Cullen has 31. 206.48. These two are, well, obviously the partnership, but individually the highest scores of the innings. Max Holden with a dogged 26 earlier. 85 deliveries, 69 dots. That's a nice addition to the BBC Sport website scorecard this season. Leas deployed 25 runs from 32 balls, 22 dots. But Holden was exactly 2 hours in the middle, 120 minutes, 105 minutes for Davies and 50 minutes for Cullen. As Sings in, bowls onto the pads again. There's a leg slip in play, and this is clipped to long leg by Davies on this occasion. 39 for Davies, 207 for 8.
Yeah, Middlesex battling hard here. The ebb and the flow of county cricket. I think these are two very good sides who I think will be there or thereabouts at the end of the season.
Comes, Singh, and that's driven to mid-off powerfully by Cullen. It was a stand and deliver drive, that one from Cullen. It's straight to Beltram. I didn't quite get all of it, but you could see that he was really looking to give that some oomph with the bottom hand powering through. Singh turning again, 2 slips to go down. There's a long leg and a deep third. Everybody else up as that goes past the edge of Cullen's bat. Just a little bit of shape away from the right hander. That's a little bit more like what we saw prior to this partnership when Kent had been all over Middlesex. What's the ball now? 58th over. And yeah, it is that stage where you hope as a batter that you're just going to be able to cash in a little, score some runs. Davies will be delighted with the performance of Cullen, as with all of his teammates and Middlesex followers. The way that he's batted studiously at the other end. Singh is in again, bowls. It's right up there, and Cullen whips that off middle stump to deep backwards square. That was played with a flourish.
I think the pitch has got easier, Kevin.
Pitch or ball? I mean, the ball, you know, they talk about over 60 to 80, don't they? That's when you score your runs, when your seamers are into their third spells, as Singh now is, at least his third. That was my thought all the way through on this pitch was, you know, how will it be tomorrow for the Middlesex bowlers? A good fresh pitch today has offered plenty to the seamers. Swing came into it. I mean, if you think as well that, you know, there was that little bit of seam movement the first half an hour or so, but it was when it started to swing, potentially the lacquer coming off one side, and it just started to do a bit through the air. That was when things became quite different. In the last 50 minutes or so since Cullen has been there, it's still been swinging, not at the same pace.
I think it's changed colour a little bit as well. It's gone from, as Gilchrist comes in, Cullen is a big swipe and misses it. I think it's gone from a dark green, like a British racing green, to the colour of Robin Hood's tights now.
Muddied. Well, if you watch the Errol Flynn version, they were immaculate green tights, weren't they? The Kevin Costner version, he was a bit more gritty, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Not that much more.
Don't sing the song. Gilchrist in. I thought Cullen had feathered that one through, but no joy for Kent. Mayeye, I'm looking forward to watching him bat. He got 72 last week, and he's a pretty player. Give me a player of style any day. That's work backward a square on the offside. It's only going to be one though. There's a third in there, and Matt Cole will be very pleased because he's got real issues with Kent not having a third.
Oh, he's never pleased, Matt Cole. Not since they took the Carvery away from us here at Kent. Very hard to please nowadays, he is.
I've heard it was good back in the day.
Oh, it was good.
Gilchrist. Wristily whipped through the onside by Davis. He's going to get 4 runs there. That's just pure timing. That was there's a touch of the Mohammed Azharuddin's about that, wasn't there? He moves into the 40s. Middlesex 2-1-3 for 8. And Kent are a little frustrated here, Kevin. Oh, and again Gilchrist goes past the outside edge. Gilchrist has got 3 wickets, but he hasn't had a lot of luck either.
Well, you see that ball there, he's bent his back. That was a bit more effort, wasn't it? That was the follow-up to the ball before. There was a bit of anger in that, a bit of aggression. And he extracted something from the pitch with an older ball. So Middlesex will very much hope that it's the ball going soft as opposed to the pitch has changed. However, yeah, Middlesex at the rate they're going,
Gilchrist bustles in. That's a thick outside edge. Runs away past where third slip should be. But Daniel Bell-Drummond has moved himself out about 3 balls before. And it's always the way, isn't it? But he's moved himself out to like a floating 5th slip. And the ball goes through past 3rd slip. And 4 more runs. Davis on to 47. And he deserves 50.
you know, the way they've been batting Middlesex, this partnership, you know, they may well be thinking about the second new ball. Can these two get them somewhere towards it? All right, it's been a bit greedy at the moment. Firstly, let's just get to tea and see where things are, and then they'll be thinking, you know, okay, after tea, let's hang in there a bit more after tea and see how far along they can get. If they did get to the 80th over, it would be quite the recovery. We did say at one point 220. Could they dream of 220? That was 150 for 8, wasn't it? But 217 for 8. All of a sudden, the batting point's now in sight. As here's Singh to Cullen over the wicket. He bowls, and that's onto the hip of Cullen. He waits on it though and just eases it to mid wicket. Doesn't clip hard into the onside. There you go. Replays a clip through square leg. But yeah, I wonder, will Davies being on 47 focus the mind of Cullen here? We saw an attempt at a powerful drive in the last over, didn't we, to mid-off. We saw that whip-off middle stump for a single down to deep backward square, and a couple of other turns into the onside in the last over. But Davies will be very much hoping that Cullen can play straight for a few more runs here at least, as Singh's in, bowls him, swings at that one, head went to the sky, so did the bat, so did the bails. Straight through. Cullen hangs his head backwards. He knows he's just lost concentration there for a moment. And now the 9th wicket falls. Maximum bowling points for Kent. Don't think they thought in the end they'd be waiting this long, but they'd have certainly taken that first thing this morning when they put Middlesex in. Cullen bowls Singh for 33, 217 for 9.
Yeah, Singh deserves that. Thought he bowled very well. And he's plugged away. He's 3 for 42 now. But that's a really good innings there from Blake Cullen. Does he get 33? Valuable runs. And it's all about partnerships. And that partnership of 67 could be priceless in the context of this game. So well done Blake Cullen, and well done Jack Davis as well, who's marshalled. Well, they don't have to marshal the tail really, because they're not your average tail enders, these guys. So, but yeah, no, he's been brilliant. He's been excellent. Henry Brooks. I'd love to tell you all about Henry, but the wind blew my notes out the window.
He had a tough year first year at Middlesex last year, but then he had a tough end to his time at Warwickshire, which is how Middlesex whipped in and got him just before the start of last season. And Richard Johnson's thoughts were, give me a winter and I'll get him back. And he's had a winter.
Protege, wasn't he? He was like a, I mean, he was 90 miles an hour, I think, at 18. And then I think he got a stress fracture of the back, didn't he? And it was out. I think he missed like a year, 2 years.
Yeah, and this year against Lancashire, that's the best I've seen him bowl for Middlesex. And they'll hope that that continues to be the way. He's got his first ball. Oh, it's put down. It's gone through. Goodness me, that was a lifting ball outside off, which Brooks followed, and he nicks through the gloves of the keeper. He was just about to go up singing celebration, just short of a length, just outside off. Nipped away with bounce. Brooks offering the edge. Middlesex 2-2-1 for 9, and Davies breathes again at the non-striker's end on 47.
That's the first mistake I've seen from Harry Finch in 3 innings. And he went for it. I think it was probably Miye's catch. I don't think he should have gone across that far, because I think it would be to Miye's right hand at first slip.
Singh's follow-up is a beaut, just outside offer. You fancied for all the world that that'd be hitting the stumps, and I think Brooks played at it accordingly. It nips away. Good length, tall bowler, just beating the top of the off stump. Beating the edge of the bat once more. 2-2-1 for 9. There are 4 balls remaining of the 60th over. Brooks can bat. I've seen him play some good innings, digging in. That's what Davies will want him to do now. As Singh turns again. 2 deliveries faced, beaten as such with both. As this one's leg side, he steps across, tries to help it on its way. It's a good take by Finch, tumbling to his left, saves 4 byes.
Should we go around the country, Kev? Update on a few scores? Yeah? Chester Street, Durham against Warwickshire. 228 for 4. Up at the good lace-making people of Nottingham. They've recovered a little bit. They're 177 for 6. They were in a spot of bother earlier, but Dave Bracegirdle's tracksuit will be far happier.
Comes Singh, and that's flayed away by Brooks. Really threw the hands at that, and he's going to get a single. It's the last ball of the over as well. Not sure how Davies feels about that. Davies just stands at the wicket-keeper's end now and just ponders, looking back up the track. 2-2-2 for 9. Singh has 2 for 47, having bowled Cullen, who lost his head for a moment, and he lost his bails as well, as he had a swing at a length delivery. 2-2-2 for 9. Brooks has 5 and will keep the strike with that single. Davies is on 47 at the other end.
In South London, Surrey are 196 for 5 against Hampshire. They've recovered a little bit. Sussex 229 for 7 against Somerset. John Simpson still at the crease. He's got 40. Yorkshire against Worcestershire are 250 for 4 after 60 overs. And Northampton up at Old Trafford 201 for 4. So batting a tad better than they did last week. Leicestershire in battle at the East Midlands, 258 for 5 against Derbyshire. And Gloucestershire 216 for 1 at Bristol. Cameron Bancroft, the new captain at Gloucestershire. He will have some runs. I'll tell you exactly how many. 116. Ollie Price keeping him company. He's just past 50 as well. Grant Stewart into the attack. Oh, his little feather. Leaning likes it. No one else does. I used to love it when Yorkshire used to have balance and leaning in the same side. And Gloucestershire used to have Dawson windows.
Like I say, pleasingly with leaning, he's got the most upright stance you can imagine.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, as Stewart comes in, left alone. I wrote his name on the pen pictures in italics. But he's been around a long time now, Jack Leaning. Good experienced pro, still only 31.
And he still hasn't fallen over.
No. Oh, that's gone. Leaning takes the catch. Safe pair of hands. That's the end of Brooks. Middlesex complete their innings. They're all out for 222.
Well, Jack Davies is running off, but I think he can slow down, because I'm pretty sure that at 4 o'clock that's tea. And we'll lose no overs for the change of innings, but come back out to begin the evening session with the start of the Kent innings.
I thought we lost 2.
Not if T's taken at the same time. Still 34 overs remaining in this game. So let's say they were to take lose 2 for the changed innings, that would be 32 overs left. So either way, it's T. So we'll be back in just under 20 minutes.
Yeah, let me just give you the bowling figures before we go.
Shame for Jack Davis, I'll say as well before we go.
Yeah,
Really good knock for him.
Really well.
I think he knew when that single was taken last ball of the last over, this could be trouble.
Yeah, it was silly. It was silly, but he's the experienced pro. It's down to him to sort of say, lean on his bat and go, no. He's the man who's been there at the crease. Bear with me, I will just find the bowling figures for you. Okay. So, Nathan Gilchrist, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 43. Grant Stewart, 14.3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. Eskenazi and Brooks, numbers 1 and 11. Kashi Fali, 13 overs, no maidens, 3 for 60, bowled very well on debut, and on another day could have had 6 for a 7 for. Jazz Singh, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 47, and Joey Everson, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. I think Middlesex, although they battled back, I think they might be a little disappointed because a lot of their batters got starts. Only Fernandez with 4 and Brooks at the end with 5 were in single figures. So there was, Eskenazi 14, Holden 26, Deploy 25, Higgins 14, Geddes 30, Davis not out 47, he can be excused, Zafar Har 11, Roland Jones 13, Cullen 33. So yeah, I think they might be disappointed at the mode of dismissal. We're going to go and get a cuppa. We suggest you do as well back at home, and I'm just going to do an update to BBC Radio Kent, and we'll see you in about 17-18 minutes. Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, good news for Kent fans. They've just bowled Middlesex out for 222. They won the toss this morning and elected to bowl. There were 3 wickets there for Nathan Gilchrist. All the bowlers bowled well. Everyone chipped in. Grant Stewart 2 for 42. Kashi Fally on debut 3 for 60. And Jazz Singh, he's bowled very well as well. He added to his 4 wickets last week with 2 for 47 this week. So he's done very well. Meanwhile, down at Hove, Sussex at 241 for 8. John Simpson going quite well there. Last time I had a look, he had about 40 odd not out. He's a 46 not out. So the skipper leading from the front there. Yeah, no problem at all. Is that better? Much better, yeah? T, yeah. Yeah, I can do. I just did Sussex there, so yeah, 241 for 8. But yeah, I will do, yeah. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye-bye. Welcome to the evening session, where the news here from Canterbury is that Kent have bowled Middlesex out for 222. Nathan Gilchrist got 3, Kashif Ali on debut got 3, with 2 apiece for Jazz Singh and Grant Stewart. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, the Kent openers, are just making their way out to the middle. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm joined this afternoon, as I will be over 4 days, by the voice of Middlesex, Mr. Kevin Hand.
Luckily for them, not the face of Middlesex.
But I think there's a little bit in it for both sides here. I think Middlesex will be pleased to have got to 220, because it could have been a hell of a lot worse. And I think Kent will be pretty pleased, as more of my notes have just gone flying out the window. And I think they were the ones that
With the pronunciations.
No, that I just retrieved, actually. No, they're not. They weren't the ones. These are the ones I just retrieved. I'm just going to close the windows slightly. So Ben Compton's going to take the first ball, and it's going to be bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones. Zach Crawley, he got his head down in the second innings at Northamptonshire. He got 31, having been bowled spectacularly. Anyway, here's the first ball. Rowland-Jones to Compton down the leg side, and Davis gets a horrible bounce just in front of him, but stops the ball. See, Ryan Higgins had a spanking haircut.
I didn't recognise him when I saw him this morning.
No, he looks like a sort of a football hooligan for the late 70s, doesn't he? With a skinhead. 4 slips in place. Oh, that's a good leave. Left out on length alone.
You know what it's doing for your nose? That big fan behind us.
Yeah.
Just realised we don't need it now. The temperature's dipping.
Rowland-Jones in. Compton tickles one round the corner, and Kent's reply is underway. Ambles through for a single. 4 slips in place for left-handed Compton, but for Crawley, Ben Geddes has gone out to extra cover. So the slips in place are Eskenazi, Duploy and Higgins. Cullen is down here at long leg in front of us to our left. Fernandez at square leg. Oh, that's a good delivery. Crawley looking to work that one leg side, and it beats him outside the off stump. Henry Brooks is at mid-on. And that's Holden at mid-off. Geddes, as I said, has gone out to extra cover, but Zaffer go hard at backward point. Place he's very good at, being a left-hander. With the ball spinning away at backward point, it's often good to have a left-hander in there. Left alone by Crawley. 1 ball left for him to negotiate.
I wonder who it'll be at this end to open up.
Have they not taken the overs off for the change of innings?
It doesn't come off if it's in an interval. So because tea was taken, they don't come off.
Here's Rowland-Jones. Goes through to Davis. That's the end of the first over. Kent won without loss. Second question, are we on overtime tonight? Because I think we might be here till about 7:15.
Matt's a generous fella. He'll bring a digestive next time he sees you. Is he still tuned in, our Lord and Master?
He was about an hour ago.
Higgins is the answer, which really it was almost a rhetorical question of I wonder who it will be. They look to set the tone at the start of any given session, but particularly the start of the innings, with the two best bowlers, and it's hard to argue that Roland Jones and Higgins over the last couple of years have been anything but that. 3 slips crouched down. Higgins is right arm around the wicket to Compton. Ooh, that slips out to wide. Burley on the cut track. Swings further, and Davies takes it almost in front of second. Really did slip out. As soon as it left the hand, it didn't feel right. Even at the angle that we were at. There's a little look at his run up again, Higgins. Maybe he wasn't quite hitting the crease as he expected. All the little things that just can put you off. Turns away, elbows beating out behind him as he leans forward, runs in, bowls, and that's defended by Compton. Just full of a length. Roland Jones feels at mid-off, so yes, 3 slips. A backward point, a cover and a mid-off. There's a mid-on, a square leg, and a long leg.
Listening to Dan Whiting, Kevin Ham, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, on the Kent live stream and BBC apps.
Matt says, always listening, and so are my lawyers. Here's Higgins in bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. He knows me too well.
I'm sure he'll drop us a line on bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Or his lawyer will.
Yeah, don't accept any envelopes handed to you.
Absolutely not, I never do, Kevin.
Here's Higgins in bowls, and forward goes Compton. Defends to Roland Jones at mid-off again. It was a little bit of bite, a little bit of purchase in that first over from Roland Jones, wasn't there?
Yeah. But what we found in the Kent innings is, I think it took sort of 8 to 10 overs for the lacquer just to come off the ball, and then it really started zipping around.
Yep, agreed. It'll be interesting for Higgins. That's when he really comes into his own. But if anyone can find a swing early on, it's him, as he's in now, bowls, and Compton punches at that one off the back foot, only as far as Zafar Gohar at point.
I think if Kent can finish the day, what is there, 33 overs after this one. I think if Kent can finish around 100 odd without too much collateral damage, maybe 2 down, I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Over the wicket now, Higgins, to the left-handed Compton, who waits in his crease on that, over the top of it. Studious approach in defence, and it's ease to Holden, who had a similar approach, batting for 2 hours for Middlesex earlier today.
Just had a chat with Zafar Gohar downstairs, who was very pleased to see me. I wonder what I was doing here, actually. So I thought you worked for Gloucestershire.
He was very pleased to see me, but he wondered what I was doing here.
Yeah.
Here's Higgins in bowls from around the wicket again. That's a good stop by Davies, low to his right.
He said he's loving life in London. Really happy. Says it's really good fun playing at Middlesex, and he's just enjoying it.
How could you not love life in London, eh?
When a man is tired of London, he's tired of life. And I'm tired
Oscar
of
Wilde?
life.
Oscar Wilde?
Samuel Johnson.
Ah. That was the end of the over. 2 without loss.
Roland Jones from the Nackington Road end. Oh, that's a good shout. Crawley's gone. Roland Jones has got him for a duck. I'm not sure. I mean, I think that's probably hit Crawley on the move,
but he doesn't look particularly happy about it, it has to be said. It's the first LBW of the day, but Roland Jones just bolts wicket to wicket, doesn't he, with a bit of nibble. And Kent's response has got off to the worst possible start.
Yeah, I wondered that he just got outside the line of off. He's a big tall man as he bats off. No, he's plumb. First replay. That's pinned him. Back leg.
Yeah.
He's absolutely plumb. The back foot's not gone anywhere.
No, I noticed last week...
Not that it should.
In the first innings, he was sort of just half going forward. He's not going forward properly. You know, it's just a small step. It's not actually, you know, a good 8 to 10 inch step forward.
I mean, lovely delivery from Roland Jones. Just angles in
Yeah.
towards middle. And it goes through bat and pad on a round off, the front pad that is, then strikes on the back pad, which is bending forward as he goes into that forward defence, and the body turns, and he struck.
Top of middle and leg there.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think umpire's call wouldn't have come into it. I think even if Crawley had reviewed that, it would have been comfortably more than half hitting the stumps. Height would have been the only question. He is a big, tall man, isn't he, Zach Crawley, and it did hit on that knee roll or just above, but it was bending the back leg as it went through the gate. As I say, the back foot hadn't particularly gone anywhere, neither had the front.
Which brings the man called Deebs through to the crease. As Roland Jones throws one out there quite wide, and Daniel Bell Drummond leaves it alone. London schoolboy, Daniel Bell Drummond. Catford Wanderers Cricket Club, which is down the bottom of Beckenham Hill.
I had a season with them.
Did you? Did you?
Might have played with his dad, but not quite sure.
That's just tickled fine there by Bell Drummond. Is that going to go all the way? Yes, it is. Cullen can't quite cut that one off. And Bell Drummond gets off the mark with a boundary. Been a lot of little fine tickles around the corner, haven't there? Yeah, Catford Wanderers play behind what was used to be known as Peter Pan's Playground, I believe.
Home base?
Well, yeah, but the fountain there used to be called Peter Pan's Playground. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I don't know why. Did anyone tell us why? That's down the leg side. Half an appeal.
It really went off the surface, which from behind the stumps, well, one, appeal for everything, but two might have, from that side of the stumps, appeared to be a deflection that it went that far, but that really did jag off the surface down the leg side and prodding away at the surface now. Bell, Drummond, certainly Brooks and Cullen will be very interested in that.
Ethan Bamble and Elam like to bowl on this, wouldn't they? Here's Roland Jones. Oh, that's a lovely shot by Daniel Bell Drummond. Will that go? No, it won't. It'll be hauled up 5 metres or so in front of the rope at the Nackington Road end, but very pleasant shot from the Kent skipper. It used to be called Peter Pan's Pool. It was named after the boy who never grew up. So it's called the Dan Whiting Park. That's just played back there by Bell Drummond. Oh, I'm putting my notes on the floor. I can't deal with this.
You're going to learn your lesson about those notes in a minute, aren't you? Sun's gone in. It's a windy day.
For those of you who've been with us all day, my notes have flown out the window twice today.
Oh, who's upsetting someone now? It's Higgins off. He's off somewhere to say something about something to someone. We'll find out who in a moment. right down below us. What is it? Oh, it's a red bag. I mean, it's pretty low down, but it's upset Compton. As Higgins has just reported back, as you may have heard, it's a red bag with a lead in it. And that lead, I wonder what it's for. It's obviously an electrical something or other, and the red bag's to protect it. There we go. Bag gate. Bag stops play it.
Yeah.
County Championship game. 3 slips and a leg slip. That's Max Holden. And Higgins' his right arm over to Compton, who defends on the front foot. Down the ground as well. And Cullen races around for a mid-on. Save the legs of the skipper. A wide-ish mid-off. Collecting it on the offside.
I think both these sides get on very well, actually. It seems, you know, Adam Hollyoak there having a chat with Tim Murter, Richard Johnson, Rory Coots.
Surrey boys, eh? The Surrey reunited. I think they forgave Mercer after about the 13th season at Lord's.
The Lambeth Lara.
Dubbed by Pinky the Panther, Will Atkins, as the Lambeth Lara. Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wickets by Beltram. There's no run, now a media officer at the 100.
Rory Coots was a wonderful player at club level. Played his club cricket at Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, which was probably about the size of a postage stamp with a flat wicket.
Well, by the sounds of it, you and I could have been wonderful batters there, Dan, to be fair.
Rory was the best of the batters there, though.
Higgins. Oh, wobbles one, and he's got him. Has that just clipped the stump? It's just clipped the top of the off stump through to the keeper. And, well, Higgins went through with a celeb appeal. They went up behind the stumps almost in appeal. It was almost in shock for everybody because Bell Drummond wasn't offering a shot. Had it clipped the pad on the way through, had it clipped the face of the bat, or indeed Bell Drummond just started to walk because it had clipped the top of off stump. Shoulder in arms, Bell Drummond departs. Higgins has his first wicket. And
I know we saw it was a downfield of deploy earlier, but I wonder if that's the best way to go forward. Mieye is a good player. He's a pretty player. He's got a gorgeous cover drive on him.
well, it will be explored by Middlesex now, won't it? Higgins, that was a lovely ball. Just a little bit of wobble outside of off stump, and yeah, Bell Drummond, slight misjudgment, which you have to say. But what did we say from the very first couple of overs this morning? I mean, look, it's keep it simple, stupid on any given cricket wicket. Just hit the top of the off stump, but on this one in particular, there is movement, there is a system out there, and assistance out there, and you think, yeah, you'll rattle through a side. You'll only rattle through a side on this if you consistently hit the top of the off stump, though. But if you do, there's huge rewards to have for the bowlers. If you're off slightly, as we saw in a little bit of a lull towards the end of the Middlesex innings, the Kent bowlers weren't quite at it in the same way. Yes, it was a softening ball, but they wrapped it up in the end, picking up Cullen and Brooks. As here's Higgins with 4 slips behind Mieye. He hits the crease now, he bowls, and Mieye forward, drops a single just in front of point. They might come back for the second. Zafar Gohar picks up, returns the throw to the keeper's end. They're comfortably back for the second. Davies spills the throw onto the stumps. I think he spills it anyway. He might have done it on purpose. Apologies, Jack. He cheekily turned and asked the question of the square leg umpire, to which the answer was not out.
Joanna Mieye, he was a refugee. Parents came over here in 2018, sorry, asylum seeker he was here.
Now he's in again, bowls, and Mieye having a nibble. They've all gone up. Not out is the answer. They all look bemused.
It's all happening here. Yeah, Mieye's parents were supporters of the movement for democratic change in Zimbabwe. And came over here, went to Eastbourne College. And in 2019, scored 2 double hundreds for them. He actually scored 1,112 runs in a schoolboy summer.
Higgins to Mieye. Bowls and 40 goes, pushing just wide of mid-off. Quick single throw from Cullen to the wicket-keeper's end. They're through.
Yeah, these two are quick, though, between the wickets.
End of the over. 12 for 2. Mieye has 3. Compton has 2. And Higgins has the wicket of Bell Drummond in the over.
And that
His
year
shouldered
he was named Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year in 2019. And the Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year in 2023, I believe, got 100 for Surrey 2s against Middlesex 2s. Bless you, Kevin.
There you go.
I sound like your priest, eh? Kent 12 for 2. Their response to Middlesex is 2-2-2. Off to the worst possible start. Here's Roland Jones to Mieye. That's wide. Mieye has nothing to do with that. Roland Jones in, that's a good delivery. This is doing all sorts here. This game right in the balance now. Tobias Skelton, Roland Jones. Mieye opens the face with a forward defensive, and the ball dribbles out between the empty gap between Max Holden and Zafar Gahar. 13 for 2.
I thought you could say the empty gap between Max Holden's ears. That's a bit harsh.
No, he's from Cambridge.
I mean, he supports Arsenal, but other than that, he's a smart chap.
Well, he'll have had a good week, eh?
Yeah, I saw him this morning.
180. Arsenal beating Real Madrid 3-0.
He was in good spirits.
A little bit of movement there from Roland Jones. Middlesex. 11 county championship titles with this guy bowling here. Responsible. Well, he played his part in that season, especially with a hat-trick on the last day. 2016. That was the last of them. Kent and Middlesex actually shared one in 1977. It's left alone there by Compton. Through to the gloves of Davis. I think it was the days. I think you only got like 12 points for a win back then. And there was a... Because Middlesex have shared a title twice. They've won it outright 11 times, haven't they? And then shared it twice. So
there was an oddity that season. I'm just trying to remember what it was. I remember it must have been probably Mike Gassian was telling me the story of it, of a game that went awry for some particular reason. Something happened, and had they have won that, they'd have been outright winners.
Oh, that's turned Compton. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up here. Compton could know he's all right. He gets home. But there was a stutter, it was a staccato run there, it was yes, no, wait, and then they went eventually. 14 for 2 at the end of the 5th. Compton's got 3, Mieye 4 as a helicopter goes over towards Margate Way, really, Herne Bay. No doubt a lot of people on the beaches around this area enjoying the sunshine. Easter break, taking the kids there.
Here's Higgins beginning the over. 3 slips and a gully. He's in, bowls, and on the back foot. Compton defends the left-hander. It's fielded by Roland Jones, walking in from mid-off. Lovely early summer sunshine It really does feel like summer's arrived, doesn't it? But you can guarantee the cricket season will play its part within a week or two, and the weather will bite back at us. Let's make the most of it, though, while it's here for now.
We'll be here Sunday.
Higgins, swings that one back into Compton, who plays it late, waiting in the crease. It squirts to point. So for Gohar Fields. Yeah, there was a little bit of a chill in the air yesterday, wasn't there, I must admit. By the time I'd arrived in Canterbury yesterday evening, I hadn't quite dressed for it, perhaps, after some lovely days beforehand. Higgins into the crease now, he bowls, and that's swinging in towards leg stump and clipped with a thick inside edge down to long leg across the front of the pad by Compton, single taken.
It's at this point that regular listeners should know that Kevin did turn up here in his mankini.
Yeah, the ankles are a bit cold. 4 slips and a short extra cover, as well as a cover point on the offside, meticulously placed, those two on the drive and the offside. 4 slips go down. Higgins is in, bowls, forward goes Miei and pushes it just to the left of the short extra cover, who gets across to prevent the single. He deflects it to cover point coming around.
Yeah, good work from Cullen there.
The appeal in the last over to Miei, it was a good and consistent appeal all round, but I think they knew they didn't have him. That little nick through to Davies, or not a nick through to Davies. Middlesex top scorer with 48, the skipper, who's now going to stand up to Miei, donning the helmet. And Higgins sets off again. Still the 4 slips in place as he bowls and swings it past the outside edge. Miei was left fishing for that outside off stump. But as much as anything, when he played it at first, so it was looking for the straight drive, but bat was following ball as it swung away outside off through to the gloves of Davies with a fine grab behind the stumps. Second season behind the stumps after replacing John Simpson. A few mentions last week against Lancashire as Higgins is in, bowls outside off, that's left alone once more. 15 for 2. Compton will have strike on 4, Miei has 4, and Higgins has 1 for 6 from 3. Roland Jones 1 for 9 from 3. 29 overs still to bowl on the first over. Only had 6 of this Kent first innings. There were 35 to bowl in this innings because of the wicket going down on the stroke of tea. So tea, in terms of the number of overs in the day, was brought forward slightly. As Roland Jones about to turn a bowl again.
Yeah, he comes from the necking terrain. I like that from Davis, standing up there like that. John Simpson used to do it to Ethan Bamber quite a bit. So that's down the leg side, and Compton just having a little fiddle at that. But not only, I mean, yes, stumping's obviously come into play, but as a keeper, what you're doing, you're pinning a batter back in his crease. You're bringing LBW into the equation. Batters can't get forward and smother the movement, the seam movement. They're pinned back in their crease. So you're allowing that ball just to travel a little bit further from side to side as Compton plays the forward defensive. It's a really good tactic. I mean, we first saw it with, well, we see it in one-day cricket quite a bit, don't you? I mean, you see Jack Russell do it back in the day, and, you know, standing up to the likes of Ian Harvey and Mark Lane and pinning batters back in their crease. But now we're seeing it more and more in red ball, and I like it. It's a positive move from wicket keepers. Roland Jones in as Compton defends to the leggy Henry Brooks. got very long legs, hasn't he, Bruce? How tall is he?
He's a classic gangly bowler. He's 6'5", isn't he? He's not quite when he's 6'7", 6'8", Stephen Finn's, Boyd Rankins. Yeah, he's more, like I say, if he, Cullen and Roland Jones stood alongside.
It's played down the ground by Compton, who sees the gap and sets off for a run straight away. 16 for 2. Compton's on 5. Mayeye is on 4.
In fact, you'll get an idea now because they'll pass each other in a moment, won't they? There's maybe got an inch on Roland Jones. He's about 6'3", 6'4", isn't he? Maybe 6'5", is he? Not quite 6'5", I don't think, Roland Jones, but...
In he comes. That's glorious. Tawenda Mayeye. That's an on-drive of the highest quality.
We saw a fair bit of that earlier today, didn't we, from... well, Leas Deploy in particular, but even in the early stages, they were long innings of Eskenazi and Fernandez, but right up at the top, that batters weren't afraid to get forward and on that front foot, and indeed that is key, isn't it? Get forward on this pitch. Seam movement.
Try and smother the movement, try and negate it. Roland Jones in, Mayeye. Shoulders, arms. Ball goes through into the gloves of Davis with a hint of outswing. Kent 20 for 2. Roland Jones 1 for 14 on 4. Higgins 1 for 6 off 3. 7 overs gone. Kent 20 for 2. Compton's on 5. Mayeye's on 8. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. We're on the YouTube channel Kent Cricket, and we're on the BBC Sport app. And tomorrow, you can go up to your smart speaker and say, "Dear smart speaker, please, can we play Kent v Middlesex Day 2, please?" Remembering the please.
Yeah, don't forget to say please. Higgins around the wickets, Compton, 3 slips and a leg slip. This is dabbed into the offside by Compton. He's on 5 from 22 now, Roland Jones fields. 5 from 21, sorry.
If you don't say please, you'll get Stenhouse Muir versus East Fife.
Not East Fife versus Forfar.
5-4 win, wouldn't it?
I saw a great play a couple of weeks back as Higgins is around the wicket, he bowls, and this is just full of a length to Compton, push back to mid-off, and there's no run. The last laugh, which was Eric Morecambe, Tommy Cooper and Bob Monkhouse.
Yeah.
It was reimagining them, or imagining the 3 of them in a dressing room together before going on stage. It was absolutely brilliant. The 3 actors who played the 3 comedians pulled them off perfectly, all 3 of them. Absolutely. Could have been looking at any one of the 3 of them at that point. It was brilliant. Fantastic humour as well. Here's Higgins. Bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. It was Eric Morecambe, wasn't it? East 5-4. Oh no, was it the 2 Ronnies? East 5-4, 4-5. Was it Ronnie Barker? Ronnie Baker, indeed.
Ronnie Barker.
East 5-4, 4-5-5. Now was it the 2 Ronnies?
It might be the 2 Ronnies.
I was thinking it was Morecambe Wise, but I'm now thinking it was. It was.
Yeah, it's
the 2 Ronnies.
Yeah. Bob Monkhouse was from Beckenham, actually. And there's a joke he's got up his sleeve.
Higgins in bowls, and that's driven with an open face by Compton. Lovely, leaning into it. Outside off and backward a square it goes. Races away for 4.
I can't tell you his Beckenham joke on air. We'll have Ofcom on to us, Kev, but come down the pub with me later and I'll let you know.
Beckenham Bob.
Yep.
He was the butt of most of the jokes on the stage in that play. However, he was the writer of a lot of them as well, which was the point. Prolific.
Very
comic
talented
writer.
man.
Higgins around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Compton, defending to mid-off. No run once more. 24 for 2.
He also had a set of gags which weren't for television, which were rather blue.
That's where a lot of them started, wasn't it? As they were called back then, the working men's clubs.
Yeah.
God, Bob must have had a tough time if he went to do any. Even the northern comedians said they had a tough time up north in the working men's clubs. Beckon and Bob. Here's Higgins, right arm over now, and same result. He's driven through the covers this time by Compton. Again, just leans into it. It is a pitch where if you're right up there like that, then the batters all day long have happily got some glorious drives away. Safa Gohar can think of one through the covers. I think may have got him off the mark. It was certainly early in his innings anyway. It was glorious to watch. As was that. Kent are 28 for 2. Compton moves to 13. Mieye will have strike on 8.
Yeah, Roy Chubby Brown said about he had an agent for a bit who was putting him around these sort of working men's clubs up north, and there was a Catholic club, and they just had their TV nicked the day before, and he pointed up at the crucifix and said, "Oh, so you caught the bloke who nicked your telly then." That was a lovely shot and a great stop from Max Holden. That's trademark Chawenda. Flowing off stroke cover drive, and Holden equal to it and mid-off. Roland Jones. Little tickle around the corner from Tuenda. Throw comes in from Cullen into the gloves of Davis. Yeah, Mike Gatting, as you mentioned him earlier. It's a very funny story in Simon Hughes' book, A Lot of Hard Yakka, where sides used to just warm up, especially for John Player League games, just on the outfield, hitting a few balls. As that's left alone by Compton. And Gat always used to like to drill his into the advertising boards at Lord's. But Simon Hughes threw one down for him, which just popped off the turf. Well, not many pop off the turf at Lord's. It's normally, you know, I played snooker on worse outfields. But one just popped off the surface, popped on Gatting, and he's wellied it into the crowd, where a woman is pouring tea out of a china teapot, and it's smashed it into about 80 different pieces. Roland Jones in. Compton just pushes it up to mid-off, where Holden is beholden. 29 for 2.
One of my predecessors tells a similar story. David Townsend. I had a mischievous tweet from him earlier. Whether he's tuned in or not, Evening DT. Formerly of Club Call, but BBC Radio London as well. Or Cricket Call it was.
Roland Jones. That's a nice shot there from Compton. Just time that. Brooks is in pursuit. They think about 2. Mieye doesn't fancy it. No need for any risks now for Kent. Just rebuild this innings.
I think that's the story he told. As in those days, there were no coaches. There was a coach, wasn't there, who was also the physio and was everything else. There was one coach who'd go with the team. I think as it was, Gat or Embers had asked DT, who was sat there before the game, give us a hand with the throwdowns.
It's Roland Jones. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's half an appeal there, but Davis dropped the ball.
Or was it field in practice, and then they were returning the throw to DT, who was, hidden it along the ground. They were running in and throwing it back, and you see them now. I'm struggling to see Gat and Embers doing that back then, to be honest, but it's something like that. So anyway, they've thrown the ball back to him. And they've thrown it back to DT, who's not the most agile, slightly out of his reach, probably about a foot to his side. It's missed him. And there are 3 ladies sat in deck chairs just over the advertising board watching on. One of them had just got up and gone to get a cup of tea, and the ball that DT had failed to stop, which was about a yard from him, has smashed right into the vacated deck chair where one of the three was sat only seconds before, otherwise she'd have absolutely... I mean, you do see it at T20 all the time now, don't you? Where it's, you say to people, keep your eye on the ball at all times, whatever you do.
Yeah,
if you're at a T20.
We had one last year at Bristol, Jack Taylor, who hits it quite hard. Get a woman in the face.
Higgins around the wicket, he bowls. Oh, that spits up a little outside off stump. Davies did well to... it always looks like it bounces more when the keeper's standing up, doesn't it? And all of a sudden he has to snap his gloves up to get it. But Compton does come down and prod away at the surface. Then gets his feet moving again. A couple of kick-ups. Kick-backs with his feet. Higgins turning once more. 3 slips. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Higgins in once more, bowls. This is eased into the offside where Holden fields in the covers. 30 for 2.
Yeah, if you've got any stories of any mishaps of players warming up, especially back in the 70s and 80s, drop us a line, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We'd love to hear your best ones.
Higgins bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. 30 for 2. There was this Aussie bloke once. Pretty crucial series. He stood on a ball just before the start of play. Second match of the series.
Great, wasn't it? And then, you're not going to believe what happened next, but the stupid Australian captain has changed his mind at the toss and elected to bowl.
Higgins. Midway through his run up now. He bowls and Compton on the back foot, punches beautifully. Timing's immaculate from Compton when he's getting it away through the covers today. Front or back foot? Back foot on this occasion. And Compton moves along to 18 and Kent 34 for 2.
Nothing wrong with that delivery at all. Compton actually manufacturing the boundary there. Just maybe a fraction short, and Compton rocks onto his back foot and punches it crisply through the covers for 4 runs.
Higgins bowls and beats the forward defence of Compton into the gloves of Davies. The ball slaps. Cullen's warming up at mid-on. It does feel as though it's worth the change at the moment. Just
Compton's a big gardener. Monty Don, Percy Thrower and Alan Titchmarsh have got nothing on him, I tell you. He's a prolific gardener.
Sewell's left alone outside of the off stump by Higgins. Through to the keeper it goes. 34 for 2. I was copping it from my elderly neighbours yesterday, the day before. I'm not very green-fingered. Miku's on one side, he is, and then Tony on the other side. Tells me he is. But Mick comes around and he starts pulling stuff out of my garden. And so is it, what, it's not going to grow back then? And he's like, well, snap it off and see. So snapped it off and it's all completely dark. I thought it was going to grow back. It was lavender from last year. So.
Oh.
But yeah, it doesn't grow back. You have to snap it off and it all grows fresh again.
Oh, does it? Oh.
Apparently so. So I found out. Mick was telling me. Tony was just laughing at me. Big Middlesex fan, Tony. Even if you're tuned in. Or he'll have the telly on, but it's just whether Marigolds let him got the sound up or not.
Well, Tony, if you're tuning in, Kevin's aerial also for the top of his house also works in the same way. So if you go and snap the aerial of Kevin's roof,
and tell him it'll grow back.
It will grow back. Here's Roland Jones from the Nackington Road end. That's me. Oh, sorry, it's Cullen. Sorry, it is Cullen. Change of bowling. It's Mieye. Just tickles him off the hip. And comes through for 2.
I wonder will they change up Brooks for Higgins now next over? How many
I
have we had?
so.
10, 5 each?
I think so, and then I think at the end of play, it wouldn't surprise me if we have maybe 3 overs from Zaffa just to change it all up. Here's Cullen. Oh, that's got to half an appeal. He's got outside the line there. Lovely evening, the stillness, the calmness of spring.
And that's just the commentary box. Apart from when we had technicals earlier.
Oh, don't. That's off an appeal. Polite inquiry from Mr. Eskenazi.
Fielded by Brooks at square leg, then he's warming up.
Yeah.
There's the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was on stage. Well, not Monty Python, but Fawlty Towers. That was on stage this winter as well.
Yeah.
That was good.
At the Strand, I think. Wasn't it?
No. I saw it up on Shaftesbury Avenue.
Oh, right, okay. Cullen. Bowling, tidy stuff here to Miyeye. Miyeye equal to it though. Good battle this between two fine young cricketers. 36 for 2. Luke Holman is 12thers here today. That is imperious. Those. Well, I know he's from Zimbabwe, but there's a touch of the Caribbean there, wasn't there? He just played it on the up. Sort of thing we used to see like Gordon Greenwich do back in the day. Yes, it was short. There was a little bit of width, but it wasn't that bad a ball. We've seen plenty of those left all day. And he's absolutely nailed it through the offside. Cullen. Miyeye just pushes that out to Holden at mid-off. That completes Cullen's first over. It's gone for 6. Kent 40 for 2. Compton's got 18. Miyeye has 15. And we have got 24 overs left in the day. In fact, I think we're going to be a little bit quicker if Zafar comes on. We're going to be out of here by about 6:30, 20 past 6. We've had worse days. Yeah, just as Kevin Hand predicted, Henry Brooks is coming into the attack. Old Daddy Longlegs. Yeah, Brooks having warmed up there earlier. And now he's just going through his paces, just bowling it in to Max Holden. You join us just as Henry Brooks comes into the attack. Kent are 40 for 2. They lost Zach Crawley for a duck with a score on just 2. And then they lost their skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond with a score on 9. They were in a real spot of bother. But Ben Compton, he's rebuilding the innings. He's got 18. And Tawenda Miyeye has got 15. Kent are currently 40 for 2. Meanwhile, Sussex, they're 284 for 9.
Here's Brooks turning again. 3 slips in place. Point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And he swings that one back in. Compton gets in behind it. A little bit of shape on that, wasn't there?
Big hoop. It's been one of those days, technically wise, where we've just... things have worked, then stopped working.
Brooks. Oh, that's a good leave by Compton. How did that not bowl him? Left on the back foot. Let's have a look and see from a slightly straighter angle than we're sat as to whether that passed outside or just over.
Leaves are like pregnancies, Kev. You're either pregnant or you're not pregnant. You know, it's a good leave. Good leave or a bad leave. There's no in between.
Brooks bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Compton, no run.
The light's just glowing a little on the scorebox. There's no danger of light at all, but the scoreboard, which is a unique scoreboard, isn't it? On top of the Colin Cowdrey Pavilion. There's nothing quite like that in the rest of the country.
Is Brooks in, bowls outside off, it's left alone. Here's the one that was left alone just outside off, and it was just outside. Didn't pass over. It didn't actually get up. It died on the way through to Davies, which again would have been out of our line of sight just at the angle we're at. The batter would have obscured it for us, but
the lights under the batsman's numbers there are glowing quite significantly.
Brooks hits the crease. Short and hooked, fine for 4. Well, the bumper banged in by Brooks, but responded to by Compton. He moves to 22. That's the end of the 12th. 23 to go on the opening day here at 8 minutes past 5. Kenta 44 for 2. Miea will have strike on 15.
I'm glad those covers down there stopped that, because my car's parked in that direction.
I hope your parked facing away from the ground.
Yes, I did.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
I had to explain that to Dave Fulton once.
Really?
Fulton never park facing the cricket.
No.
You can drive home with a smashed rear windscreen. You can't drive home with a front one that's been smashed. Oh, Fulton's fan club are at it again.
Tom Abel once just missed my car, and I did ask him if he had shares in the local panel beaters. Here's Cullen to Mieye. That is not gone where he meant that to go. He was looking to play that through the offside. He's going to get 4 for it, but not fully in control of that to end Mieye.
Speaking of not fully in control, the singers are at it again. It's a musical. I don't know which one, and I don't know what the subject is. But the tune is, what is it?
It's what Chelsea sing, carefree wherever you go. I am the Lord of the Dance. There's going to be a couple more here to Mieye, as Roland Jones in pursuit. Don't know if the crowd are applauding the Kentish choral ensemble over to the right, or it's a 50 up there, which Tawenda Mieye has just brought up with 2 runs there, but these two rebuilding nicely. Mieye driving, managed to pick out Max Holden at mid-off. Been a fantastic day's cricket. We've seen nearly 300 runs so far. We've had 12 wickets, and that is just picked up nonchalantly, and the ball runs away down to where the lime tree used to be based for 4 runs. 54 for 2. Tawenda Mieye looks like he's in the mood here. And this is what I said about earlier. I think, you know, I think you've got to take the attack to the bowlers, because if they dictate to you, you know, one's got your name on it at some point on this wicket. I'm not that it's a bad wicket, but I just think that there's movement laterally, side to side. Cullen. Oh, gorgeous. Tawenda Mieye. Trademark Tawenda. It doesn't get better than that, does it? Not even a half volley there.
Yeah, we said the key on this pitch is just relentlessly hitting the top of the off stump, as it is on Annie. Middlesex just need to get tight to the top of the off stump again.
Cullen in. Oh, he's gone. Maye's gone. Caught by Eskenazi at first slip, low down. It was a good catch. It was dying on him there. And Cullen gets his man. He might have gone for a few, but he's got rid of the dangerous Tawenda Maye for 29. And Kent are 59 for 3.
Tight to the top of off stump.
Well, there you go.
A bold Blake Cullen.
Yeah.
For the ball before. Sent back deep square. You wonder whether the bouncer was going to come in. It wasn't the ball before, actually. It was 2 before, wasn't it? But, yeah, you wondered whether the bouncer was going to come in after deep square was set back. But beautifully on a liner length. Just having a look at it now. And right on the spot from Cullen.
But you know when that's just epitomised today's cricket, where one side look like they're getting ahead and the other one comes steaming back at them, and it's a really good contest. 2 young guys out there, Cullen and Mieye. Here's a good catch. Mieye disappointed.
That was really dying on Eskenazi, wasn't it? But he's
Yeah.
stayed down. And
He's
as a
a
result,
tall
he's been
guy,
able to
isn't
get...
he? And those long arms just reach out.
Yeah, he was able to get the fingers underneath it, wasn't he? A
That's all
slight
show
glance
over.
to square leg from Mieye.
Yeah. Eski's honest. He's from an Australian.
Honest Esky.
He's from an Australian background. That's the last ball of the over. 22 left in the day. Kent 58 for 3 in response to Middlesex's 2-2-2.
Brooks is in from the pavilion end, and he's hooked first ball by Compton for 4. I don't think... Ah, no, he won't. Cullen giving chase. It was going fast. The timing from Compton has been exquisite today. He moved to 26. 62 for 3, Kent.
There's certain areas of this ground where the ball just rolls and goes away so quickly. One is down that hill, down towards the Freeman Flats, named after Titch Freeman.
Not Martin.
Or a certain shoe shop.
Brooks in bowls and on a length, but happily back to that Compton. He's looking to drop 2 back across around the leg side. It's just the single, though. He played a titch, didn't he, in The Hobbit? The little folk.
Got 300 wickets in his season once. I think it was 1929. It's not bad. Not bad. Not bad going. 300 wickets in a season. Jack Leaning is the new batter to the crease.
Brooks bowls to Leaning. Nice upright stance in world cricket. Graham Gooch-esque. Gooch.
Yeah.
Was even Gooch that upright?
No. It's more Bairstow, isn't it? It's like baseball style Leaning. Very high back lift.
Brooks, shadow cast long to his left as he runs in, away from us. Oh, it's a good leave by Leaning, just outside the off stump. Through it passes to the gloves of Davies, who has 3 slips keeping him company.
Simon Whiteside's been in touch, and the tune that the Kentish Choral Ensemble are singing to our right is Downtown.
That's it. Thank you, Simon. Couldn't get it.
Thank you, Simon.
Was that in a musical?
No, I think it was a hit for Petula Clark. 1966, wasn't it, or something like that? 64.
Here's Brooks, bowls full and straight and leaning patiently pushes back.
And then I think it got brought back in when a certain children's TV star and Gordon the Gopher used to sing it.
Here's Brooks. He's past the umpire bowls and... Oh, a beautiful ball! Takes the outside edge. Leaning walks off, and well, he just looked back at the pitch in disbelief on that one. His head was swinging this way and that. First back to the keeper, then back to the pitch, then back to the keeper again to see that celebration as he has to go. That was a gem of a delivery, just outside the off stump, in the channel. Played off the back foot. Could he have left it on length? Did it just get bigger on him than he was thinking? Is that why he looked back at the pitch leaning? Certainly took high up the outside edge, and a little feather through to Davies. And Brooks races through in celebration. Kent lose their 4th wicket, 63 for 4, as Leaning heads back for a 4th ball duck.
Yeah, it's I think Middlesex are in the ascendancy now. Well, Joey Everson, he got a double 100 against the students of Loughborough here in the pre-season friendly. He put on a huge partnership with young Jaden Denley.
Well, we mused this morning, didn't we, who'd be the happier of the morning session, and it was difficult to say that Middlesex would be the happier at 80-something for 3 at lunch. But they weren't 5 down at lunch, which they could have been. You know, it was a 4-5 wicket morning session, and they hung in there, and that right now looks pretty credible. If you think Middlesex was 62 when they lost their 3rd wicket, they were 90 when they lost their 4th. Then came a bit of a clatter, didn't it? From 89 for 3 to 150 for 8. So, you know, 5 wickets for not many. 5 for 60. 63 for 4 here, you know, in terms of putting the side in and wanting them 4 down at lunch. Any given stage of the season, early season, you might even be greedy and say 5. Well, Middlesex have got 14 overs left of this evening session on the first day, and they've got Kent 4 down. So Compton's 27 right now from 43 deliveries, looking pretty big. But as much as runs right now, of course, runs matter, but they need minutes on the clock out there.
Here's Cullen in, and Compton, the glue that's holding this Kent innings together, opens the face and gets 4 runs down through the gully region. Played it with soft hands, went along the ground, but it's imperative for the host chances that Compton stays there. He moves into the 30s with that shot. If Kent are bowled out, say tomorrow morning at some point, how many do worst? What's the worst case for Kent? How many do they want to be behind? Come on to it after this ball from Cullen to Compton, and that's a corker.
Well, I mean, you look at one like that, nips off the seam, past the edge, and just full of a length, prodding away at the surface there. He's weighing it up now, Compton, isn't he? He's batting really well out there, timing it nicely. He's been in good position playing the ball, but when you see him beating all ends up like that in the 15th over, and so he's on 31, 45 deliveries.
Do you think Kent would probably take being bowled out for 175? Well, they'll get what they're given, I suppose, won't they? But, oh, that's glorious. A straight drive. He hasn't timed it as well as I thought he had, actually, when it came off the bat, and he's only going to get 1 for it. Oh, it's 4 runs when it left the bat.
No, I don't think they would. I think another 100 from here, 6 wickets standing. There's been some damage done with the new ball. You'd have expected that from Middlesex to come back at them hard, but you look at the way that Compton's played. Someone's got to hang in there with him, and they've got to bat they got about time. We're only on the first evening, aren't we? You know,
agreed.
they've got to be looking at close tonight, this partnership. Then tomorrow morning, you're looking at, okay, look, tomorrow morning needs to be a 2-wicket morning. It was 3-wicket morning this morning with a fresh pitch and a new ball. Tomorrow morning, the ball will be a session old, 35 overs old. Yes, it's still got plenty of life in it after 35 overs, the ball.
Cullen to Joey Everson, first ball. Oh, play yourself in, Joey. 4 runs through the covers. What a shot.
Well, as we've seen throughout the day, there's runs to be had on this pitch.
Yeah, I think because there is movement, bowlers are keeping it full. And that's why we're seeing people getting bowled, but that's why we've seen also a plethora of cover drives and straight drives.
Middlesex against Lancashire said it was their best performance as a bowling unit that I can remember in nearly 10 seasons now, since 2016.
Yeah. Jack Brooks told me Jason Gillespie always used when he was at Yorkshire. Cullen in, that's gone. Everson goes, caught behind. That's unplayable. You had to play at that. Everson hasn't dangled the bat out. You've got to play at that. And unfortunately, Joey Everson goes second ball for 4. And Middlesex are buzzing here in Canterbury.
Do you want to ask me, would they take 175 again? Listen, look, I think Kent bowled incredibly well today. It was really impressive. They didn't give away that many cheap runs. And I think Middlesex at the moment would be a little bit disappointed at the number of 4 balls. However, I will quickly flip that to the fact that I do think Roland Jones, Cullen and Brooks are very well suited to this pitch. You see the ball that Brooks got leaning. Cullen there gets one to nip away. If you were to put together a pitch for Cullen, Roland Jones and Brooks at their best, this would be it. Seam movement, pace, bounce, big fellas. Looking to hit the deck hard as all 3 of them do. And, you know, Higgins, who has been masterful for Middlesex right now, all of a sudden, of the 4, you know, if you're throwing the ball to somebody right now, it's not straight back to Higgo, and it's very rare that you'd say that on any given pitch, on any given day, any given surface, anywhere in the world, because of who he is, Ryan Higgins. You know, he's such a good performer. But right now, that delivery there, that was a dream ball, wasn't it, for Cullen? Lift, bounce, leaves the right-hander.
Everson's done nothing wrong there. You've got to play at that. He wasn't dangling the bat out. He wasn't playing away from his body. He had to play at that.
I mean, could he have left it on length? And this is where potentially we'll have a look at. You know, I asked that.
I don't think so, because he's played it sort of just in front of the top of his pads. Anyway, the new batter is Harry Finch, the wicket keeper.
No, he couldn't have left that on length.
It's a really
it was slightly fuller than I realised.
It's a seed of doom.
He's done well to lay bat on that.
Yeah. Finch just tickles one into the onside, and Holden comes round, collects. That completes the over. Cullen is 2 for 29 off 3.
I mean, just as that's about to pitch, that ball's clattering into the top of off stump, and it's left him. He's got into a pretty. Could have been further across and behind it, couldn't he? A fraction slightly further
I don't think
forward,
he's done
but
much wrong there.
No, he hasn't. We're over analysing it for the radio listener, aren't we? But if that didn't take the edge, it may well have taken the top of the off stump. To be fair.
Yeah, I think it would have done. We got an email in, Kev. Seeloff. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Brooks, 3 slips, crouched down behind Compton, who gets in behind this one. He's playing it so late and playing it off the back foot that you kind of think, but he's playing it well. You know, he's got his style, hasn't he? He's got his technique.
He plays it late and he plays it under his head. Paul Seeloff, he used to umpire for Botany Bay up in Enfield. Sort of between Enfield and Potter's Bar. And nice little pub there, the Robin Hood, I think. And he was playing a match when the Bay were out fairly cheaply and decided that the tea break, normally between innings, would be delayed.
Brooks, midway through his run-up, bowls and brings that back into Compton, who defends again into the offside.
The opposition went out to bat as the bowler started his first run-up. I stuck my arm out to stop him and said to the batsman, "Do you know your leg is on fire?" Smoke coming from the pad knee roll. He had been smoking between innings, and when he came out to bat, he had thrown the butt away, which had landed in a rip in his pad. By the time we were ready to start, it started to smoke with a full small fire starting. Pad quickly pulled off and the fire put out.
Dabbed defensively into the onside by Compton.
Well, Middlesex are on fire here at the St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury. I've also seen a player set himself on fire diving for a ball with a packet of Swan Vestas matches in his pocket with his whites, which...
Brooks bowls, that's punched by Compton. Good tumbling stop at point by Zafar Gohar. It's completed by Holden at cover coming around, just parried towards him. It's the way he's been timing it today. You fancy if that had got through, it would have been 4 more.
Oh yeah, and the outfield's quick. I think, imagine if it was a slow outfield. I think this would be 150, plays 150. Yeah, I've seen a guy dive for a ball with a packet, with a box of Swan Vestas in his... Other matches are available. And, yes.
Brooks bowls full and shape on that again, but Compton defends. He's playing it as late as he is, and from this deep within the crease, that's what's forcing Brooks to go fuller here. Sorry, Dan, go on.
Adam Borland, he's been with us all day, watching in from the States. What time is it over there now? It's probably about midday. Yeah. Simply, love Compton so much though.
Brooks bowls leg side. Compton just waves it on the way through with his bat. It's through to Davies. End of the over. 72-4-5. Maiden over for Brooks. 3 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 9.
Well, Compton's going to lead some Kent love because the side are struggling here at the moment. And this is a decent Middlesex seam attack. Kevin said that they bowled the best they had for about 10 years against Lancashire without much reward, and they're certainly getting their rewards today. Cullen, oh, that's hit Finch. Somewhere around the upper thigh, I think. Being generous, being kind to young Harold. 72 for 5. 294 runs, 15 wickets. Marvellous entertainment. As Finch gets on the front foot and plops that into the offside. Marvellous entertainment for a crowd approaching 1,200 today. Really wonderful support. Plenty have come down from London as well. Plenty of Middlesex fans here. But the Kent faithful turning out to see their beloved Super Kent just nurdled round the corner from Finch. Worked. 1 run, 75 for 5. So there's still 16 overs left in the day. Yeah, good God. Yes.
Hang in there, Dan, you can do it.
No, it's not that. It's just like, it's just been all action. Like, you know, we've had 15 wickets. We've had 300 runs. Oh, has he got a feather on that down the leg side? Compton. Doesn't matter because Davis couldn't cling on to it. It would have been a great catch if he could. Let me work this one out. Middlesex.
You're going to keep your socks on.
Cullen. Finch works that one into the onside. Glorious evening here in the Garden of England. Cullen. Oh, that's kept a little low, I think, on Compton.
He's just determined. He doesn't overcommit forward. He waits in the crease, as you say, playing it late under the nose, and that does mean as if that ball just nips a little. You've got to get bat on it, and he did, and he has been doing so throughout the innings.
Yeah, we've only had 77 overs in the day, so it's that's just played into the offside this time. Compton playing it late, playing it under his head, as every good batter does. I mean, there's 18 left in the day. So at this rate, Kent could be all out for 150 if it continues at this rate in the innings, because they batted for 17 overs. There's 18 remaining in the day, and there's 75 for 5. So let's say they're 150 all out.
Pass the follow-on though, Dan. You can sit easy.
That would be nearly 400 runs for loss of 20 wickets. I mean, that is spectacular entertainment.
Brooks begins a new over. He bowls just outside the off stump, very full length, and Finch decides he was going to have nothing to do with it all, which is exactly the right thing to do. It's get some overs into the bowler's legs right now from a Kent perspective, but it's also somebody hang on in there with Compton. Strike rate of 50, 57. It's been a fine innings by the Kent opener, but somebody's got to hang with him. Brooks turns away from our commentary position in the pavilion end. It's the crease now, he bowls. Oh, and he nearly cuts Finch in half. Where did it strike? Finch slightly squared up, he walks away back hip at best, at worst. He might be about to bend double.
I thought that was going to stay low there, and we'll see Mr. Finch's bails going. In the words of Arthur Daly, I thought it was, oh my good God. Terence.
Here's Brooks, he's in bowls, and this is clipped away. Fine of long leg, chase on for, a tumbling Zafar Gohar down there. It's an interesting fielding position for Zafar Gohar. It's gone for 4. Just a pause because I was surprised it was him down there, and it is. But 4 it is, yeah, tumbling stuff. It was going quickly though, as he said, this outfield's pretty quick. That was what was against Zafar, who's a fine fielder. 79 for 5. Have you seen, there's an advert for a coffee brand at the moment, which is George Clooney advertises for quite regularly. Have you seen the big billboard of him raising an espresso to the... Here's a full ball from Brooks. It's driven up to mid-off.
No,
there's
I
no
haven't.
run.
I haven't.
And he's got he's of an age now, greying. He looks a lot older than he usually does in that one, and he's wearing an Arthur Daly hat and an Arthur Daly raincoat as well from Minder. And I honestly thought when I looked at the billboard the first time, Arthur Daly advertising coffee, how have they done this? I thought it was computer generated. It's George Clooney. You'll have to look out for it. Here's Brooks bowls down the leg side. It's taken by Davies. And a dot ball, but honestly could have sworn blind at first look and even second look, and you kind of squint again. Also, it's George Clooney, but absolutely dead ringer for Arthur Daly with the hat on in Minder.
Well, Nottinghamshire have got a McCann in their lineup.
What's the actor's name? Arthur Daly.
George Cole.
George Cole. In comes Brooks. Ooh, shapes that away. Very full length though, and on that alone, wide outside of the off stump.
I got dragged
Fincher
in this
leaving.
week, Kevin.
You got dragged in?
Dragged in.
BBC Radio Kent?
To watching something.
Oh, I
which
thought Mike
don't
Cole
wanna
needed to have a
watch.
word with you about something.
It's on the other channel, you know, the other main channel that we don't like to talk about on the BBC.
BBC Two?
And I ended up watching Celebrity Big Brother, and it's got Mickey Rourke on.
Don't worry, listeners. I'll press mute on his mic at this point. Mickey Rourke's in Celebrity Big Brother, is he?
Mickey Rourke is in Celebrity Big Brother.
That has to be the biggest celebrity they've ever had.
And yeah, he looks. The years have not been kind to young Michael. Cullen in and Compton. He set his stall out. He wants to be there at the end of play. Ben Compton. Can get to 100 without any more damage in the wickets column. They'll feel they've got a chance tomorrow of piling on some runs. Compton, the Rock. The Bible said Job had perseverance, patience, and other qualities. He's got nothing on Ben Compton. Cullen. Compton just opens the face. Fernandez comes round from backward point.
You were praying at that point you hadn't talked him out. Commentator's curse. The BBC Radio Kent man.
Crowd just basking in the early evening sun. You see seals just basking in the sun on the rocks. That's down the leg side. He's gone. He's gone. The one man Kent didn't want to lose has gone, strangled down the leg side. Good catch from Davis, but Compton would be really disappointed having thrown away all his hard work there. And Cullen strikes again.
Oh, look, Cullen at his best. He's the man that emerged through the Middlesex rank. Express pace. A real potential at a young age. I'm seeing him side on. I always say that match at Radlett, side on bowling to James Vince in a Hampshire T20, and he had him on the hop. It was quick, sharp bowling. But here at Kent, although it's still an early season pitch, there is good pace and bounce, and it's not express pace, but if you hit the right spot as a bowler here, it's uncomfortable for a batter.
Yeah.
Even on a, generally at this stage of the season, bowlers aren't going anywhere near, well, certainly not short of a length, but even a length, you're just full of a length more often than not. But
yeah, as I was saying earlier, sorry, I got waylaid. I think a wicket interrupted my train of thought. But speaking of Jack Brooks, and Jason Gillespie used to actually say to him, right, I don't want you to have an extra cover, and I want you to have a mid-off, and I want you to have a point, and I want you to bowl full, and I want you to tempt batters to try and drive you through there, because they'll nick off. And that's what they do. That's what, if you've got someone like Brooks in his pomp, this is like 2014 round there, where Yorkshire won 2 county titles on the bounce. They would have made it 3, but some side defeated them at Lord's in 2016. But Jack Brooks was always up there, wasn't he, in the leading wicket takers in the country. Him and Steve McGoffin were always like 1 and 2 for about 3 years. Here's Cullen bowling to the new batter, Grant Stewart, who plays an interesting shot, first ball, and just scampers through for a second. I wonder if Stuart's come out and thinking the next one could have my name on it. Let's just...
Well, he scored a century in that pink ball match. You know, obviously everybody remembers him going through Middlesex. Then he came out the next evening and went through it, and everybody was saying, see, there was nothing wrong with the pink ball. But actually, where the pink ball really came to life was in the twilight. And then when Stuart came out, it was roughly at this time to begin his innings. You know, lovely daylight, and he went hard at the pink ball.
Cullen. Stuart. He's going to get just the one there. That's good work from Ben Geddes, who's hurt himself diving on the end of the squares. Quite hard ground for April. Not a lot of rain here in the southeast. Not a lot of rain anywhere in the country. That's the end of the over. Stuart's on 3, Finch is on 5, Kent 82 for 6. And Kev, it sounds like you haven't really got over that goal, Stuart. No. I mean, should we put you through a bit of therapy?
I needed it. I was going to say that, it was at about this time that Stuart started his innings in lights like this. It was lovely, and he just hammered the ball everywhere. But it was when the twilight set in, that was where the ball absolutely started to hoop, and hoop at pace. It skidded off that surface, and it was quite the spell of bowling. It really was. Speaking of, here's Brooks. He has 1 for 13 from his 4. He's bowling in a good rhythm at the moment, it appears, Brooks, and he sends that one right up there onto the pads, but going down, it wasn't swinging, it wasn't straightening, it was just holding its line down the leg side, and Stuart misses out as he tries to clip the half volley off his pads.
I came here as a punter, watching Kent Middlesex. End of the season, I think it was the COVID year when they had those 3 sort of conferences, didn't they? And Kent played Middlesex right at the very end of... Because I think the season only started about July, didn't it? No, yeah.
Brooks again, bowls, and Stuart dabbles on a length as that leaves him outside off.
In fact, I remember Alan Coleman, you saying to him about 2 years ago.
Whatever happened to him?
Because Middlesex were unbeaten up until June. So when was the last time Middlesex were unbeaten until June? He went as quick as a flash. Yeah, the COVID year. Which I thought was very good.
Brooks is in once more. He bowls. Oh, now Stuart didn't really know what he was doing with that. He was just trapping the bat down. There was a cry of catch from Brooks as the feet went nowhere. The bat came slamming down, and it must have just hit up above the middle as he was through the shot. He prods at the surface now, suggesting there was mischief off the surface, but fielded in the covers. I thought it was Sam Robson in there for a moment. It's Ben Geddes, isn't it? Number 14. Brooks past the umpire, he bowls, and lifts one past the edge again. Look at that. I mean, that's getting most top orders. They talk about that as a pretty length, but we're not going to call that a pretty length here, because all right, if he's bowling 6 balls on that spot, it's okay, you've got to go a bit fuller, because that's pitching and swinging past the edge, seaming past the edge. Shake of the head from Roland Jones. He's happy with what he's getting from his troops at the moment, and what's really positive for Middlesex is that this season the backup bowlers have been right there on the spot. As Brooks comes in once more, a little bit fuller, but started wide enough that thrusting the pad forward, Stuart leaves alone. Yeah, that's what hurt them last year. That was the big difference between Middlesex going up last year and not missing out on that second promotion spot. They just didn't have the wickets to back up Roland Jones.
No, if you look in the wickets column in the averages, I mean, it's Roland Jones, 58 wickets. Sorry, 52 wickets at 23.
Brooks bowls, he's punched away, backward a point, it's a lovely shot. Stuart gets that one away, and he might get it away for 4. Point just managing to pick it up and return the throw pretty quickly. It was sharp work. Trying to see who that is out there, actually. Come back from points.
Yeah, so if you look at the bowling averages, Roland Jones 52 wickets at 22.55. Higgins 30 at 28.6. Respectable. And then you've got Brooks, 34.95, 22 wickets. Bamber, 30 wickets at 37. Holman, 20 wickets at 37. Helm, 23 wickets at 41. And then you've got Fernandez, Deploy, De Keyes, Cornwell further down the rankings. That's just gone through to the keeper. No run. Cullen 3 for 35 from 5.1 action-packed overs. Had an email from Morris Lowinger. His son Gavi was tuned in while working on his GCSEs. As that's crunched off the back foot out to mid-off.
Are we in trouble? Stop distracting my son while he's meant to be studying.
Well, I don't think we're in trouble, but you know, Morris has sort of sent us an email in a sort of passive-aggressive type way.
So the answer is yes.
No, we're not. No, I'm joking, Morris. Listening to the cricket this afternoon, I heard my son been listening in and mentioned that he was doing his GCSEs. Your advice to him was to put the books away and concentrate on the cricket.
Oh, you did. You've had a Martin Keown moment, haven't you?
What did Martin Keown do?
He hammered people for being at home reading books when they should be watching football on the telly or something. It was, BBC had to apologise, as did Mr. Keown.
Cullen in, left alone. Well, I can assure you that he has plenty of focus on cricket, as he was our club's most improved player in his debut season last year for Belmont and Edgware Cricket Club. Well done, Gavi. Good stuff, mate. Keep going with your GCSEs. Remember, work hard, otherwise you'll be flipping burgers. Focus on your GCSEs and you'll have plenty of time for cricket, son. That's right, mate. That's just been left alone. I'm desperately trying not to have a Martin Keown moment here.
You didn't,
Love the
you're
coverage,
safe.
even though
I've toned down his comments. You're safe, don't worry.
Love the coverage, even though I'm also listening as a Middlesex fan. All the best, Morris Lowinger.
Even though they're doing well, Morris.
Yeah.
I know whose boots you'd rather be in, because...
Oh, that has gone back miles. That is movement. Serious movement.
I didn't need to finish that sentence. Blake Cullen's just made the point for me.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that the pitch would deteriorate in any way, but one name you did mention, I mean, if a pitch seams, it usually spins. And Zafar Gohar will be bowling last on this, you would assume, barring something quite strange.
Cullen. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Stewart getting up on his toes and punching Cullen through the offside. Morris, I've got a question for you, actually. Seeing as your name is Morris, is Gavi Morris Minor? I'll get my coat.
That was your best one of the day, I think. That was a good one. We've had an email from Morris Minor. You're going to have to stick with it now. It's Morris Minor and Morris Senior every time they email in, isn't it?
Yep. Simon Whiteside has been in touch as well. If I were ever to be given a dukedom...
His lad plays as well. Simon's.
Norman.
Brooks is in, he bowls. That's punched off the back foot. Wide and mid-off by Finch. Moves to 6, 90 for 6. Nicely played by the right-hander.
If I were ever to be given a dukedom, I'd call myself Duke, Reader or Kookaburra to excuse my low average. Congratulations to Sir James Anderson, the Baron of Burnley.
mentioned Robin Hood earlier. It sounds like one of the villains in a Robin Hood episode. Here's Brooksy bowls. That's punch 2 point. They've taken.
Oh, he was toast.
It's overthrows for 4 from Geddes. But he had 1 stump to aim at. Had he hit it, as you say, he was toast.
Yeah, he was on his way back. He wasn't even in the frame. He'd given up. When the batters don't even slide their bat, you know.
Geddes slaps his hands. It was far from a bread and butter chance, though.
Yes.
Here's Brooks. 3 slips behind Finch. Bowls full straight and defended by the right-hander into the onside. Oh, stepping over. Blake Cullen, he's still thinking about his last over. Put real effort into that last ball. It was a grunt like you were at a tennis match and a serve had been pushed down. There was a real grunt. It was an effort ball and it was punched for 4.
Well, a sort of Cornucova type way or a Roscoe Tanner type way?
I'm not going to compare Blake Cullen to Cornucova. There's a length ball from Brooks. Beats the bat. Finch belatedly withdraws the bat inside the line as though he's opening the curtains. Just pulls it across. Cullen always reminded me more of Dolph Lundgren. He's got that kind of build of a baddie. He's got pronounced jaw as well, isn't he? He's got something of a Bond villain or a. You want to run into him in a dark alley. Here's Brooks, goes past the edge of a full ball to Finch.
There's a lad he was at Surrey last year. He's moved to Nottinghamshire, called Connor McCurr. And he's quick, and he's got neck tattoos, and he scares me.
Yeah, he's not quite your dark alley fella, Blake Cullen. He is. He's more that kind of sinister Bond villain. You meet him anywhere in the world. Here's Brooks, bowls. It's full down the leg side, and it's clipped away. 4 runs. Beautiful shot, backward a square. And 4 more. Finch moves to 10. Kenton 99 for 6. But then most amiable and also very intelligent chap as well, Blake Cullen. He's a physicist or something, wasn't he?
Was he? Okay. But I don't think he needs a dark alleyway for his melodious goings on. I think he'd quite happily whack you in bright sunshine.
He's got his corridor of uncertainty. He doesn't need a dark alley.
All the listeners here just praying this game doesn't go for 4 days.
You're bringing out the worst in me, Dan.
We're going to be taken off air. Kent, 1 run shy of the 100. The magical 3 figures. It's been a hard slog getting there. But I think Grant Stewart is doing the right thing here. He's actually putting a little bit of pressure on Middlesex, and he's got his rewards with that 5 down there. And change of bowling. Ryan Higgins back on from the Nackington Road end. Big shot there from Stewart, who
threw it far too early, wasn't it? And it got a bit of bounce as well. High up on the bat, that was pushed back down. It was a strange looking deflection back down the track, wasn't it?
Yeah, had all the timing of that fake Rolex that you bought out in Thailand that time, Kev. Other fake brands of watches are available on the BBC. Higgins in, bustling in, left alone by Stewart. Crowd just 1 or 2 have drifted off home. I think actually they've moved out into the sanctuary of the sun. Oh, big waft from Stewart. Perilously close to getting a feather on that outside edge of his bat. Finch just coming in with a little word. There's only 12 overs left in the day. Here is Higgins to Stewart, who works that one into the onside. And there's the 100 up in the 23rd over. It's taken almost 100 minutes as well. And it's been hard work, isn't it? Middlesex currently with 2 bowling bonus points. Kent managed 3 earlier. Higgins, Finch leaves that one alone, withdraws the bat late. Kent 122 runs behind Middlesex. But as we saw earlier, the ball does get soft. And once that happens, it does become a hell of a lot easier. Oh, Harry Finch. Lovely shot. From Eastbourne by Beachy Head. He played that one right under his head. Glorious shot.
Yeah, it's not that this isn't a Higgins pitch, because as I said, any pitch anywhere in the world with Higgins, you just know that he's going to get at any given attack, any given batting lineup. His consistency, his guile, his wit, and his skill. But I don't know whether it's almost for the batters. It's almost something of a relief that fella from 6'5" isn't delivering it on a pitch that's nibbling around, you know, off the surface. That you got them sending it through at, all right, Roland Jones is more a 75 mile an hour man, isn't he? But
yeah,
Cullen and Brooks both have been 90 mile an hour men. You know, they're darting it towards your off stump and the ball's nipping this way and that. Don't bet against Higgins coming back though. Here's Roland Jones coming back for his second spell. He's from the pavilion end this time, and he's in bowls and he's punched off the back foot just wide of mid-off, and Brooks gets around to hold them to a single. He was 1 for 17 from his first 5, Roland Jones. $105 for 6. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the offside. 105 for 6. It's Roland Jones in again, he bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket, 105 for 6.
Johnny Grade listening in, loving the commentary. Nice chap, Johnny. Charlton Athletic fan, but Middlesex fan as well.
Just full of length, this is pushed back. Fielded at mid-off. Roland Jones is heading in again. He bowls just full of length and it beats the edge. 105 for 6. Roland Jones, he's heading in. Oh, it's just full of length, and this push back, and there's no run. If there's a 6:30, ask him. If there isn't, then I'll get my headphones for you tomorrow. Oh, here you go. How is mine now working? Can you hear it? Okay. I might have lost it now, it's gone. No, it's going to be... Six. Oh, we've gone down. $3. Careful with that. Higgins past the umpire, he bowls and beats the edge. Does he take the edge? He does. Or does he? Not out is the call of the umpire. He swung it past the edge, Higgins. 106 for 6. Higgins bowls, that's dabbed back to mid-on. Three slips in place behind the right-handed Finch. Six for 6. Higgins hits the crease, he bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, where Roland Jones fields. Apologies if you lost us for a brief moment on the BBC Sport website and app. Dan Whiting alongside myself, Kevin Hand, here for BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, and live on the BBC Sport website and app. You can get us through your smart speakers as well at home. Simply ask the smart speaker for the two teams and the day of the game. So here goes Ryan Higgins. He hits the crease now, just full of length. That's defended into the offside. 106 for 6 it remains. Higgins bowls, thick inside edge on the forward defence from Finch. It falls away to square leg and there's no run.
Ten overs left in the day. David Carroll on X has sent us a picture of sunny Durham.
Roland Jones bowls, that's punched in between cover and mid-off, and away it goes. Brooks gives chase, a slide, a flick, and it's going to be 3.
Great work.
109 for 6. it's a lovely ball. Roland Jones beats the bat, just full of length. Through it goes. Roland Jones, just full of length, nips that one away. It beats the forward edge, the front foot. Beats the outside edge, and through it goes.
Ground here bathed in sunshine.
Oh, down the ground. Attempts Finch, rather dragged through mid-wicket. Late evening feel about the play. Not just the stretch shadows, but a few stretch shots like that as well. It's 4 runs. Roland Jones looks less than impressed.
Yeah, well, he's fetched that from a long way outside off stump, hasn't he? Roland Jones from the pavilion end. Oh, and has he nicked off? No, they all think he had behind the wicket. Roland Jones wasn't interested. And more to the point, umpire Shanmugam wasn't interested. Roland Jones running away from us here at the pavilion end. It's just bounced before Davis, who makes it look tidy. Sorry, we're working without headphones here at the moment. We're having had technical difficulties all day here, haven't we, Kevin? No, we're not working with our headphones. Higgins, that crunch through the offside by Stewart moves him to 22. 114 for 6. Shadows lengthening from the pavilion. Not far behind the Middlesex slip cordon as Higgins. Oh, that's, in fact, Finch has played inside that deliberately. Glorious evening. Few people in the crowd who enjoyed themselves. Just defended there by Finch. A few hardy souls here. Still here into the evening. Loyal cricket fans. People like this make the game go round in this country, supporting their counties.
just played out to backward point. They think about 2. Finch does come back for a second and makes it comfortably. Good placement there from Finch. 116 for 6. Yeah, the people here, the county championship gets run down a hell of a lot. And days like today have provided marvellous entertainment. We've had close on 350 runs. We've had 16 wickets. As that goes away and into the gloves of Davis. But it's one for the connoisseur days like today. You know, you can't eat fast food all the time. You'll get ill. And today has been a lobster thermidor of a day. Higgins bustling in. Bit of a leading edge there from Finch. $118 for 6. Cullen just warming up down below us. Luke Holman there doing his 12th as duties. Left alone again by Finch. Holman coming onto the pitch. Who's going off? Zafar Gahar's going off. I noticed he's had some bandaging around his hand earlier. Thought Zafar might get a few overs in actually before the end of play. There's 8 left in the day. Toby Rowland-Jones, can Middlesex winkle out one more before the close? That's what they want. Kent want to go in, only 6 down. Where's that one gone? I think that's gone all the way. It has gone all the way. Grant Stewart, first 6 of the game. And just picks up Toby Rowland-Jones with an air of nonchalance. Wasn't that bad a ball even, but he's just gone through the line, bit of bottom hand, and put him over cow corner for 6. 124 for 6. The lead now under 100. Psychological barriers for Kent just being ticked off. And Stewart, who's a combative cricketer. What's Rowland-Jones got back up his sleeve? Oh, he's gone again. 2 bounces. Bash. Hits the advertising boards down below us. Kevin Hand might have had nightmares about Grant Stewart a few years back. He might have him again soon. Kent fans eulogising over Mr. Stewart. He's had a decent day at the office. 2 for 42. And 32 of 25 balls here. What's Rowland-Jones got in reply? He's gone for 6, he's gone for 4. Ooh, Stewart fiddles at that one. Roland Jones. Oh, that's a good delivery, but Stewart's equal to it and digs out the Yorker, and brilliant work down below us from Blake Cullen, who saves a certain boundary. Once the ball goes over these practice wickets down below us here, it runs away really quickly. And Stewart equal to it. That's the 50 partnership, 51. Finch has got 15 of them, Stewart 34. It's come up off 55 balls in just 37 minutes. But Stewart's on the rampage. And Kevin Hand is worried. Deja vu, Kevin? Roland Jones. Stewart just pushes that to Ryan Higgins at mid-wicket.
All over again, Dan. Roland Jones in bowls outside the off stump. That's driven away into the offside, and they've picked up a single to mid-off. 131 for 6 is the score. 35 Stewart from 29, 20 Finch from 38. Deploy and Roland Jones ponder matters next to the umpire. At the end of the over, 7 overs to go tonight. Going to be Higgins to continue from the Nackington Road end. Shadow stretching from over our right shoulders. 131 for 6 it is. 35 and on strike, Stewart. Two slips, crouching down as Higgins is in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. 131 for 6. Stewart 35, Finch 20. Past 6, still 6.5 to go, but we have seen 16 wickets fall today. Generally an interesting first day when Kent and Middlesex play each other. Just remember that T20 here at Canterbury one night, and a championship match starting the next day as Higgins comes in, bowls, and onto the pads. That's going to flick away for leg byes just fine of the keeper. Something like 25 wickets, 24 wickets fell that first day at Lord's. Here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside defensively, no run. Next little front foot push from Finch. 132 for 6 it is, so can Middlesex find a way through this partnership? Middlesex were 150 for 8, recovering to 222. So 90 for 6 to 132 for 6. Not the recovery fully just yet as Higgins is in bowls, and forward goes Finch. Quick single taken just fine of Brooks.
Deficit 89. I think we've got a wonderful game of cricket bubbling up here, Kevin.
We definitely have. Definitely have. I mean, barring loss of time to weather, we will see a result in this. I do not see Middlesex coming out and batting 450 and then batting too long out of sight, you know, and the game's done. So often we say a side better bowled out to give them a chance of victory as Higgins is in. Bowls, wraps on the pads, it is straightening, just doesn't feel right. And he's going to get that one. Stewart walks away to square leg dismissively.
6 overs left in the day. The trick is on this wicket is to stay in. I know that sounds obvious, but to see off the shine of the new ball, because it does get easier.
Well, we've talked about this, haven't we? The doggedness of batting.
Yeah.
You know, there's a ball with my name on it. As here's Higgins wide on the crease, bowls and punch Stewart off the back foot. There's a deep point set back now, which is probably a good ploy by Middlesex because runs are at a premium on this. So deep squares back, deep points back. It's the end of the over. 134 for 6. Stewart moving 236. Finch 21. But yeah, I'd say this is a pitch. Try and get in. Try and get the bowlers down. They got into the third spell, didn't they, Middlesex, of the Kent seamers earlier, and that was that period we talked about from over 60. You know, it's a little bit earlier than that, wasn't it? But over 29, they're a long way away from putting bowlers into their second and third, into their third spells at the moment, and that really is what you've got to try and do.
Yeah, Luke Holman just going off as substitute fielder. Zafar Gahar coming back on. Wonder if he'll have a little twirl before the end of the day.
Blake Cullen from the pavilion end will run from the shadows.
Yeah, lengthening shadows. The sun dips down here behind the pavilion at Canterbury. Back towards the city centre where the cathedral is based. As that's carved away out to... Is that Fernandez out and Max Holden?
Let's have a look. I think you're right, Fernandez. Eskenazi at slip. Deploys going in at second. Higgins is third. Fernandez point. Geddes at cover. Roland Jones at mid-off. Mid-on Brooks. Deep square Zafar Gohar. Long leg Max Holden.
Cullen running away from us to Finch, who drives handsomely. Beautiful shot. Gun barrel straight. 139 for 6.
And again, that's been a mark of the day, hasn't it? The straight drives, the on drives. You know, there's nothing wrong with this pitch. The pace of it's good onto the bat. It's that seam movement when a bowler gets it on a good length. On a length, simply. I'd say a good length on this pitch. That's the point, isn't it? We often talk about at this stage of the season. Sides are almost bowling club lengths than county levels on these pitches, but this is certainly a county level pitch and almost something just short of. We've seen a few off the back foot today.
Cullen in, left alone by Finch. I have to do an update in a minute. Well, about 4 minutes actually.
Is it the mighty Matt Cole?
It's the mighty Matt Cole. Cullen. Bustling in. Oh, that's gone through Finch.
You see, that's quite a full length there. So that's a club length, isn't it?
Yeah.
As opposed to a county length. But yeah, today, mostly it's been just hit the top of that off stump. You know.
Yeah.
international level, it's funny to say, but you're almost missing the top of off, aren't you? The length's just that little bit shorter.
Yeah, at international level, if you pitch one on middle stump, then you're spraying it down the leg side, and you get worked, especially at Lords, down the hill. Cullen, past umpire Shamugam. That's a good. That is a decent nut.
Edge that if you can. Finch turned around by that. Full length again. Trying to get in behind the ball, everything behind it, but he's well beaten. That's the area that the bowlers want to talk about. We talk about the corridor of uncertainty. One side of that corridor is just clipping the top of off stump, isn't it? The other side, 6 inches outside off or so. Just hang that ball there and you wait for a bit of movement.
Certainly is. Here's Cullen. That's whipped by Finch. Out to Zafar, a deep square leg.
Well, he's almost trying whipping that off stump, isn't he? Batters score off the stumps. That's why you're always hitting the top of off, and that's why we say they don't like being bowled, because they actually will score off the stumps.
Yeah.
So batters, top order batsmen, pride themselves on not being bowled. But look at the two peaches that got this all going today: Fernandez and Eskenazi clipping outside of the top of off.
Yeah, we've seen a number of people bowl: Zafar, Blake Cullen, and then Daniel Bell Drummond as well. So 5 people bowled. That's quite a lot in professional cricket in a day. But they tend to bowl that 4th stump line, don't they? Outside off stump.
And I think with the seam movement as well, the pace in the pitch, yeah, it's good. But the bounce has been true. The pace has been good. That's pushed batters back a little, which also brings bowled into play, because you're not plunging forward as much. You are perhaps getting trapped a little bit in the crease, even if playing forward. So no, it's been a really good day's cricket, and it's not. Often we'll see a day like this early season, and we'll say it's fast forward cricket. It's not really. It's just been good cricket with some serious seam movement off a grassy surface.
Okay, I found this on the web for movement of a grassy surface. Check it out.
What were we saying about your smart speaker? Brooks clipped for a single. That's a deep square. That wasn't one of my smart devices. As I was saying, we'll get everybody's smart devices going at home. My own one starts talking to me here. If you quite picked it up on our mics. Brooks waiting as Raylan Jones has a chat with him. He comes in now to bowl to Stewart. Right arm over, he bowls, and that's punched away. Beautiful shot, 4 runs off the back foot, beats point on the boundary. And 145 for 6 it is. 41 for the right-hander. Here's Brooks again, he hits the crease. Ball short, he's hooked hard in the air and bounces short of Fernandez, who comes around nicely at deep back of the square to take it on the bounce. Couple for Stewart. Is it a couple or a single? He moves to 42. Brooks turning again. Shadow stretches out behind him to his right as he runs into the crease, bowls and onto the hip. That's clipped away fine. Long leg with the chase, not sure he'll get there. It's a dive, it's a tumble. It's 4 runs. Cullen can't stop it. 150 up as well, 150 for 6.
Certainly has been a roller coaster. This game's ebbed, flowed and oscillated back and forth. Kent bowled Middlesex out for 222 on a wicket that was possibly bowler friendly, and then in response Middlesex had the hosts bang in trouble. Zach Crawley was dismissed for a duck, and then when the skipper Daniel Bell Drummond went for 6, Kent were 9 for 2. They then responded after Toenda Mieye. He got them to 58 for 3, but 79 for 6. They were struggling. However, they've just brought up their 150 for 6 down. Grant Stewart, he's on 42. Harry Finch is on 31. And Kent are fighting back here. 150 for 6.
Brooks turns again. 2 slips and a leg slip, and it's short and it's hooked again out to deep square for a single. 151 for 6.
Yeah, just 71 behind now. Stewart 42, Finch 32, Cullen's had so many where the ball has just beaten him on the boundary. I think there's been about 6 today. The ball's just followed him around. You get days like that in cricket.
A bit like gremlins following around a commentator.
Yeah, tell me about it. Let's go around and get some scores from around the country. Somerset are in a little spot of bother down at Hove. Sussex 294. Somerset 56 for 4 as Cullen runs in down the leg side. Finch not getting anything on that. Where are we? I believe there are 5,000 at the Oval today for Surrey.
Yeah, there you go. First day it was 4,200 and something for Middlesex for the Lancashire game. Who are the opponents for Surrey today?
Hampshire.
Okay, so that's a really good crowd.
Yeah.
Lancashire travel in reasonable number.
They do. I suppose Hampshire, Surrey though, it's only up the M3, isn't it? I mean, you get probably a lot of Hampshire fans from like Aldershot, places like that on the border, as Finch just works one off his thigh pad out to deep backward square. At Chestler Street, Durham, they're 343 for 7, going along smoothly. Nottinghamshire, they've staged a Lazarus-like recovery. They were in a real spot of bother, but they're 325 for 8. Surrey, 253 all out. Hampshire, 47 for 1. Surrey had the worst end of a draw against Essex. Is other good times falling apart as that's cut out to deep point. Interestingly, last week there was no Dan Worrell in the side, even though he was named in the squad. Dan Worrell now qualifies as an English player. Was that an ECB decision, do you think? No one knows. The club haven't said anything.
When does Zafar Gohar qualify for England?
He does.
It's this year, isn't it?
I think he does, yeah. He's UK residency, because Gloucestershire eyebrows were certainly raised in the West Country because they tried to get him UK qualified and he couldn't. He wasn't allowed. Home Office wasn't allowed. Comes to Middlesex and he's allowed. The Lord works in mysterious ways, Kevin. Cullen running away from us to Finch, who flicks that one off his legs, and the aforementioned Zafar Gohar's not going to cut that one off. 157 for 6 now. Going back to the scores. Somerset 56 for 4, as I said, trailing by 238 runs. Yorkshire against Worcestershire, 419 for 8, piling on the runs. Northamptonshire
351 for 5. That'll please their coach, Darren Lehman. As Cullen runs away, and that's just pushed into your side. Safe Zabe with 100 there. Darren Lehman, after the game against Kent last week, said these days bats cost 500 quid a pop. I don't know why our boys didn't use theirs more. Leicestershire 421 for 9. Gloucestershire 367 for 3. Glamorgan taking some serious punishment there for their attack. Cullen running away, just dabbed into the offside, no run. Hundreds there for Cameron Bancroft, 100 for Ollie Price as well. Good to see him back in the runs. Meanwhile here at the Spitfire St Lawrence, 3 overs remain on a gorgeous day which has had the fans and a healthy crowd here gripped. And in the big one in the day, we haven't started, between Indonesia and the Cook Islands.
Comes Brooks bowls. He's dabbed into the onside. Quick single taken just in front of mid wicket. It's funny, it's got that late evening feel about it, the game now, hasn't it? But this is what partnerships do as well. It was Davies, and Cullen earlier that got things ticking for Middlesex, and all of a sudden it looked a different game for the bowlers. And so with Stewart and Finch doing the same, it looks a different game for the Middlesex bowlers. They just need that wicket to break them through.
Well, we talk about creating theatre and things happening and the oohs and the ahs coming from the slip cordon. This is anti-theatre, isn't it? It's making it go flat. And it's just as important for a batting side to do that. And yeah, you're right, Middlesex did it. And Kent got the breakthrough just at the right time because Cullen had an aberration.
Brooks, 2 slips in place, bowls. That's punched to Gohar with a tumbling stop at backward point. Got to be worth a go, isn't it? 2 overs to go.
Gotta be. Gotta be.
And it's far from obligatory. It perhaps almost is a little too late to throw him the ball now. Perhaps should have had a couple of overs. A couple of right-handers out there as well. Left arm spinner on a seaming day. Ball's still pretty new and hard.
I mean, what have we got to lose just by having a little look, see what happens?
Brooks runs in, bowls, and that's punched away past Gohar at point. Just in front of the fielder for 4. Lovely shot by Finch. He's into the 40s. Kent are 162 for 6, and this partnership came together with the score on 79.
If I've got one gripe about the Middlesex attack, it's all right arm over. It's all quite samey, isn't it? It's all quite, you know, Cornwell gives it a different angle, doesn't he, with the left arm?
He does, but I think Brooks and Cullen are in a very, very good place at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think a partnership settled in at this precise moment, that to break the partnership, that's where perhaps you just need to have a little think what to do. And it feels like, again, it's a very easy game from up here, isn't it? It feels like it's time for Zafar Gohar just to have a little tweak and a turn
just
and
to
see.
Vary it.
Well, again, even if he just gets one to rip in 1 over tonight, then all of a sudden that's put something into Kent's mind, because as you say, who's the frontline spinner for Kent in this match, and they've got to bat last on this.
Plant the seed of doubt.
Brooks bowls. This is clipped out to deep square for a single. Finch moves to 42, and that plants the seed of doubt even against the seamers, because they think, oh, if Zafar's doing that, we better make sure we get the runs against the seamers.
And that causes you then to, Graham Fowler always told me, facing the 1984 West Indians, Harper came on to bowl and you try to sort of, you know, you didn't try and whack him out of the ground, but you tried to think, right, I've got to get some runs here before the quicks come back on.
Brooks in bowls and up on his toes Stewart defends a short of a length delivery. Brooks going at 5.5, Cullen going at 6.4. 3 for 51, Cullen from his 8, 1 for 43 from 7.5. Now, Stewart and Finch have been countering, which has made a mess of their figures in that sense. The strike rates, I mean, Stewart's 112, 73 Finch as Brooks is in, bowls, and a quick singles taken just in front of mid-arm. Really good cricket, that.
But in the context of the game, going for 95 off 16 overs, I know they picked up 4 wickets, but in the context of the game, that is a little bit expensive. Two overs left in the day, and the helmets are coming on, which makes me think we are going to see Kevin Hand. He's got the hotline into that Middlesex dressing room. He's got the hotline. He's wide up to.
Well,
Toby Jones.
they're probably a little late, to be fair, aren't they?
Yeah,
I think
getting him 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's definitely worth. If it seems it'll spin, and you've got. I think, like I say, in Salisbury, when Zafar Gohar signed, he said within a few years, I think this will be the best spinner in the country. Some are arguing he may well already be, but
Zafar.
yeah, 7 for last week at Lord's, first game of the season. Let's see what we can do with a little bit of grass on the surface here at Canterbury, and by all accounts, pretty dry Canterbury. And actually, just walking around the ground a moment ago, the grassy knoll away to our right, it's pretty dry up there. You know, some cracked ground. It doesn't feel like April at all. It does feel like, you know, mid-July after a dry June. It's got a lovely feel about it, the early season conditions.
The grass has just got that greenish tinge, though, hasn't it? Where it's, you know, I think in sort of June, July, it's got that sort of brownish tinge, whereas it's still green and hasn't had the battles, scars of a cricket season. Here is Zafar. Slow left arm around the wicket. Stewart defends.
You just want one to rip from Zafar Gohar and Middlesex's perspective right now, don't you? Because as you say, that plants the seed. I think it would be. I mean, they've got the deficit down to 58.
Crunched by Stewart, only to pick out Fernandez just on the deep cover boundary.
He's just been a little short the first 2 balls there, hasn't he? I mean, the fact that a man of Stewart's size has rocked back so comfortably to both tells you it's been a fraction short.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's not really been a slow wicket, but Stewart there had plenty of time to rock onto the back foot. There we go, a little bit of purchase for Zafar.
Was he a little flatter with that one, a little quicker?
Yeah, maybe. He does.
That's why you would have liked to have seen at least 2 balls, because you want to see the one that's just thrown up there as well, see if it rips.
He does vary his pace so well. Here he comes.
There you go.
Yeah. Nice flight, nice guile. And he varies his pace with no sort of discernible change of arm movement. You know, some will be tossed up. I don't know if he holds the ball back, further back in his hand to do it, perhaps. But he's a beautiful bowler. Oh, that's the one Kevin Hand's after. Plants the seed of doubt.
Well, the ball before was a fraction fuller, wasn't it? And
Finch
was a long way forward and over the top of it and smothered it. That was just the perfect length from Zafar Gohar.
And that's defended. So 1 over, 6 balls for Kent to see out. And I think if they go in 165 for 6, I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, you know, they're only 57 behind now. I mean, at 79 for 6, goodness me, Middlesex. You know, much various stages in the 150 for 8 in the Middlesex innings, Kent would have had similar aspirations.
Well, we were talking about 175 all out, weren't we, for Kent? And 10 runs short of that at the moment, still with 4 wickets.
I just thought 175 there. it's day one of the game. There's batting there. There has to be a point where you say, no, come on, dig in. Come back somehow. Bowler's just having a look at the ball here to delay matters a little further. Weren't you hoping to get out by about 6:30 tonight? I was optimistic. 10 to 7, and we got a delay looking at the ball.
Yeah. So, 6 balls remain. If a wicket falls.
Brooks, 2 slips in place, he bowls, and that is gloved, I reckon, on the hook by Stewart. It's gone fine. Cullen cuts it off, and they'll come back for 2. Don't expect the umpire to signal anything. It was glove. Just looped up, didn't it? It wasn't the loop of
control of that at all.
Well, it wasn't the loop of a top edge, I don't fancy. It was either back of the bat or glove. Or
But he was lucky he didn't top edge it, because he's got a deep backward square and he's got a fine leg. And
he's got a deep mid-wicket now as
he's
well.
got a deep mid-wicket now. Ryan Higgins is dropping out to deep mid-wicket. So I think Brooks is going to pepper him with some short stuff here.
Here's Brooks bowls, and he's punched to Holden at cover.
Well, what a fantastic day's cricket. It really has been. It's been back and forth, 2 sides going at each other properly.
Brooks in bowl, short, he's hooked. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, my apologies, is Fernandez.
He's quite a long way backward there, isn't he, Fernandez? He's got to be a good 15 yards behind the popping crease.
Yeah. Brooks, 3 balls left at the first day. Can he find one more breakthrough for the visitors? That's on a decent length, and it edges away down to deep third for 4. Stewart hangs his head back to, my apologies, Brooks hangs his head back to the sky in anguish and lets out an exasperated cry as Finch moves to 46 from 62. I think 1 or 2 were ahead of the scoreboard. Thought they were ahead of the scoreboard and thought it was the 50, but 46 he moves to. The partnership is worth 93. 2 balls left of the day. And again, you know, that was almost end of the day stuff there, wasn't it? Because that's where Brooks would have wanted to be, as is that, and he's hit somewhere amidship of Finch, who looks to hook but is struck.
Yeah, I think
In an uncomfortable place, but not the most uncomfortable place at all, it would seem.
no, not far away from the most uncomfortable place of all.
Well, I don't know him that well, Dan. One ball to go the day. Here's Brooks in bowls, and Finch is struck somewhere in the abdominal region up towards the ribs on this occasion, we can comfortably say. 172 for 6 is the score, and Middlesex's day, but only just. Kent have fought back with this partnership, which is into the 90s. They've got 2 batters into the 40s and 2 real danger men who can quickly whip off this 50 deficit in the morning.
Yeah, I think it's been a wonderful day's cricket. We've seen 400 runs for 16 wickets, fantastic entertainment, and the crowd here have sat here bathed in glorious sunshine. This is what cricket's supposed to be about, and these 2 sides have gone at each other hard but fair, and it's been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much to everyone who's emailed us in today. Thank you for all your interaction. Thank you to everyone who's listened in, and have a safe Friday evening. We'll be back on air 10:55 tomorrow, and from Kevin Hand and I, we wish you a lovely Friday night.
I can, yeah.
Very decent side. They're the only side that could just hit TJs if they
Yeah, can
were
you hear
to
me?
slip up tomorrow. So maybe Canterbury could.
Ryan, hi. Yeah, I can, yeah, no problem at all. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. Thanks, mate. Cheers. Bye.
They come back with 3 good wins on the bounce, and they actually defeated Oxford Harlequins away last week. They put them to the sword. Hat-tricks in there, Tyler Oliver and Harry Sloan. So yeah, they'll want to finish fourth, want to consolidate fourth place. They can't go higher, but that's a really good outcome for Canterbury if they can stay there and keep that place. And a good season also, I think, for Sevenoaks and Westcombe Park, the other 2 sides who play away tomorrow. Sevenoaks out on the Guernsey. It's a nice time of year to go, isn't it? Guernsey always very strong at home, but Sevenoaks 10th place, safe now, so they can go and enjoy their time there. And Westcombe Park, what a seesaw match that was. Very high scoring with Old Albanian, the team just above them last week. They lost
What a
48
confident
points
get.
to
33.
but tomorrow they travel down to the south coast to take on Worthing. I think Worthing already relegated had a terrible season, so I think the Westcombe Park they again in 5th place at the moment and looking to consolidate that. Sorry, they were in 6th. They could go 5th if they get a win, and I would expect them to do
32?
that down at Worthing
32.
tomorrow afternoon. Like to just give a quick shout out also for a couple of other sides. The lower leagues finished last week. Tunbridge Wells by 1 point escaped relegation in regional run. So congratulations to them. But hearty congratulations though to Medway, who in the league below. They will play Tunbridge Wells next season. Just hipping Beckenham by 1 solitary point.
Graham, thank you very much for that. We'll hear from you tomorrow, and hopefully we're cheering Tunbridge Guardians to a victory as well against Oxford Harlequins and a promotion as well. Let's go to the cricket. Closer play, first day of Kent's first home game of the county championship season. Been a bit of a roller coaster, as Dan Whiting was telling us a few minutes ago. Closer play, how do Kent stand?
Well, it's been a roller coaster, but what fantastic entertainment. A crowd here of over 1,200, which is excellent for a Friday crowd, bathed in sunshine, have seen nearly 400 runs for 16 wickets, and they've had marvellous value for money. It's been a really good day's cricket, hard attritional cricket with both sides going at each other, hammer and tongs. And Harry Finch and Grant Stewart, they've got an unbeaten partnership of 93, which leaves Kent on 172 for 6, just 50 behind, with 4 second innings wickets in hand. Tomorrow should be a belter.
As well, so yeah, great from a cricket point of view too. Dan, thank you for that input, and we'll join you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, obviously via the BBC Sport website and app, and on those smart speakers as well. I'll try and go through the rigmarole one more time. Tell your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Middlesex Day 2. That's how you do it tomorrow. I'm sure you'll get through it much quicker than I will. Thanks for listening tonight to the Sports Hub. Not very much longer to spend with you, unfortunately. For that.
Lovely, thanks. Can you get Matt to give me a call after? Yeah? Lovely.
Are you going to grab interviews now?
I'm going to go and do my interview. Should I call Matt, actually? That's probably best, isn't it?
Yeah, just once you're done.
Yeah, fantastic. Lovely. All right, I'll give Matt a call. I'll be about 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, no worries, all good.
Great stuff. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Cheers. Bye-bye.